Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody. Welcome. It is a continuation of Maritime Monday. This is a Maritime 2 weeks, and you know what that means. It can only mean one thing.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. Apologize for being a couple of minutes late, but sometimes there's some unavoidable things. You know, you can let certain things go in your life, but some things you just have to address and you have to rectify before they become a problem. And quite frankly, I had sat down with the improper whiskey glass for the whiskey I was drinking this evening, so I had to fix that problem. I had to go get the proper whiskey glass. Like I said, some things you just can't let slide in your life. So we have the whiskey tasting Copita glass, which is the perfect glass for continuing our maritime themed whiskey. We had the Shackleton whiskey yesterday in honor of Ernest Shackleton. Today is a great maritime whiskey, Talisker Storm from the Isle of Skye. This is the Talisker Storm. It is from the stormy Isle of Skye. What a great peaty, just it's you get like salt water and peat and brine and so good, and that'll be keeping us company this evening. Well, today we are going to be looking at the afternoon of day one of the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Investigations Board investigation in the public hearings into the loss of the Titan Submersible. So we'll watch day one afternoon, and then we will watch day two morning. Today is day two. They're going to start the morning here in just about an hour, I believe. Hour and a half. Okay. They're going to be starting in just about an hour and a half. So we're going to watch the afternoon session at 1.25 speed. And as soon as we catch up as soon as we finish with that, we'll start the day two morning at 1.25 speed until we catch up live. And then we'll break again at the lunch and repeat it again tomorrow. So, well, let's see. Let's get the house cleaning. I wish there was house cleaning. Get the housekeeping services. It's been a 5-day holiday here, and you'd think you'd use that 5-day holiday to clean up the house and make it look nice. I've just let my house go for 5 days. Like, it's a holiday. I ain't doing nothing. All right, we had a question from Walter Waller at Waller's Custom Leather. Is there such a thing as an ironclad contract / release of liability? Well, the short answer to that is hopefully, hopefully or not, depending which side you're on. Nothing, you can't say anything is 100%. I mean, you can make things as ironclad as they can possibly be, but that's the job of lawyers to find ways to make them not as ironclad as you thought before you sat down. So yeah, you can get them as ironclad as possible, but yeah. All right, people. Now, 1.25 would be a bit much, I think. But like, if we get a really slow speaker, then perhaps we can. Totally understandable. This isn't a favorite cup. This is like almost required. The shape and the design of the Copita is. This is what all of like the vast majority of the master blenders and master distillers use to sample the whiskey, that are a Glencairn glass, which I don't have one around. They're also equally common, but equally necessary, the shape. Anyway, this is not a whiskey stream, but it's not about being a favorite. It's about being right. Okay. There's a lot to get through here. And by my estimations, we'll be here 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 for about the next 5.5 hours together. So buckle up and get your favorite snacks. If you're at work, just kind of put one earphone in and shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody what you're doing. John Byrne says, with a glass like that, you must show us how to taste the whiskey. We did a how to taste whiskey stream in March, I believe, is when we did it. It could be time for another one on a different day. But again, this here is day 2. day 2, but we're going to be doing the afternoon of day 1, like I said. So I'm just kind of going through here. Look at we have a like and subscribe poll. I think we've got enough people here. We can get down to business. It's been 6 minutes. We got 132 people here, 74 likes already. But that still means half of you haven't done your job. Get down and hit that like button. Everybody on replay, make sure you hit the like button too. And if you're just stumbling across this because you're fascinated by the U.S. Coast Guard, public hearings, the Titan, or any combination of those three, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. And we have our like and subscribe poll for those that are watching us right now. And again, that's just a way of me reminding you to do those things. Hit the like and subscribe button, all the YouTubey stuff. How do you feel about the hearing so far? This is presuming you watched day 1 or you're joining later and you just go, oh my God, there's a poll up. I should take it. It's a tie ball game. There's 90 votes and it is a 4-way tie for first place within a statistical margin of plus minus. Basically. How do you feel about the hearing so far? Well, at this point, 27% of you said I've got a sinking feeling about it. Also, 27% of you say everyone's under a lot of pressure. And 22% of you say the Coast Guard has a titanic task ahead. And 24% of you say makes a splash but lacks atmosphere. Sorry, that was as creative as I could get on I got to step up my game because I got to do that for 7 more days. So I got to come up with 7 more of these. So I gotta work on my game. That's really all there is to do. We're going to be covering this for the next 8 or 9 days. So let's get after it, shall we? Today, this is our today I'm talking about, not the Coast Guard today. The afternoon of day 1, there's 2 witnesses that we're going to be watching. And those 2 witnesses are, first, we're going to be hearing from, what's her name? Bonnie Carl, Miss Bonnie Carl. And Bonnie Carl is the former OceanGate. She's a former OceanGate human resources / financial director. Now, that's an odd combination to have someone in HR also be the financial director. So it's like the human resources and accounting division. 2 completely different skill sets doing the same job. The next person we're going to be hearing from is a man named Tim Catterson. And Tim Catterson, he actually gives a fairly lengthy testimony. And he is the former OceanGate contractor. Now, when we finish the afternoon of day 1 and begin on day 2, the Coast Guard actually is going to spend the entire day 2, morning and afternoon, with 1 witness. And it's the witness that I'm wanting to see. Of all the other witnesses, he's the one I want to see. They're going to be talking to Mr. David Lockridge, who is also the former OceanGate operations director. And if you watched the show yesterday or you've seen previous coverage, he's the one that was insisting there needs to be more safety testing done on the hull. There might be problems with the safety of the hull, and he was fired and involved in a lawsuit with OceanGate. He is going to be the only witness on day 2 for the Coast Guard. So we'll watch about half of that today, and then we'll watch the second half tomorrow. But that, I believe, is going to be the testimony of the hearings. So let's find out how all of this goes. We're going to start next with Ms. Bonnie Carl, the human resources and financial. That is so weird. I'm waiting to hear what's happening. We got everything locked and loaded and ready to go as far as the emotional support potato pig dog cam. We are 2.5 weeks into our what's the word? I can't think of it in English. It's weird when you've been in it. Let's see, 5 days from now will be 36 years in Korea. Consecutive. That's the word I was looking for. 36 years in Korea. Next week. So 5 days from now will be my 36th anniversary in Korea. And I just forgot the word consecutive. We've had 2.5 consecutive weeks of emotional support potato pig dog cam. If we get to that particular tier and we unleash the emotional support potato pig dogs on you, we've got them both here, 1 on each side of me. And we're locked and loaded and ready to go if that happens. So super chat, gift membership, buy memberships, whatever. And if we get to that point, we get to that point. All righty, let's embiggen. We've got to set up 1.25 speed, and let's go. Whoa, thumbs up, dude. You're on. You're on, Chief. It's up to you. That's not what I want to do. That's what I want. Come on, bro. You're up. Talk.
This hearing is now back in session.
There we go. Oh, yeah, we got to boost this.
We will now hear virtual testimony from Ms. Bonnie Carl,
Go up
former
to
Human Resources
400%. 500. We'll go to 500%.
Lieutenant Steele will administer the oath.
Good afternoon. Could you please stand
I am standing.
and raise your right hand?
She's zooming in for her testimony. I like that. Please stand. I am standing. She's going to be a barrel of laughs, isn't she? I am standing. She should have said, I am not a cat. Just absolutely no emotion on her face. That kind of startled me there for a minute. She said, I am standing. Why are you questioning whether or not I am standing? Trust me, I am standing. All right. Sorry, Bonnie. You're probably a wonderful person. Let's find out.
I am standing.
And raise your right hand. A false
Abby
statement
was
given
great.
to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine, and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Oh, she's got kung fu movie dubbing going on.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Thank you for joining us today for this testimony. I'm going to pass the questioning to the first round of questioning will be conducted by Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons at this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you.
Thank you for being
Yes.
here virtually. And if you need a break at any time, please just let us know and we can take a pause. All of my questions are related to your background and your experience with OceanGate as the Director of Human Resources, Finance Administration, and your duties as pilot and training. If we need to pull up an exhibit, we will put up an exhibit on the monitor and it should show on your virtual desktop. But if it doesn't, just let us know. Before we begin, I would also like to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. So Ms. Carl, can you talk to us about your work history background and what you did before you were hired on at OceanGate?
I am a certified public accountant with the state of Washington. I worked in public accounting for 4 years and then went to a cabinet manufacturing company and was the assistant controller there for 12 and a half years.
All right, just because at least her qualifications are more on the financial side than the human resources side. So she is a CPA, she's a certified public accountant, but just because you're a certified public accountant doesn't mean that you have access to great streaming computers, microphones, audio, all that sort of thing. I don't know how long she talks, but ooh, that's audio is going to be hard to listen to. How long does she go? Oh, not very long. Good. 6:23. Okay, so she's going to go for about 30 minutes. So just deal with the audio for 30 minutes, people.
Then I went to work for OceanGate in 2017.
Perhaps subtitles will help.
Ms. Carl, I know you said you were standing earlier, but if you want to be seated, you can be seated. Just to let you know.
I prefer to stand.
I prefer to stand.
So when you started working for OceanGate, what were you initially hired to do for the company?
The job description that was online was actually for a bookkeeping type position, but I decided anyway, because I'm a scuba diver and OceanGate sounded really cool to me. So I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and just maybe have a conversation with them. I got a call back from Neil McCurdy to talk about the position. And he said that due to my background, they would like to change what they had initially intended to do for this position. So when I got hired on, it was a higher level position than just a bookkeeper. I came in and was doing accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, human resources, and other high level accounting, with the assumption that later on I would help with safety diving and potentially become a pilot in training.
Why is she doing this over Zoom? I don't
Thank
know.
you.
You'll have to ask her. I can't
We're
help
gonna
you out
switch
there,
a little
Mary
bit to
Jane.
your roles as finance director and human resources. Can you explain to us the differences and the relationships between OceanGate Incorporated, OceanGate Expeditions, and OceanGate Foundation?
OceanGate Expeditions was the company that ran all the to trips like the Titanic trip and the Andrea Doria trip. OceanGate Inc. was where the subs were made, submersibles were made, and all the payroll ran through. OceanGate Foundation was a 501c3, is my understanding, that dealt with ocean education, and Wendy Rush mainly took care of that. I didn't have anything to do with the foundation.
Yeah, rip audio borderline unwatchable. Like I said, she only talks for about 30 minutes, and the less I talk, the faster she sits down. But yeah, it's perhaps that's why she only testifies for 30 minutes. Perhaps like we can't listen to this. But let's find out what she's got to say.
Please define for us what an investor is and what a mission specialist is and how they are different from each other.
By investor, I assume you're talking about a shareholder?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So there were multiple shareholders in OceanGate Inc. They actually owned
Multiple
stock
shareholders.
or preferred stock.
Right.
So they were owners in the company. There were a few employees that were also owners in the company.
All right. I'm sure what she has to say is really, really interesting, but if this doesn't sort itself out here in a few minutes, I'm just going to make the command decision, because I am the captain now, to just skip her testimony, because I now have to officially disagree with D. Pratt's borderline unwatchable. It is unwatchable. It's not borderline unwatchable. It's unwatchable, but I'm going to give it 2 or 3 minutes to sort itself out. And if it doesn't, we'll just skip it.
Raj, Neil McCurdy. I mean, this may have been, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that like us, we're gonna check out and stop paying.
The mission specialists were, for all intents and purposes, paid customers that were paying money to go on one of the expeditions. Titanic, Andrea Doria, one of those.
In the shareholder process, you went into a little bit, but can you kind of explain to us how shareholders were recruited? Can you kind of explain how that process worked?
Most of the shareholders, as I understood it, were friends and family of Stockton and Wendy Rush. Had some sort of connection with them prior, whether it was a friend or they'd gone to school together, something along those lines. I didn't deal with actual stock issuance. That was Doug Border. He took care of that stuff. I think Doug was also a shareholder as well.
And I know you said you kind of didn't deal with the stock part, but can you explain to us how the funds were received and distributed throughout the company from the shareholders and where those funds went?
When there was a stock issuance, basically checks would just come in the mail to us. We would cash them and add them to our operating fund. And then Doug Border took care of all the paperwork that needed to be filed with the state.
And when you joined the company, how was a mission specialist described to you?
A mission specialist was somebody who was going to pay to be on one of the missions, and they would somehow or another help, whether they were taking care of photography or they were a history expert or something along those lines, where they would help out in some nature or another with the expedition itself.
Okay. I think we're going to have to bear with this, because the questions that are being asked are very, very good. John Byrne says, can she stand up? She is standing up. She is standing up. When they asked her to take the oath, she said, I'm to stand. She said, I am standing. They said, you can sit down if you want. She said, I prefer to stand. So she is standing. Nope, she's standing. Please, people, what part of she's standing aren't you getting? Anyway, see, this is interesting that now they're asking her about these mission specialists, because he is saying that well, that's how he structured all of this. He structured it so everybody on his little submersible was a crew member. They were mission specialists, and they're asking the financial person about what was your understanding of mission specialist? Because we asked this question yesterday. Normally, if you were running something and you were having mission specialists, wouldn't you be paying the mission specialists rather than the mission specialists paying you $250,000 to do things?
And whose idea was it to designate people as mission specialists?
I don't know.
How were mission specialists specifically recruited for the company?
I don't know specifically how they were doing that. Joel Perry was the sales and marketing director. I know that his people were calling high wealth individuals, trying to get people on board, but the specifics, how they found those high wealth individuals, I don't know.
When you received a payment from a mission specialist, what were they specifically paying for?
It was a deposit on a future expedition.
And if they were paying for a future expedition, as you stated, where did the funds go? For example, did the funds get set aside in like an escrow account until the client was on board, or did their payments fund operations and projects at the company? Can you kind of explain that process?
The funds went into our regular checking account.
Yeah, that was me dropping something onto the keyboard, in case you were wondering. Right at the most interesting part.
Were mission specialists required to sign a waiver or release a liability form?
Yes, but I never saw anyone sign anything when I was taking money from mission specialists. It was very early on. This was in 2017. So we hadn't even finished building Titan at that point.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say you did have a waiver form when you were taking payments?
No, I never saw a waiver form, not that early on. I assumed that would be signed later once the dive was actually happening and whoever put up their deposit was actually going to go on Titan.
So to your knowledge, they saw, or you assume they saw a waiver form when they were actually going to conduct the mission?
That's my assumption. I don't know for sure.
We're kind of going to switch and talk about your pilot and training roles. Can you take me through the communication process within the company? How are projects briefed and discussed between the different divisions, such as operations and engineering?
We would have weekly meetings with all of the directors of the different departments to discuss different items and where things were at and if we were running into any issues.
As the director of finance or a pilot in training, did you ever attend any of those project meetings?
Yes.
Can you kind of take us through the OceanGate process to become a pilot?
Well, the process to become a pilot was spending time with David Lockridge, who was the director of marine operations. He had a specific training module that he would go through to go through the sub, the pre-dive operations, actually getting it into the water off of the LARS, the launch and recovery system, and then piloting and getting it back onto the launch and recovery system. And
I give up. We're gonna skip her. I give up. She's talking about important stuff, but I'm gonna have to just find some time and go through it and summarize what she's talking about, because I just can't. The audio is just too bad, and I really hope that there's no one else that's streaming in that way. But before we get to the next witness, it was they keep. And they did it all during the morning session of day one. They keep comparing this to airplanes, this submersible to an airplane. Now they're going so far as to call the person that's at the controls the pilot. No, that's weird. But perhaps Stockton Rush just thought this was some sort of weird, like the Nautilus or something, is some weird underwater airplane, but clearly it wasn't. Probably it did about as well as an airplane underwater, but yeah, we're just going to skip her testimony. They got to the interesting parts, which was where did the money come from and where did you go? Oh, we just stuck in the company funds, and she's not aware of I can summarize. Mr. Billionaire was a cheap C word. Yeah, and that she didn't see the release forms. She assumed that they were going to be handled. They were handled closer to the actual missions. Oh, the sock snatcher says, I thought pilot meant something very specific in naval terms. Don't go thinking there's anything naval whatsoever to do with the submersible. We cleared that yesterday. There's nothing nothing naval or maritime really about this. They're just doing their own thing out there. And speaking of their own thing, the one thing I do want to mention, that I forgot to mention this at the beginning. Yesterday we had a commenter by the, and I don't know if you're here watching now, welcome. A comment by someone with Smokin with 3 M's, SMMM Oken. There was a comment left, and also that person left us, and by us I mean me, a $7 PayPal donation. So thank you very much for that, Smokin. That is much appreciated. And again, we have the super chats here, but we also, if you look down in the link, we've got alternatives, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, PayPal. We got them all. They're down there in the description. So, all right, we're gonna go start with the next witness. And again, the next witness who is there, so we'll have much better audio, is Tim Catterson, who is the former contractor for Ocean Gate. Come on, where are you? Oh, so okay, swear him in at 49. So we got to go ahead 2 more minutes. There we go.
Knowing that, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. Thank you for being here today. Commander Whalen is going to start off your line of questioning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. All of my questions are going to be related to your background and then to your contractor experience with Ocean Gate. I will be asking you questions, followed with Lieutenant Commander Williams. If you need to take a break, just please let me know and we will take a break for you. I'd first like to start off with, if you can at least tell me about a little bit more about your background with regards to submersible operations. Your personal background, education, history, work history.
Okay.
All good.
I'm a machinist by trade. I've been working with the manned submersible ROVs, Marines,
and we're playing everybody at 1.25
since about 1987. So it's kind of been a long road with marine research and marine science and integration, things like that. My machining background basically helps me to build devices, toys, samplers, things like that. It's like Toys R Us for the underwater world.
Oh my God, Toys R Us. Yeah, that's not what I want to hear.
Also, my background I don't have a paper trail by way of being an engineer, but I've had to do enough problems and sort out enough things that I do understand engineering. So, but it's just I don't have a trail of paper that says
What? Oh my. All right. This could get interesting. I don't have a paper trail saying I'm an engineer, but I've solved some problems before and I know how engineering works. If he says submarines are cool or something like that, I'm probably going to lose it.
ideal. Currently, I have my own business, which I supply gear, sampling equipment, things like that to various different companies. I also go out and do operations on ROVs. So I'm a technician for working on ROVs for the propulsion, some electronics.
Forward.
And then I also do manned submersibles. I've been working with manned submersibles since the 80s. So it's just kind of stayed with me. I've worked for companies like Triton, Ocean Gate, the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab. I've worked in New Zealand with a submersible that I actually had pretty much built, and that went there. That particular sub is the one that came back and was then owned by Ocean Gate, which is
how I actually was introduced to OceanGate. It's because they were seeking information on the operation and how to use the sub. So, and up till now, now I have a company that I work out of Tucson.
And have you ever received any formal manned pilot training
Recently, or
through your career?
Through all of them. I mean, when I worked with the Hawaii Industry Research Lab, I had training going for the operation on the Pisces boats. When I worked with Triton, I had, basically they knew I was a pilot, but every company that has a submersible, they require you to have training with their submersible. So it's every company I've gone to, if I'm going to be piloting for them, they have something that they want me to learn from them.
And when did you begin working with OceanGate?
I don't know the exact date, but I would say somewhere around 2003 or 2004, around then, I think.
That would be the year, not the date.
2004 with OceanGate.
Well, the first time I was called by both Stockton and Guillermo. They had just purchased a sub. It's called the Antipodes. It's an old Perry boat, PC 1503. It's been modified significantly, carries 5 passengers, a pilot and 4 passengers, and they had acquired it. This is the sub. Oops, sorry. This is the sub that I worked on. It was built specifically to operate in New Zealand in the Milford Sound area, and well, it didn't work out. So I ended up being made redundant. Came back home, went to work, and the sub basically disappeared for several years until it finally showed up again at OceanGate. And they've backtracked and found out that I was the one that did the build on it and operated. And so they asked me to come up and kind of explain the sub to them because they were very new at the submersible program that they were doing. This was their first big sub. So I went up and was planning to do like a training sequence with them, but they weren't quite interested in the full training sequence. He just wanted to see how it operates. So we did.
Okay. We need to pause here real quick. Tourette's Majestic, thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. It's been over a year. Wow. Does this man have a lawyer with him? Because I think he's going to need it after this. No paper trail for engineering is a new one. Well, if they hire him and they know it, there's no problem. But again, there's 2 things we got to consider here. There's essentially 2 types of engineers you're looking at when you're talking about a ship or a submersible like this. There's the engineers that fix things, that work on the engines, that put all the nuts and bolts and screws together. There's those engineers. But there's also the engineer, like the design engineer. Now, there's a big difference. There's a very big difference between those 2. In engineering, like a ship's engineer is something you can learn that on the job. You can go to like a maritime school, but you can also do it through apprenticeships or actual starting out as like an oiler and working your way up through the engineering ranks. But if you're talking about the design engineer, that's a whole different thing. That's like where engineering degrees and things like that are really important. But again, it's not like he lied on his application, I guess. They know who he was. They reached out, they hired him, and there's no real liability for him as far as that. I mean, he didn't hide anything. And OceanGate does have a lawyer that's sitting there. Not his lawyer. OceanGate has a lawyer there. Their paths are similar, but not necessarily in line with each other.
Rather short dive, and I wasn't able to show them quite as much as I thought would have been correct, but I did show them how to ride the bubble anyway.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that OceanGate owned?
Sorry.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that were owned by OceanGate?
I piloted I've done the Antipodes. I piloted that one a lot. I also piloted the Cyclops, the one that was the modified submersible that came from the Azores. That's it.
Did you ever pilot the Titan?
No.
And the Antipodes was ABS A1 classed?
Yeah, it's really hard to hear.
No, it is not, unless you're just old.
The Antipodes was ABS A1 classed.
Now, that is actually something I would expect a ship's engineer to say. Is, it's really hard to hear you because, and again, I don't know what this guy's deep background is, but if he spent any time on ships in engine rooms, he may have a hearing problem because engine rooms of ships are incredibly loud, and it's regular. We get cases from crewmen who are suing ship owners for loss of hearing later in life due to like spending 5, 10, 15, 20, sometimes 30 years in a very, very loud ship's engine room. So yeah, who knows, and Jake 80 bucks says, oh, and what about the guys that drive choo-choo trains? Are they not engineers? Well, that's why I said in the shipping world, there's two types of engineers, really. We limited it to that because there's all kinds of other engineers out there in the rest of the world, but we're talking about boats and things.
Yes, it is. Yes, still is.
So you're familiar with the classification societies and their roles in certifying vessels?
Yes.
Can you please describe to me the classification procedure for a submersible? Have you ever gone through a classification procedure for a submersible?
Yes, I have.
Can you please talk me through that?
So with ABS, I'm not done with anything with Lloyd's or anything like that. But
ABS is American Bureau of
process generally is you first make them aware that depending on what this is it a build, a new build, or is it a rebuild, or is it just a reclassing? So ABS is informed. They then have a surveyor that will come out, basically see what this process is or the program is. In the case of the subs that I've done, there's a sub that's in place, and they will come out and they'll do an inspection on it. After that, the sub is taken down to its individual parts.
They are
all
not
tanks,
maritime.
Anything that needs to be classified, calibrated, everything has to get their certifications for like gauges, all gauges, depth gauges, pressure gauges, hydraulic systems, tanks, any pressure vessels have all got to go through a test, and they get certified. At which point then all this data is then submitted back to ABS. Then the submersible, when it's reassembled.
I would like to thank Mr. Catterson personally for explaining what a classification society is, so I don't have to do it for the 900th time. Thank you very much, Catterson. And he's talking about ABS, which says the American Bureau of Shipping. One of my dear friends here in Korea is one of the muckety muck upper guys in ABS Busan office here.
They will come
ABS
out
people.
Usually, so it takes 3 trips for them. They'll come out a third time, and this then is to make sure that everything is correctly assembled. You'll do checks for piping leaks, electronic checks and proofs for like ground fault testing and whatnot. And then finally, when everything all is done, testing, like you have to do like a drop weight tests and various stability checks and all that. Once that's done, a working depth dive is done. Now, my past experience is that the surveyors always went on the dive, but lately I noticed that some of them don't wish to, and so we have to do it other ways, like take pictures, proof of depth, proof of functionality, and all this. So it's the whole process takes months, several months, probably about 4 months.
If everything goes
How
well,
fast you can get things organized.
And is this a common process for submersibles to be classed in the submersible industry?
Yep, let's say.
So with all your years of experience in the submersible industry, are the majority of submersibles that you operated, have they been classed?
Yes, yes.
Have any other than the Cyclops 1 not been classed
That I've worked
that
with?
you've operated?
None. They've all,
Oh, so that's very interesting. He's saying it's very common for the submersibles to be classed with the classification societies, the big inspection guys. The only two he's ever dealt with that weren't classified were both of the ones owned by Stockton Rush. So we're seeing some more behind the scenes here.
all been, I mean, that would have been the first one that it was not classed.
Were you aware that the Titan was not classed?
The Titan?
Titan.
Yes.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Rush regarding the classification procedure and or requirements for the Titan?
Yes.
Can you please tell me about that conversation?
They're usually rather short. They basically amounted to that the reason for the classification is basically that it's proof of due diligence. It's also primarily one of the ways that you can get insurance for the submersibles. That's one of the very big things, actually.
We talked about
this to him.
classification and insurance yesterday.
I guess that wasn't as big of a worry for him as it would be for most people. I don't know. I said my piece, and there it went. I mean, that's as far as it went.
So in your professional opinion, as a submersible pilot, would you recommend a submersible becoming classed?
Yes, certainly. That's
You better say yes.
Third-party opinion. It's like getting a second opinion from your doctor or something. It's
not really an opinion. They crawl all over it and check and certify things.
ABS is not supremely versed with manned submersibles, but that's not the point. What they do is have all these criteria and standardized checks and balances that they need to maintain. So they may not know how the sub works specifically, but they know that if your breaker panel, you have to have X amount of protections for either fusing or power overloads, or the hydraulic system. You need to prove that in fact that you can deliver the system pressure or the volumes that you need. Or in your pneumatic systems, you need to prove that you have life support to the degree that they have. Well, ABS has not come up with these standards. PVHO does this. PVHO is the pressure vessel for human occupancy. They've set standards for standard man, the requirements for life support that's needed. And pretty much verbatim, every testing or classing organization out there follows that literally to the word. So it's well known what you need to have. And so ABS is basically that third party that proves, because they check, they say, yes, this is what we have, this is what you need to do. And so it goes to the very end. So it's
you said to check
1.25 by a third party.
Talking slow.
And since the purchase of the Antipodes from OceanGate, which was approximately 2010, do you know how many times you worked as a contractor for OceanGate?
How many times?
Roughly.
In the very beginning, I was called up several times a year. I would go up for maybe 2 weeks. And then as they got more acquainted with the Antipodes, not as much. I was usually called in when there was kind of something maybe larger going on, a dive that required more than just going down and looking, I suppose you could say. If we were going to go to do a survey or to do just, it was anything that was a little bit more than their usual thing, diving in outside of Everett.
In your time as a contractor with OceanGate, how would you describe their workplace environment that you observed?
The workplace environment was actually quite good. They always made sure that, there was a space, that the places were cleaned up. I mean, like operation for a warehouse or things like that, because that's usually where you work on the subs. In the warehouse and in places like that, they would make sure that if you were doing lifting procedures, you would get help. And then as it moved out to other projects, they often had toolbox talks, about safety and wearing your, protective, devices and things like that, helmets, steel-toed shoes. So they were quite aware about, maintaining a safe working environment for the people there. Oftentimes, well, I mean, when I was in the warehouse, sometimes I probably wasn't wearing my steel-toed shoes, but they did have a protocol, albeit sometimes loose, but they did have a process of trying to keep people from getting hurt. That's quite true, they did.
Well, unless they happen to be the people that paid to go in the submersible.
While at OceanGate, did you ever work with Mr. David Lockridge?
Oh, yes, David, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Lockridge?
I met him actually when he came over in the very beginning to try out as a kind of a test for OceanGate to see, if there was a job there. I mean, at the time he was living over in Scotland. So he had come over.
Hey, Scottish people represent.
Interviewed and was basically just wanting to see if he was a fit for him. So I've known him since he started. I was there before, and
he does look like
when
James.
he was working there. And
were you aware of, and did you have any part in the inspection record that he produced to Mr. Rush in the early 2018?
No, I've never seen it, nor have I gotten to read it, but there were some, things that, of course, we talked about.
They all would have survived if they would have been wearing steel-toed boots.
He had issues, and I had issues, and we all we did discuss things, and so I'm assuming some of those discussions were probably in his paper, but I don't know.
What were some of the issues that you had that you discussed with Mr. Lockridge?
Well, I think I couldn't tell when Bonnie was talking, but she was saying something about the O-ring groove.
We couldn't tell anything that Bonnie was saying, so don't feel bad, buddy.
And on that face, so the O-ring groove was a dovetail groove. I cut them. I know what they are. I machine them and I make them, and they are built as a specific.
I don't know if this
to
guy was
maintain
fired.
an
You're
O-ring
probably
from
thinking of the next witness, Dave Lockridge.
getting loose once they've been put in place. That's all fine and good, but the process that they did to cut the O-ring groove, it means that you have to bring a dovetail cutter, which is wider at the bottom than it is at the top, down into the groove to cut this. And on this particular one, usually what you would do is you would get a cutter that the bottom of the head is a smaller diameter than the overall width of the top of the groove. So you could fit it down in, cut the dovetail, which means you'd have to do several passes, and then you would come out, and what that would leave is a groove on the top, which is unblemished, and the dovetail down beneath. But this one was done apparently with a much larger cutter. It was titanium, so maybe there was just issues about that. I don't know. But when they did a plunge cut, where they cut the groove first, and then did a plunge cut with the dovetail down to the bottom, which you could then go around the entire O-ring's face, and then at one point there would be a hole that breached the edges of the O-ring groove. That's where the cutter was put down in, and then the grooves were cut, and then it was removed back out that hole. So that means on that face of the O-ring groove on the inside, there were divots. I don't know if that makes sense, but I can draw it up for you if you like.
It makes perfect sense. Now, that was the original Titan hull back in 2017. So
that was that was the first and only of those two end caps.
Of the end caps, correct?
Yes.
So, or end rings, we'll call them, the titanium rings.
The end rings themselves. Okay, so you're asking about?
So what I'm asking is, so that was, you had witnessed that in the old the first Titan hull.
Yes.
Correct. And since you have worked and contracted by OceanGate with the new or final Titan hull, correct?
The final Titan, yes, there were two hulls. Okay,
Two carbon fiber hulls.
Yes, the end caps remain the same.
Were correct. So that was the same in 2018 as it was in
They were
23.
Yes, they were exactly the same holes. Yes, they were the same.
Throughout your years with OceanGate, were you involved in any domestic missions with OceanGate, so operating as a pilot domestically within the United States
You mean for the Titan?
for Cyclops 1 or Antipodes?
I did, yes, I did projects with them. We dove in Monterey Bay. We did dives. Well, I didn't do any dives on that one, but we went out to the, oh shoot, what is that one? It's the one just offshore of the
Witless Bay? Is that where we were
in
before? We were in
Massachusetts.
Witless Bay?
The
The
Andrea
Andrea
Doria.
Doria. Okay. yeah,
Can you
sorry.
tell me more about the Andrea Doria mission?
Yeah.
I was doing surface communications on that one, so I didn't do the dive, but I mean, I was out on that operation. So,
And did that Andrea Doria mission have any mission specialist support?
yeah, well, let's see, it was, there was Dave, there was Stockton, there was Renata, and I don't know. I think there were 5 people, but I only kind of remember the 3.
And do you remember anything in particular with that dive? Was that a successful dive? Was it characterized as a
Well,
successful dive?
The first dive, they did 2 tries on it. The first dive that they went, there's a current out there. I mean, the Andrea Doria is known to be a scuba diver graveyard. There are currents out there, and they did a dive, and basically they underestimated the current, and they got pulled off and couldn't reach the ship, couldn't get to it. So then we were brought back up, recovered, and brought in closer. And then they dropped down. I mean, it's only like 200 some odd feet. So they dropped back down, they got close to the bottom, and then did manage to work their way up to some portion of the hull of the Andrea Doria. I don't know which side, I don't know much details about it, but they did find the ship at least, you know.
The sea is always right.
Were you made aware of it while any time during that dive that they may have gotten entangled with the Andrea Doria?
That they had to do
That they had been entangled or had maybe an emergency
Um,
situation with the Andrea Doria?
I heard that they got stuck in the mud.
Oh,
like
good.
Which the skids on the Titan were basically these big flat plates, and when you land, they're okay. They'll sit there like skis, but if you try to move them around, if you move while they're on the bottom, what happens is the sand or mud, whatever, piles up on top of the skids. I was led to believe that they had done something like that, and they got their skids stuck in the sand and mud, which basically means, you know, you just have to kind of rock it to get it out of there. I've done the same thing before on different subs where you just sit down and the vacuum under the skids, it holds you there. And so you basically have to be aware of it and then do some maneuvers to get, you know, out of that mud and sand. So that's what I understood.
Mr. Catterson, just for the record, you said Titan. Is this a Cyclops that we're talking
Oh,
about?
sorry. Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I know it's the big one, the big eye one.
Thank you, sir. So now I'd like to move on to the Titanic expeditions and your role as a contractor in the Titanic expeditions, and start with 2021. Were you on board expedition 2021 at any time?
I went out on all 3 years of expeditions. I didn't go out on every trip out per expedition. So they had usually 5 weeks. They would go out and do 5 different sections. I was usually there for 2 or 3. It's just, you know, to trade out. So the first 2 years, I was there as a safety diver. Basically, to help if there's some issues with getting the sub on the LRT, which was generally the case.
No, so they had problems.
My job was
recovery
basically as a
vehicle.
diver standby. So if they were coming up and they were in,
It's these little comments, I think, that are more telling than the lengthier testimony they give. Just these little offhand comments. Like we mentioned earlier, I think did I star it? Oh yeah, Mr. Case, I understand where he's coming from, but he's not helping his case. I wonder why those conversations never went very far, because they were talking about his conversations he had with Stockton Rush, the owner of OceanGate, and he's saying, "Yeah, well, I did, but they never went very far." And that was the same thing that our first witness said yesterday. The director of engineering was saying you would go in, you would say what you had to say, and Stockton Rush would tell you to pound sand. He didn't want to hear it. So these conversations are very short. I tell him what the problem is. I tell him what we need to do, and he says, "Okay, now go away." And just like what he was saying here, these little comments where he's saying, if the submersible had trouble getting into the recovery vehicle, I'd help out with that. He said, which it usually did. So that one little throwaway comment lets you know that there's a problem with the vehicle getting into the recovery platform. These little throwaway lines are very, very telling. They really do kind of peel back the curtains a little bit and let you see things that you ordinarily wouldn't know and they wouldn't testify to in normal situations. These little throwaway lines are not necessarily unimportant.
In rough enough, well, the water might have been rough enough so that so the LRT, to make it work, to be functionally well working, the LRT should be low enough in the water so that the water's not moving the sub around when they come in for a landing. There were times when they had the cabling that was supporting the platform onto the surface, coupling it to the surface, were too short. And so sometimes the sub was a little squirrely trying to get it into position and place. So and more often than not, that was the times when I was going into the water to help them guide the sub in, to make sure that they could latch in and then recover. There was perhaps 2 times when they dropped weights and the mechanism didn't function, quite well. So they released the weights, but the weight didn't go away.
I'll get to those in just a few seconds.
And
sorry, guys.
Okay, sorry. And so there was some cases like that where I'd go in and cut them loose, and so they can square up and land.
So you've used the acronym LRT. Can you tell me what LRT means?
The LRT, that's actually my term for it, because when I worked for the university, we called it the LRT, but it's a LARS. It's a launch and recovery platform, or launch, recovery, and transport.
So we know in 2023 that one of your positions was as the platform operator. So you're very familiar with the launch and recovery system.
Yes.
Can you please tell me and tell us about how it worked and its dimensions and the purpose of it?
Okay, so they had it, the LARS for OceanGate was pneumatically controlled. The idea that it's a good idea if it could have been implemented well, but the idea is to try to make this so that it's a diverless recovery and launch. That was the ultimate goal, was to work in that direction. So the platform was controlled pneumatically from the surface. There was an umbilical that went down to the platform, controlling both the vent valves and the flood valves. Right, so a person could virtually on the surface drive the platform up or down. It sounds like a great plan, but almost inevitably it's hard to replace a person that is down there that actually can see what's going on exactly, compared to being on the surface and doing certain steps, and for the most part, I think hoping that every time that it comes up exactly as it's supposed to. That's the hard part.
Hoping, not expecting.
When I worked in Hawaii, they had an LRT also. It carried 3 support divers. There was a pilot on the LRT. Literally, he could watch and see everything. This particular one was doing the same thing, but you were on the surface and you cannot actually tell exactly what's going on down there. So it's, like I said, the idea was a nice idea. And I suspect that if more work and development went into it, it would probably be a great idea. But at the time, you're still trying to look through water and to see what's going on. You don't actually know.
Do you remember what missions you were on in 2021?
On what?
Do you remember what missions you were on for the Titanic expedition in 2021?
So the first year I was on the last two. The second one, I think I was on the last two as well. I was usually there at the end. And then on the third and final one,
I'll be right back. The
I
dog
think
needs
I
water.
did 3. Yeah.
You had mentioned some drop weight issues, and while you were the diver, can you talk to me a little bit more about those drop weight issues that you were there that you witnessed?
Well,
And do you remember the dive number offhand?
it would have been on the 2021, 2022 on one of the dives, during the 2 trips that I was out. They were making an ascent and it was just coming up quite slow. So there's a point where the first 2,000 meters, basically in seawater, due to the temperature change, the buoyancy from surface to about 2,000 meters down, the density of the water changes the most. Once you get past 2,000 meters, it pretty much flat lines almost all the way down to the bottom. But the first 2,000 meters changes density, meaning you have to calculate your drop weights and ballast to accommodate that 2,000 meters. Basically, the water is getting thicker and heavier the deeper you go. So you need to, as you're dropping through the water column, you need to have enough weight to make sure that you'll still maintain a negative ballast if you're going to go deeper to get past that 2,000 meters. Generally, that's as an example, a 10-ton sub or a 15-ton sub. That's all displacement. That's how you know the weight of the sub. It's what it will displace. And for around 10 to 15 tons, you basically need, if it's neutral at the surface, by the time you get down to 2,000 meters, you need to have about 200 pounds more weight. It's changed that much over that volume. So it's making a long story. Now I'll cut to the chase. They didn't have quite as much, they didn't have enough weight as they were coming up with the ballast. And so it came up to a point where the sub became neutral. All right. So you have to dump some more weight. And they did. They dropped some more weight. And then it started coming up more and more. But then they got to, again, they only were able to drop 70 pounds or something like that. That's what I believe it was once they got up. That's not enough to do what they needed to have happen. So the sub was coming up and getting, literally it was going to be stuck at somewhere around, I think they were between 15 and 1,700 meters. So the belly of the sub has these weights that you can jettison the whole thing. Nobody wants to do it because that literally will end your dive trip, because this is part of the assembly. It's an emergency drop weight.
Sorry.
They needed to go and do the emergency drop weight. One side of it let loose and it swung down and they dropped their weights and up they came. Half of it was still connected. It swung down, which
that's not good.
Okay, yay, they didn't have to replace this. It came up, but now it was hanging below the sub. And so I had to go into the water and re-pull it back up into place and secure it. So otherwise they couldn't land on the LRT. So yeah,
that sounds less than
ideal.
ideal.
There was a buoyancy issue. And it was enough that they, went through their other procedures and, he was prepared to drop it. And they did, but it didn't completely release.
Do you know who was the pilot on that dive?
Me?
Do you know who the pilot was on the dive?
It was either Stockton or Scott. I'm not sure.
I'd like to talk about Expedition 2023. When did you come on board Expedition 2023?
I came in on the last 3 trips out. So The first two, Ryan was running the LRT, and then he basically had to go home. And so I came out and finished up the rest of that. So that would have been the last 3 trips out.
And what's Ryan's last name?
Where is he at that time?
What is his last name? Last name.
Oh, Stockfleet.
Okay. In 2021 and 2022, there were significantly more OceanGate employees aboard the expedition, especially then we're on for mission 5. Do you know why this was the case? Or were you aware of why there was less employees than previous years?
Stockton fired them all.
Don't really. My connection with OceanGate was a couple of times, a couple of weeks each year. So I didn't really.
Were you paid for your services in 2021 and 2022 on the expeditions?
Was I paid?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you paid on Expedition 2023?
Yes.
Did you feel in Expedition 2023 that OceanGate staffing was sufficient to ensure safety?
Well, I think training and operations at sea could have been better. Look, most of the time they do their operations, they're operating out of Everett. They're doing training and seamanship and how to do all of this. But Everett is like a bathtub compared to going out into the North Atlantic. And it is different. It's more demanding. It's harder. We had fog. We had all sorts of things which hardly any of them actually got to practice with when they're at Everett. Yes.
Because fog is so important when you're underwater.
They're going out onto the ocean. Great. They are seeing chop in some seas. But it's not like going out and basically getting hammered sometimes out in the North Atlantic. So I would say that the training was up to par for where they were working with. But once you stepped out into you just stepped into the barrel of a gun. It's just bigger out there. And so I think the training probably didn't reflect as good of a base of knowledge for out there. That's just an opinion.
Maybe I misheard something, but he said the training was sufficient, but it wasn't sufficient. You think where they did their training was okay there, but you get out of the North Atlantic and the weather's worse, and it was weird. He chose fog as the example of how things get worse. The wind and the waves and just the general weather in the North Atlantic can be very, very severe. He sort of mentioned being battered by waves, but that would make more sense than bringing up fog. And that would be the training for the people on the launch vessel, or rather than the people in the submersible. So it was kind of interesting. It was weird testimony.
So regarding the support vessel, so in 2021 and 2022, the support vessel was the Horizon Arc.
You see, the support vessel is the one that would be affected by the wind and the waves, and fog is nothing. That's why you have radar. Whatever.
Yes.
In 2023, the support vessel was the Polar Prince.
The Polar Prince, yes. Correct.
Can you talk to me about the different modes and methods at which the Titan was operated off of those vessels?
You mean what are my thoughts on the shipboard stuff?
On the storage and logistics of one, from having the Titan and the Lars on the aft end of the ship to towing it to and from the Titanic.
This is interesting. Great success. It should have been a red flag the moment someone needed to bolt your hatch shut. That's just of every submersible I know of. They bolt you in. It's a pressure thing. You need to be secure in there. Things need to be bolted in, screwed in tight. So yeah, it's not just like spin the wheel and open the door kind of thing. So yeah, it's actually a thing. Bolting you in is a thing.
That's a hard call. Again, just my opinion, but on the Arctic, they had a ramp off the stern and with tuggers, and they would literally pull the LRT up this ramp and bring it up onto the back deck of the ship.
Well, they did get bolted in.
Frankly, I think it
23
probably
bolts.
took a bigger beating coming up that ramp, getting it positioned, getting it on the ramp, and pulling it up and sitting it up on the back deck than what it saw riding around, splashing around on the LRT, truthfully. When you're on the LRT out in the water, you're doing this, but it's not this. You're just getting tossed all around. But when we were pulling it up that ramp, there were definitely some hits. It's, steel against steel. And when it was brought up, it's now bump, 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 bump. I think it probably took more hits on the Arctic than the Polar Prince, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's a longer tow, and so you're getting at cyclic fatigue. I don't know. It's the order of magnitude, whether you have a lot of small hits or a couple of big hits. Not quite sure how they balance out, but again, just my opinion. I think it was a rougher ride there.
While you were on board Expedition 2023, how would you describe the weather conditions?
Well, none of them were good. None of the days were good. For the most part, well, as you well know, that last dive was the only dive that they actually made, of any consequence to any depth. All the rest of them, they were weathered out.
I'd say it had a pretty big
It
consequence.
was pretty much all the way through, waiting on weather. There were fogs. I mean, it's an accepted rule that you don't launch or recover, whether it's ROVs or HOVs. You don't do operations if you don't have at least a kilometer of visibility.
Okay,
that. And
all right, that actually does make sense. That makes sense in that there's always someone out there that's not paying attention, and you want to be aware of your surroundings as much as possible. When I was saying fog isn't a factor, that was oversimplification. If you have zero visibility, you pretty much don't do anything. You just hope that people hear your foghorns and that nobody hits you. And so if they're going to be going through the process of launching this submersible, they don't need somebody that's not paying attention to their radar or whatnot to come steaming through where you are. So I get that they want to have at least a kilometer of visibility. So, but if you can see for a kilometer, is it really that foggy?
there were times when the fog was, visibility was maybe 100 foot at best. So those days were weathered out.
100 foot visibility.
Dive.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to launch.
That final day, on the 18th, that was the first day that we had where I saw the sun. The fog was gone. The ocean was calm. It's like, I don't know, somebody just blessed it that day or whatever, because it was.
Well, clearly nobody
like,
blessed it
like
that day.
Diving day.
Everybody died.
The water was flat. Everything was good. So we went ahead.
I would say they
With
were
regards to
blessed.
that day. Can you start?
I would argue they whoever does the blessing was blessing all of the days that you weren't able to launch. And then they just said, all right, you want to go through it? We're withdrawing our blessings. And then they went through the last day where everybody died.
From the pre-dive brief, and tell me about the period leading up to the commencement of the dive.
Well, the pre-dive, OceanGate had a very long, extensive pre-dive. From any of my experience, I mean, when I'm doing subs, there is a pre-dive check that you do, and you go through and you understand what's needed. But this seemed to be, because there were so many things in motion, it was a rather large and complicated procedure. We started at 4 a.m. that day, and We launched at 8 o'clock. So there was essentially like almost 4 hours worth of pre-diving and prepping and getting things up and going. I'm not used to that sort of procedure. It's like there were so many things that had to be looked at and checked and over. It's not their subs do not have that many things to check over and over and over, but we did. And that also includes the LRT, the platform. There's a whole checklist for it as well. So all this thing is going in tandem. And by the time we got it all done, everybody was loaded. The hatch was secured.
Now he's complaining there was too much preparation. I don't want to be overcritical of this guy, but he's just giving stream of consciousness testimony, or he's just saying whatever, getting processed and coming out of his mouth. It's a lot of before and after isn't matching up.
And it was 8 o'clock, and this was like one of the first times I've ever seen where we actually managed to launch at exactly the time we had scheduled for. Normally we'd be running late, just because there's so many things to check and then recheck. And but so the process went. The LRT was set up to ready to go. The sub then was finally set up and ready to go, and then we did the launch at 8:05 or something. I think that's what the log says.
And what was your responsibility on that day?
I was running the platform again, so I was going. Basically, I did all the dive checks for the platform, which I had done. Took 15, 20 minutes. It's not that hard. At which point, then I also did work with helping them, get the sub ready, or if somebody needed a pair of hands to shift, possibly to shift the ballast around on the LRT to make it sit square, or deploying the buoys and stuff like that. Deploying the buoys, generally you needed somebody a bit stronger. So, I was setting off the buoys were a buoy, and then there's an anchor and a lock at the bottom, so the LRT drops down and sits on a 4-point subsurface. So those anchors are they were basically big chain links, and they're kind of hard to wrestle with. So I was doing that as well. So I just had the horsepower.
And this was dive 88. So during dive 88, was there any issues or problems with any of the materials or the sub or the launch recovery system?
No. Actually, it was an amazing day. Everything was just boom. It just took a long time, but there were no red flags. It's like I said, the sun came out, everybody just got blessed or whatever. So it was a good day. We were on time. We did the launch. And then he took off.
And did you have any communications with any of the crew members of the Titan Submersible?
Did I?
Yes.
We had radio on board. So I was assigned into the dinghy, so I'd spent literally since 4 o'clock till they launched out there, either working on the LRT or positioning things or whatever. And so we had radios in the dinghy. So I was in contact with sometimes people that were working in and around the sub, if they needed something, a tool, or to check if the thrusters are rotating, make sure people are all clear, and for just doing checkups and things. So yes, I had a radio that I could talk into the cab of the sub. I could also talk to the ship.
And what were your communications that day?
Well,
oh my God, would you hurry up? That was his
communications to the sub, because when they finally get everything all sorted out, they need to go through systems checks, thrusters, lights, air, pumps, everything. And so you try to do that before the passengers come out, because they just don't.
Thank you for saying that, Mary Jane. I was trying not to.
Thing to have thrusters running when there are people that don't really know exactly what this is all about. So we were getting this done before they ever even came out. So I was on the outside doing lights check, checking with the the acoustic, you give it a little scratch and see if they can hear you on the inside. Basically getting it ready. So I was in contact with that. They would say, can you check to make, are the thrusters clear? Is everything ready for chess? And yes.
Did you have any communications with the passengers?
No.
Yeah, that was the question.
Well, the person I was talking to would either be the pilot or somebody that's working on the sub, but no, the passengers weren't even out there yet. Literally, they were still on the ship.
Did you have any communications with the passengers after they had come out to the submersible?
They didn't. You're talking about other times, I suspect, right?
No. So on dive 88, as you're in the rigid hull inflatable acting as the platform operator, and the passengers get brought out with the other rigid hull inflatable vessel.
Yeah, they come out on another dinghy,
Mhm.
and they get out, and then I helped even get them, to safely get around the dome, because the back aft end of the LRT is slanted, and so I wasn't crazy about that. Anyways, I helped them get around, and then they got into the sub. At that point, then the sub is secured, and
I just meant communication as they were approaching. Like you just said, like you just stated, you were assisting them to get around.
No, other than throw me the tagline or something like that. But no, it's just
okay.
They were coming in on a different boat. I was basically at the end of the LRT with several other people. They're going to come up and throw a bow line to me and pull them in and secure it, and so then people can start crawling out of the boat. That's pretty much the sum total of that communication.
Okay. And then what was the next step? So after the passengers get into the submersible, then what happens?
The dome is secured, which is a process, but it's secured, and then it's bolted closed. And then we did a test. Yes, we did that even for the dive too. So we did a test where we pulled vacuum to make sure that the O-ring seals. And then in fact, we did pull the vacuum on the hull a little bit, just so they could test to make sure that the O-ring is seating. So we pulled the vacuum on that, and then I disconnected it, locked everything up, and then that was put back in the boat. And they would look at the barometer on the inside to see if there was any changing in air pressure. And there was no leaks. So they were all good with that.
And if there were to be an issue or a problem, would they have radioed that to you?
Yes. Yeah, they would have, the dive would have been aborted until it was fixed. That was part of their process, their system of checks that.
No, nobody's facing criminal charges.
It had to be in place.
So what was your next step? So the passengers have been loaded, everybody's been bolted in. What was the next step for you as the platform operator?
After that, everybody that came in, so that there would have been two boats out there now, the boat that I was in and working with, and the boat that brought the passengers. So then everybody would leave the platform, and it is, for all practical purposes, it's ready to dive at this point. There were some stop chocks that you need to pull out so that the sub can get out of the saddle, and that of course was done early on. So we all left, and at that point, I wait until I get the command to they're ready to launch. So that means the pilot is going through system checks in the subs now. Now that everything's closed up, he's getting everything up and running. Sonar, communications, thrusters, everything is coming live on the sub. And I'm basically waiting until they are ready to dive.
And at the point at which they did, on this day, they did dive. Can you tell me?
Yeah, they did.
Is there a
they
is there
didn't
a signal that is a normal signal that the dive is commencing from the submersible, or do you just hear over the radio?
You mean for me to submerge the platform?
Yes.
I get that from the ops director on the ship.
So you got that from the ops director, and then what happened?
I was told they're ready to dive. So at that point, then I make sure everybody's clear, and then I start venting the tanks. And the LRT basically sinks below the waves, and along with it, the sub goes down to the bottom, at which point now no longer my radio does not work to anybody on the sub. So as soon as they're down there, I lose communications. So the ship and the sub will establish communications by their acoustic link. Their acoustic link, it's, and their communications is set up by going through an acoustic modem. So once that's established, I have no control over anything at that point. Now it's all between the ship and the sub. They're in communications, and at which point the pilot says that all systems are go, we are ready to dive. And they're given permission by the ship to do so, which they will then come out of the saddle, drive out, and commence their dive.
Once they've come out of the saddle, as you stated, do they normally resurface?
Yes.
They normally resurface to make communications with yourself, or?
Well, so once the sub leaves the LRT and drives off, 10 meters, 15 meters, they start their dive. The LRT platform is empty, at which point I'm told from the ship that the submersible is now, they've started their dive. I'm clear to recover the LRT. So at that point, then I bring it back up to the surface, where we will wait there until the submersible passes 1,000 meters.
Okay.
So we stay there with the platform ready just in case, I don't know, something is going to go wrong, and then they have to, abort the dive and come back up. So we basically stay there and wait until they reach 1,000 meters, which we did. And after that, they told us that they've passed 1,000 meters. It's time you can come in now. So that's basically at that point, I secure the LRT and we head back in and I have breakfast.
So on June 18th, 2023, at what time did you approximately arrive back at the Polar Prince?
Back to the boat.
Back to the vessel after the Titan had departed.
They launched at 8. It was probably, I think we were out there. I may have been able to get back to the ship maybe about 8:45, maybe a little bit later, but it was about right around there. It was at least a half hour before, they get to their 1,000 meters. It's usually the case. And they called in. Since I was, kind of diving and wrestling with things, I wasn't wearing a watch. So I don't know exactly, but it was, the time it takes them to get to 1,000 meters. So 20 minutes to 30 minutes, at which point then I go back to the ship. Also at which time I'm off duty. So I just basically went and got something to eat. And I'd spent out there on the water since 4 that day. So everything, I was cold and ready to get warmed up and have some breakfast. So that's what I did. I went and had a breakfast and ate and then went up.
At that point, did anybody make any notification to you that there was any emergency aboard the Titan?
No, I'm not sure they even knew exactly where I was, to be honest with you, but no. Like I said, I went and had breakfast, I took a shower, got warmed up, and then I went up to the bridge. I was in no big hurry, but I just wanted to go up and, we made it to the Titanic. Let's see pictures, let's hear what's going on. At which point, when I came up,
except they did it.
When I discovered that, in fact, there were no communications.
Do you know approximately what time that was?
I would just guess it was just probably about 9:45 or 10, maybe something like that. But about.
And then from that point on, what was your role? What did you begin to do at that point?
I had no role then. I was off duty. I had no role, although I have experience with subs. So I basically voiced my opinions about, we can do this, we can do this. Are you doing this? Type of thing. But in truth, I was a bystander.
And did you assist in the search and rescue or any type of the
Yes.
actions that took place? Yes. Can you please explain what you did?
In the search and rescue, there was Scott Griffiths, myself, Kyle Bingham. We were all basically tied in with this. I was tied into it just basically because of my back history. I haven't gone through an emergency like this before, but I've certainly gone through the whole process before. So at which point we started, we did everything that we could to try to ascertain whether it was just a communications issue or something else. It was at that time when it's basically, I started asking questions about when did it happen, or what's the interrogation rate of the tracker, or things like that. Can you track it? And that's when I learned that both the tracking and the communications stopped. Okay. They both stopped because OceanGate was using the acoustic modem that is built onto the transducer to use that as also a communications link. It works fine. But I don't think that was ever the intent of the company that makes those beacons to be used like that. Its primary function was to improve your tracking ability, because so there's an acoustic modem built on there, which is tied in with a depth sensor. So when the beacon is at a particular depth, the depth sensor on the tracking beacon will also send this data up to the short baseline that's on the ship. This allows the computer, the computation stuff, to be much simpler, because you only have to do, it only has to really figure out a range and bearing rather than extrapolate the depth from the angles. So you get range and bearing from the head, and then the added data coming up from that transponder is giving you the depth. So that's what it was made for, to improve the tracking in the 3D picture. They can also be used to send AUVs command signals, like do a certain search pattern, grid pattern, or whatever. I mean, it's very useful. It's just that it also worked as to be able to type up messages and sending them up through the acoustic modem as well. Normally, there would have been 2 devices there. You know, your communications, which is completely separate from your tracking. This is the first case I've ever.
Why not? They took their Logitech joystick down with them, so.
Which basically means that when one failed, so did the other.
Well, that sort of defeats the purpose of redundancy.
Both tracking and communications were down. At which point then we tried to find out, well, what was their last known depth? What was their position? You know, all of these things. To at least we needed to get like a last known fix. And since both things went out at the same time, we assumed that it was something had failed on the transponder itself. That's the first conclusion one comes to. It's like, yeah, it's not working.
So did you remain on the Polar Prince?
I stayed on, yes, I was on the Polar Prince for the process of, you know, of the looking for it, all that. I was there, you know, I tried to utilize some of the.
It makes me anxious, and I don't know why.
Some of the
fidgeting makes me fidgety. I guess I do know
points
why.
and positions, and to try to figure out how the Canadian Coast Guard was able to
40 more minutes
triangulate. Because they were giving us fixes. They said that they heard this knocking, and unless all of their sonobuoys were picking this up, you wouldn't be able to triangulate. Yeah, and you know what I mean? I mean, if they had one buoy out,
turns out the knocking was
maybe you might get something
from the submersible.
3 or 4 would be much better. And they would all have to hear it, and they would also have to have a timestamp on when the signal came in for each one of these things. At which point,
all right, we are just over the 1.5 hour mark. Let's take a little bit of a breather from this guy here. Gonna shake it out a little bit. Do some stuff. First of all, we have no super chats to read. We have a grand total of 0 super chats today. Sorry, dogs. Hint, hint. Great successes. So, did anyone sue anybody after this? Will they decide who is guilty? No. First of all, this is just the Coast Guard investigation into what happened. The purpose of this investigation is to determine the cause of the accident determine what can be done to prevent this from happening again, and for the Coast Guard to make recommendations. That's essentially the main purpose of this. And so they can't make laws. They don't issue judgments as far as who is responsible to who and for how much. But there have been, to answer the other part of the question, there have been lawsuits filed. One lawsuit has been filed so far. If you go into the Titan playlist, I think it was the last one we did. I think we looked at the lawsuit. We read the complaint. It's from the executor of the estate of Paul-Henri Nargiolet. His family has sued OceanGate Inc., the estate of Stockton Rush, Tony Nissen, the first witness we heard yesterday. He's a defendant in the lawsuit. Electro Impact Inc., Janicki Industries Inc., and Hydrospace Group Inc. And they've asked for a jury trial, and that is in the state of Washington. And yes, that is an admiralty court. Before anyone asks the question, it will actually be in a real honest to goodness admiralty court. So all you soft sits out there can see what an admiralty court is. So there will be no just criminal guilt determinations made from this, and there'll be the civil cases handled separately. I hope that kind of explains what's going on here. And John Bear says Titanic is international waters. No, does that have any legal bearing? Not really. As far as visiting the Titanic, I believe there's certain regulations around visiting the Titanic. I'm not sure. But as far as taking anything out of the Titanic, there is a company that owns the salvage rights to the Titanic. They're the only ones who can legally do stuff. But there's nothing really in particular that, being in international waters would affect as far as this hearing goes. And great success. They heard knocking. Yeah, well, that's why they continued doing the search for an extra period of time. There were people saying that they heard knocking on some sonar. I believe it was a sonar thing. They heard the knocking, and they eventually determined it was just sound coming from one of the search vessels. It wasn't from the submersible. So those are the things that I had flagged here to comment on, and this sort of seemed like a good point. Oh, look at this. Aaron Hack, you get a ship's bell for being the first super chat of the day. Aaron Hack with a $10 super chat. I have a stupid question. There are no stupid questions, only stupid people asking questions. And I don't think you fit into that category. So I have a stupid question. Is it normal to bolt people in a sub that does not open from the inside? Well, not a submarine, a deep sea submersible. Yes, you bolt the people in, just regular old latches and things. They are not strong enough to withstand the pressures at extreme depths. So you actually do bolt them in with very, very heavy bolts into the whatever it's made out of. They are bolted in from the outside because you need to be able to access it from the outside. You have to seal them in first, and you have to be able to get them out for various things. And depending on what kind of submersible it is, if it's one that is pressurized from the inside, you need to go through a very, very long and lengthy process of making the atmosphere inside equal the atmosphere on the outside before you open it up. And you can't just have people going, all right, I want out of here, and unlocking things. So there's several reasons why people are bolted into the deep sea submersible and diving vehicles. So see, that's not a dumb question. It's a very, very good question. And DeFloofy Cat with a £5. They're 85 away from Doggo Cams, Drobs. 85 away. DeFloofy Cat with a little DeFloofy Cat. There's a DeFloofy Overlord sends you fishy treats to the bow wows. Well, I will give them treats at if we unleash the emotional support potato pig dog cam. If we get to that point, We're, I think, 17 days into our streak, so keep it going. Like the one from the abyss, the bends are the least of your problems. Like we talked about in the Bifront's dolphin disaster. Again, go back and watch that. It's a pretty horrific deal. The forensics report that we read through is just ghastly. As I mentioned yesterday, that's a different deal where it was pressurized from the inside, and they made a mistake of opening one of the doors a little too quickly, a little too soon. And essentially what happened was all three people inside that were over pressurized, because they had to pressurize from the inside to equal the extreme pressure being put on it at depth. They broke the seal when it was on top of the recovery vessel, and all of that high pressure escaped instantly. It sort of exploded basically the submersible to the point where all three people inside, within milliseconds, 1 or 2 milliseconds, all of the blood in their body boiled. Yeah, like their blood instantly boiled. And the guy who happened to unfortunately be standing near the hatch that was opened, his entire body was sucked through a space about this big. Yeah, and they were detailing the body parts that were found 3 and 4 meters away, 3 and 4 meters up on it was a grim thing that happens when you instantly depressurize something. So yeah, that was probably, I mean, we've talked cannibalism, we've talked all kinds of things. The Bifront's disaster is probably the most horrific Maritime Monday I've ever covered. It's bad. Who opened the door? I can't remember. It was go back and watch it. It's good stuff. We talk about all of that. But in the that guy died too, I believe. It killed everybody inside, and I think 2 people on the outside. Or no, it didn't kill the guy. It like just permanently, like, just grotesquely scarred him for life. It disabled him and scarred him for life, inside and outside. Yeah, that was a bad accident. The Bifront's dolphin. Ugh. All right, let's get through him. Thank you so much for kicking us off with the super chats. We're almost to minimum wage. Let's see. We've got, we're now at the 8-minute mark roughly with him. Goes to the 9:17 and at 1.25 speed. We've got about 45 minutes left, guy here, and then we'll be starting day 2.
Then yes,
and day 2 is going to be the good one. We're going to want to see day 2 because we're going to watch the morning of day 2. That's when the guy that got fired for questioning the hull will be testifying. Oh, and before we get going, Jensen with the $10. This product was not intended for how we use it. Feel like this is going to be a common theme. Also, is there a reason the sub wasn't tethered for at least, well, it had the comms, they just lost the comms. Whether they lost the comms before the implosion, we'd have to cross-check the times, but I think they lost the comms because it imploded. But yeah, it wasn't like a hardwired comms link. It was all electronically done. I mean, I guess it would be the weight and time it would take to spool in and spool out, almost 4 kilometers of communications cable. I don't know. That would be my thinking. And bad weather, tether, you're likely, depending on the weather and the waves and the wind and currents and stuff, you could snap the communications cable, then you're screwed. So I think there's probably several good reasons why there wasn't a hardwired comms link. But well, let's see how much more stuff Tim Catterson can contradict. He seems very contradictory. It's hard to follow him because he's just kind of saying things without really processing it, I think. I don't know.
And they were giving triangulated positions for
Why do we have no
where they
audio?
think this is
What have I done?
coming from. And so we
That's
were
interesting.
assuming.
All right. Now I have to figure out why I have no audio. I didn't touch anything. You can hear it. Why can't I hear it? Huh. All right.
I mean, noise from the ocean is not, it's chaotic. It's you don't, unless you're listening to a dolphin click or something like that, for the most part, nothing is clear and even and equal. But the claims, I never heard the sounds, but what the Canadian group said was that it was a clear knocking sound, knocking or clicking or banging, it's whatever word they chose to use. And they said that it happened over several different times. This, it's obviously.
Well, as long as you can hear him,
it's
I guess I'll just figure out why I can't.
And if it happens consistently.
If he says anything interesting, let me know until I figure it out.
Arbitrarily happening. So with that in mind, we're now assuming that, oh crap, they're drifting, because the first triangulation they gave us was basically about 100 meters. It was about 100 meters to the southeast of their last known fix. So we went to this position and they focused on putting more buoys out there, but it was very sporadic with this knocking. And then, of course, they finish at the end of the day, and then they go home because they're running out of fuel. They got to get more buoys, and all this thing. So logistically, they weren't sending these sonar buoys out 24/7. They're through the daylight hours. So the next morning they would be back, and more sonar buoys would go out. And another time there would be another triangulation spot that it's in a different place, farther. What I did notice is that it was always farther to the southeast. It never went north of the fix.
This is fascinating.
Went,
I can hear myself. I just can't hear them.
Kind of heading down to the southeast. So we assumed that it was drifting, possibly mid-water. Maybe they're dragging over the bottom. Don't know. I have no idea. This was all theories that were just flying around between people who are totally without sleep and very anxious, and just it's the worst thing that could be happening.
Did the Polar Prince have an ROV on board? A remotely operated vehicle that could get to the depth for rescues?
The Deep Energy was one of the first ships that responded and showed up. Now, Deep Energy is a large behemoth pipe laying ship, and it carries 2 ROVs with it. Now, these ROVs are basically designed for, they do work all over the world, but these are work class ROVs, and their usual operating depth for most the industrial ROVs is 3,000 meters. Not enough. When they came onto the scene, Scott, myself, and Angeris transferred over to the Deep Energy. Angeris was the doctor on board. Scott Griffiths was the ops director.
This is really fascinating. Hang on here, people. I'm doing this just for me here, because you guys are all obviously doing everything awesomely. Let me get the timestamp here. Copy that bad boy, and I'm going to refresh here, because I can hear everything else, just not this screen, which is really, really weird. So let me close that out. Let me bring this up again. Weird that would happen. Let me see if I can hear it this time. Oh, I can. All right. For some reason, it was just a little glitch on my end. So I can hear it now. Let's see if I can hear it when we share it.
We went over there. I spent most of my time with it.
I can be weirded out and bored along with you. And by the way, while I was checking this, I just kind of went to see what the Coast Guard was doing right now. People from Scotland, get ready because we got one of your witnesses up next. We finally, just listening, we finally discovered the nationality of our next witness. There you go. So everybody from Scotland, we're going to be representing here as soon as we finish up with him.
The ROV guys in the shed, I was kind of working between them. I got the information for how deep it was. Can you dive? What would it take? And logistically, if they can get down there and find something, what would they need on, what we'd need on the surface to do the recovery sort of thing. So I was talking with, I don't know his last name. His first name was John. He was the ROV, chief ROV operator on the Deep Energy. And he basically said that we have enough string to reach that, but the ROV is not built for it. That said, it would be criminal for us not to try. So they did. They sent their ROV down. Again, I was with them. We ran it all the way down to the very end of their main cable. And then this ROV runs off with a TMS.
I'm going to see if we can boost this to 1.5
1,000
speed.
meters that it had on its tether and made it down to the bottom at the site. We
can.
At the last fix. Unfortunately, we managed to get to the bottom and just about touched down, and the cameras were working, and then we lost telemetry. Right immediately after that, cameras went out, everything. Then the vehicle went dead. So now they've got all the cable stretched out. They've got a dead vehicle down there, which we have to do. I didn't have anything to do with that, but they had to do a dead vehicle recovery and then bring up the ROV, and where they found out that they had kind of pretty much gutted the ROV. Their bottles had collapsed.
So we can. I'm assuming that we can all understand him at 1.5 speed. It's just that his hand motions are going to be even more furtive than normal, I guess.
They essentially destroyed the ROV, trying to help. So we continued using the other ROV, but not going as deep, but to try to use it as to use the sonar on the ROV to scan and see if we could go. Nobody knew. Nobody knew what the depth was. We couldn't triangulate the depth from what they were getting on the surface. It just, it's just too much missing data. But in the possibility that under some scenarios, if they dropped all their weights and they had come up into the water column,
press F for doubt.
Search, within the water column using the sonar off the ROV, because none of these other ships actually had, any bottom scanning capabilities. Of course, none of it worked. But
I know for a fact that my 6th grade Xerox machine in the school library had bottom scanning capabilities. I am absolutely guaranteeing you of that. We'll just leave it at that.
The very end, and at the very end, the Arctic Horizon came in, and on the back it had a very specialized ROV from Pelagic Research Services. This one can dive to 6,000 meters. And it was something to watch. It was amazing. The ship pulled in literally. It almost was coasting to a stop, and they had launched the ROV, and it was on its way down full tilt. If there was any possibility that it was going to be doing a rescue, they came for hunt and bear, and they went down, got to the bottom, touched down.
I'm serious.
Within about
it wasn't a
10
joke.
minutes, found debris.
Thank you, Mr. Catterson. I just have a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
At approximately 10:47,
most of Scotland is beautiful.
341 meters. They had messaged dropping 2 weights. In
Yes.
your previous and throughout all your years of being a submersible operator, can you please talk to me about dropping weights and what would that mean at that depth?
Okay. Sub was on its way down, except for a few exceptions. Almost all of the subs use drop weights to get down. It's cost effective, it's efficient, it's simple and easy to work with. It's like a balloon. So when they drop down, usually before you have the bottom in sight, you will shed some of your weight. So you want to understand how much control you have over the sub, because from the surface till you starting to try to slow down is a free fall, essentially. You're trying to get the sub down there literally as quick as you can, because The longer you stay in the water column, the farther you get washed offshore, washed off target. So sorry, your ability to reach the target is
Subtitles
quite
okay.
important. And to do that, you need to go through the water column as quick as you can. Now, most subs will do about 32 to 35 meters a minute. That's standard. A limiting factor can do 55, but then they're also going to the Marianas Trench too. But for the most part, 30, 35 meters a minute, that's a very standard number. So they're falling through the water column. Once they start approaching the bottom, they're going to shed some weight because they've loaded up on the top. They have enough weight to make sure that they can get past, remember I said the 2,000 meter zone. They get past that, and now they want to be able to have it still enough weight so that they can get to the bottom in a reasonable time. So generally they're carrying 200, possibly 300 pounds of ballast. This is to do this, especially when you're going that deep. So he said on the log that they're dropping 2 weights. Each weight weighed 35 pounds. So they shed 70 pounds. That's not enough
Lawyer
weight to
math, I
stop.
did it.
It's not enough weight to come back up. He's just shedding weight to slow down. And I'm sure the intent was to drop these weights, bump your thrusters on the verticals to kind of slow it down to a stop. Yes,
Hey.
perfect. We're good to go. And
Let's
then
go
they
bumping
would continue
thrusters.
on to the bottom. And considering who was in the cab with Stockton at that particular time, there are 2 billionaires in there with him. I would absolutely guarantee that he's trying to make sure that this just goes as absolutely perfect and spot on as he can. So he's slowing down early at 3,200 meters, 3,300 meters. Yeah, that's a little high still. Normally I would, if I'm dumping weight, I'm dumping weight at 100 meters. It's okay. I mean, I think he's just, going to try to make everything perfect. It doesn't mean any emergency was in there. It just means that, the only emergency was probably what was going on in his head is like, we're not going to touch the bottom with a bump or anything like that. We're going to make this just smooth and as great as possible. So yeah, he dumped essentially 70 pounds, which is only slowing you down.
Thank you, Mr. Catterson. That's all the questions I have.
All right.
Mr. Catterson, we've been going for over an hour. Would you like to take a break at this time?
I'm fine.
Okay, we'll continue on. Thank you, sir.
If you have more.
Just a few more. I'd like to go to Lieutenant Commander Williams. Oh, I'm sorry. The board would like to take a quick break, sir. So we will recess and return at 4:45, sir.
Okay.
The board needs to take a pee break. All right. Well, good. That saves us about 15 minutes.
Can you speak into the mic? It might not be working.
Lieutenant Commander Katie Williams is asking the questions.
A little bit, yes. One of the companies that I've worked for in the past was, it's called ACM, Advanced Ceramic Manufacturing. Don't let the name fool you. They also did both ceramics and composites. So by no stretch would I say I'm an expert at it, but I'm familiar with carbon fiber and composites.
Were you involved in any conversations regarding testing of the carbon fiber hull, either hull number 1 or hull number 2 for Titan?
No,
What was your involvement with the construction or engineering design of the Titan hull, if any?
I had none.
The titanium rings or the segments, which included those dovetail cuts you previously discussed.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time telling what you're saying.
The titanium rings, the segments, which included those dovetail cuts that you previously discussed. I just want to confirm that those domes and titanium rings were reused from the first hull to the second hull.
Yes.
Were you involved in the detachment of the titanium rings from the first hull?
No.
And were you involved in the reattachment of the titanium rings to the new number 2 hull?
No.
What would you say
Did you ever go on a
do
dive
here?
on Titan?
No.
Were you ever asked to pilot for Titan?
Not Titan, but the Cyclops.
Would you have felt comfortable going on the Titan to depth?
No.
Can you please explain why?
I don't believe that composites are the correct material for a pressure vessel that's experiencing external compression. So I had my doubts. I had my opinions, of course. When I tried to figure out the strength of the hull, I couldn't make it work well enough, meaning a composite shell is strong under traction. Do we agree on that? Yes. Having said that, when you put it under compression, The carbon fiber is not taking the load. It is the matrix that holds it in place. The polyurethane, the acrylic, the epoxy, whatever the material is that holds these fibers into place. That's where your compressive strength comes from.
Okay.
The carbon fibers are strings. So, like I said,
that makes it sound even
scarier
scarier the way he just phrased that, doesn't it?
When I think about this, I can't bring myself to believing that these strings are staying fixed and absorbing all of the loading correctly as they should be. I think that when you put it under compression, they can buckle, they can shift, they can go side to side, they can move in all directions three-dimensionally. And the only thing that's holding them in place is the binding material that's holding it all together. So if you do the calculations on the hull with that in mind, it's
should he use more string?
just
Oh
too
no.
close to the edge, I feel.
Did you ever voice your concerns to any OceanGate employee?
Yes, I did.
Can you name those?
It really does make it sound a lot more scary and dangerous, doesn't it? When he just says, no, it was just string and glue. That was what was withstanding the pressure at 3,800 meters below the surface. It was just string soaked in glue. That makes it sound so much worse when you put it that way, doesn't it? Yow. Or as Mr. K said, should he use more string? That'd be like a good for like a new like Jaws movie, like a Titan shark attack movie. You're gonna need more string.
Those people you voiced your concerns
You have to wear this hat and have a pipe to it.
Lockridge, Stockton
You're
Rush,
gonna need
Termination,
more string.
Pretty much anybody that would listen. As I also said, I also don't have any paper history to say that I can back up what I figured out. So there it is.
Interesting. He told whoever he could about his concern, but now this paper trail of not having legit engineer qualifications may have come back to bite him in the ass, in that they're like, oh, what do you know? You don't have the degree. You don't have the paperwork to show you're in a. Ooh, that's interesting. Did they ignore him just because they didn't think he was qualified enough to be saying these things? I don't know if it would have mattered if he had the paper trail, because it sort of seems like Stockton Rush just was going to do what Stockton Rush wanted to do. And, no matter who told him, if they disagreed with him, he fired them or just ignored them.
You mentioned earlier that the Titan hull would have experienced cyclic fatigue being towed.
No, I
behind
didn't,
blueprints.
but I will.
Can you explain that further?
You understand cyclic fatigue, right? That's okay. Just make sure. I think.
But for others in the audience, can you please explain that?
Oh, okay. Cyclic fatigue is the development of cracks. Call it, just consider cracks or fissures or potential places of breakage. Sometimes if you see an acrylic window and you'll see all these little tiny cracks and stuff, that's crazing. And some of that has come from the cyclic fatigue of being exposed to the heat and cold and sunlight and UV and all manner of things. But it's essentially the degradation of the material to a point where eventually it will fail. In the case of the Titan, I know that questions have been brought up about, was it cyclic fatigue that caused this to break? I would agree. But I think it's cyclic fatigue of the glue line, not the titanium or anything.
Yeah, it was the glue that failed, not the string. Ugh. We have Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street. I'm assuming it's you because it was mentioned in chat, and also because the profile pictures are the same. All the way from Venmo with a $20 donation / super chat, we'll just call them for reasons. Thank you for all the maritime stories. Father-in-law is going blind and trying to get him to listen to books, news and politics, TV not relaxing. Was not sure what to get, but saw a shipwreck that promised cannibalism, mutiny, and he loved it. So thanks. I hope I hope you got him the let me quickly get, because this is what I'm recommending. If anybody wants a good maritime book related to shipwrecks and mutiny, it's about the HMS Wager. I'm hoping that's the book you got him. I want to get the full title right, because there's lots of stories about the Wager out there. It's called The Wager by David Gran. The Wager, A Tale of Shipwreck, Mutiny, and Murder. That's a fantastic book, and I hope that's the one you got him. But Cheesehead Lost on Bourbon Street. If you didn't get him The Wager, the tale of, what was it, Shipwreck, Mayhem, and Murder, or whatever I just said, get him that audiobook. It's a fantastic read. It's a great story. So good. That's it. Was not sure what to get, but saw a shipwreck that promised cannibalism, mutiny, and he loved it. So thanks. If it wasn't the Major, if it wasn't the mutiny, damn it. If it wasn't the Wager, get him The Wager. But if it was the Wager, anything on Shackleton's expedition to Antarctica. Those are just the two subjects that are never endingly fascinating. The HMS Wager and Shackleton's failed expedition to Antarctica.
Like that.
Thank you so much for the $20.
Just the scope or the amount of flexure and beating that all of these different parts took. Well, its life was like only 3.5 years. That's simply, there's just not enough pounding on it to cause cyclic fatigue within the titanium to come about, nor from the viewport. But cyclic fatigue is also, it's caused by small movements. So
get the Shackleton book on Ernest Shackleton
on the LRT or being put on the ship, things like that. And I agree that all of these things would have added to this, but there is absolutely nothing that has the magnitude of what it's being exposed to when it goes doing cycles under pressure. So they made numerous dives to the Titanic. They filmed it, got pictures, they saw the
Yes, it does, right here.
Each time they go down there, that's a pressure cycle. And I think the magnitude of this particular pressure cycle overwhelms everything else. I mean, everything else, may add something to it.
All material fatigues with use. It's entropy. It just happens.
Determine the failure.
But the problem with this is nobody had ever built a carbon fibered hull, so they had no idea what the cyclical degradation. I can say this word. What the cyclical degradation would be. They had no idea what the lifespan of carbon fiber going down to the Titanic would be. Apparently, the answer to that question is about 5 times.
Thank you. Was there ever a time that the Titan experienced any pounding? More specifically, was the Lars ever partially flooded, causing the submersible to be slammed against the Lars?
So that they bring the sub in and they're going to come in on a landing, kind of like like the jets on an aircraft carrier. They're going to come in and they want to get into the pocket. They want to land on there. They're not coming in that hot. But what ends up happening is things are moving, and so you have to make their latch up as quick as you can, expedient as possible. You can't just gently, quietly, slowly go in there and think everything's going to stay in position while you lock up. It doesn't happen. It's calm as it can be, but it still doesn't happen like you would think on a movie. So they have to come in and be, that's why there's a trough with a channel. It's literally to guide the sub in so that it can.
And hey, we're $25 away from emotional support potatopig.com.
They might have still had forward motion, and so the skids bump into the front of the stop on where they land. So yeah, it's going to bump. But
to be more specific, the dive right before dive 88, that last dive, so it would have been dive 87. In the dive log, it stated that the Lars was partially flooded, and it was
tipped on. And so when the LRT came up, that's on me. Did it hit anything? No, it was locked in. What happened was we went through the process of checking everything else. I did my pre-dives. I did them twice because this was not the 18th. This was a different dive, but it still took a long time. And I did all the checks. I come in as a contractor. So basically, I know how to do the job, but that doesn't mean that I'm up on everything else that happens around. And in this particular case, what happened was, and I just I suppose I should have caught it, but I did not. When they open and close the hatch, they tap into one of the tanks because they're using this an air pad. So because the titanium dome, it weighs basically, it's almost a ton and a half. It's very heavy. It's got a hinge on the side, which is simply not strong enough to hold the entire weight of this hatch. So what they had was an air pad that was placed, on a saddle attached to the dome, so that they would put air into this air pad, swing the door open, then let the air out. So it basically sits in place. And then when they're ready to close it, they put air back into this and close the door. They were using the air from, let's see, it would have been the starboard aft tank, because the sub sits on the LRT facing back, it's backwards. That particular tank. So when they used the air to control this pad, this also goes through the same place that does the feed to the valves that are to vent the tanks as well. So they went through the process. They closed the hatch. They did all this testing. And when they were done, whoever was doing this particular operation went and closed the valve to disconnect it. But there's another valve right next to it that was supposed to be open, which fed my control to basically vent the tanks. I had checked all these valves twice, but the third time was, which I didn't check it was after they closed the door and shut off the valve, and I did not realize that they had shut off the valve. That was the feed valve to vent, the tanks. So we sent the sub down, the platform down, and there was some issue with the sub, and it had to come back up. It never left the LRT ever, and so I brought it back up. When I brought it back up, I'm now blowing air into all of these. There's 4 different tanks on this LRT. I'm blowing air into these tanks, and it turns out that the far starboard aft tank was not filling, and so the LRT came up and then tipped. And it sat there. It was going nowhere, but it was probably uncomfortable for the people inside. But anyways, it came up and it was stable, but it certainly wasn't sitting flat. And I could not get any air into that. So eventually what we had to do was send a diver down, because I was working on the platform at that point. I was not the diver. We sent a diver down. They went down and found that one valve had been closed. And once they opened it, I was able to fill that back up and bring the platform back up.
All right. Well, we do have a little break here. Adair K has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships, and they went to Chris Rowland, Nima, Coggles, Becky R, and Aaron. You guys just got gifted one of the 5 Legal Vices memberships from Adair K. Thank you very, very much. Make sure you give Adair a super special thanks for that. And probably the last Sunday of this month, we'll be doing our members only streams. That'll be the 29th. That's probably we're going to be doing a members only stream this month. Thank you very, very much for that. And also with that, you have got us to that for I believe what I believe is the 18th day in a row, keeping the streak alive. You have got us to the emotional support potato pig dog cam, which we just like to say is called Release the Hose. And Strawberry's with us tonight. Yoda's in the dark out there on the veranda, but we've got some Strawberry here with us tonight. He'll be our co-host for the rest of the evening, so we'll make it a little bit smaller so it's not all the dogs all the time. Thank you very, very much for that, Adair K. And a little bit earlier, Nicola Maxwell said, release the Scots. We got to wait a little bit longer to release the Scots. The Scots are going to be released in, looks like about 20 minutes or so. Then we'll release the Scot. Thanks, Jeff. Got 2 sick kids today, so I appreciate you. And something Scottish, which I'm just not even going to try to pronounce in my very, very American way. Let's go.
Up the square. But
What was the sea state during that?
pardon me?
What was the sea state during
It
that?
was very flat. They weren't even
The
at
sea
Titanic
state.
site. We were just offshore a little ways in a cove.
So
So
basically, how was the seas? Were the seas calm or were they rough?
They were just testing something, which obviously didn't work because they never even left this platform. So it was calm. It was not, it was windy, of course. I mean, this is the open ocean, but there were no huge rollers or anything like that. Still, I should have caught it, but
Are you familiar with Dive 80 of the 2022 expeditions? Specifically, this is when a loud bang was heard upon surfacing.
What was happened?
A loud bang was heard upon surfacing.
Uh,
This would have been the end of the 2022 season, about 4 dives before the end.
I don't know. No, sorry.
Are you familiar with the real-time monitoring system on board?
Only by name and a description of what it does. It's an acoustic monitoring system. That's how they do it. Actually, I don't know. Are they using, like piezo crystals on the hull, or are they embedded somewhere? That I don't know. Just that they have something.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
That was to the
Okay,
point.
thank you. I'd like to go to the NTSB, please.
All right, now that was the Coast Guard's questions. Now they're going to go to the National Transportation Safety Board guy, and after him, I believe they're going to go to the Ocean Gate lawyer. They have 3 lawyers there from Ocean Gate, and I only know one of them because it reminds me of the Donald Hartung trial we followed earlier. Her name appears to be Ms. Finger.
Thank you, sir. And I'll try to be brief. We talked about class surveys a while ago now. I'm curious, though, in addition to these class surveys, have you ever been involved with an inspection from a government agency, such as the Coast Guard or maybe the MCA in the North Sea or Transport Canada?
You mean working with them? Or I don't quite understand.
So anywhere you've worked in the world, has the host country required some sort of regulatory inspection in addition to the class?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Most do.
Like I said, when I was in New Zealand, we had everybody with an acronym was standing in line to check us on that one. So it was their Department of Health, their Department of their Marine.
And every country also has a port state control where they always crawl around your ship.
There was just too many to remember, but to be honest with you. But yes, there's whenever you go to a different place, a different country, everybody has their own set of things that they want to be assured are addressed.
Flux, I guarantee you have
their
missed
questions.
no excitement today so far.
I haven't done, in many cases, when I've dove in different countries, I'm usually working for an employer. And so if that is done, it's probably done by either the operations director or such, but.
Okay, thank you. How much of the ship's crew, how much was the ship's crew involved, either on Polar Prince or Horizon Arctic?
On the, for the search, you mean? Or?
No, the normal operations. How much did the actual crew get involved?
Generally, what they supplied was, methods to get our boats off and on the ship. They were not out on the platform. They basically helped us with grunt work. On the ship. I mean, if there's something we needed to pack. Or
you pay $250,000 to do grunt work on a ship.
Ship's crew is not actually part of the launch.
How about with decision making, as far as if the weather's too bad or something's not safe?
I mean, captains. There's God, and then there's the captain. If he basically says that this is bad, he can overrun everything. There's also the ops director.
Did he just say there's God and then there's the captain?
They are in contact with the captain.
All right.
To come up with these decisions.
So is that the same at other companies or other subs that you've worked with?
Pretty much everybody I've worked with, yes. There's always the captain is king.
Is it normal though that the ship's crew is not involved with the submersibles?
Ship's crew is, the times that I've seen ship's crew actually do work with it is when the ship's crew are familiar and operate.
Okay, they're talking about they're talking about the support ship's crew, not the submersible crew. Okay, got it.
So it's a subtender, and it would be ship's crew then that's operating the A-frame, or the tuggers, or the tow lines, or things like that. Yes, they do that type of work, but they never do anything that's actually
no. They paid $250,000. the people on board the submersible, I believe they paid about $240,000 for that. 250 maybe.
Certifying that the sub is ready to dive.
Okay, thanks, sir. Thank you for your time.
Sir, before we go to Ocean Gate, I just have a couple follow-up questions from your earlier testimony. You mentioned the dragging of the Titan during the Horizon Arctic operations, and I believe you said at some point you saw contact with either the Lars or the Titan's hull, and I wanted to clarify which one it was. I think you said you saw some hard contact. And could you clarify that?
Wait, are we talking about when I was just talking about them landing on the LRT?
Actually, sir, this is when they were dragging the system back onto the deck of the Horizon Arctic.
Well, all right. So the way that was is that the sub is already locked and on the LRT, and then they pulled the LRT up to this. This is on the Arctic Horizon. They had this large ramp, big steel ramp that went off the stern of the ship. It had rollers, things to make it theoretically come up the ramp very nice and kind. And there were a couple of times when they were pulling the Lars to the stern of the ship. You know that on the stern of the ship, that's the place that sees the most movement, the bow and the stern. So everything moves the most there. And so in this case, the ship was heaving a little bit, and that ramp would literally come up and out of water. And so they're trying to time pulling the LRT up onto this ramp while possibly the ramp is actually clearing the water. So you might, you run the risk of running into it. So it was there. So what I'm saying is that, yes, absolutely. When they pull the LRT on there, did the ship come up and bring the ramp up underneath the LRT? Yes.
There's the hearing being held.
Did
I
they have
think it's in
rough
North
entry possibly
Carolina.
getting
I
onto
think.
the ramp? Yes.
So to clarify, sir, would the contact be with the LRT or the hull of the Titan?
No, it was the LRT hitting the frame, hitting the frame, but the sub is sitting on the LRT. So I guess whatever shakes going on through there will translate vaguely to the sub as well.
Understand. Do you remember any instances where there was damage to the hull of the, or even to the
hull?
Or I'm sorry, to the parts?
Okay, I just checked.
Associated
Yes,
with the hull?
well,
I just checked the civil lawsuit, and yeah, it was exactly $250,000 each that the crew, the specialists, if you will, on board the Titan paid. This is on 1.5 speed. Oh, it's in South Carolina. Okay, I knew it was one of the Carolinas.
Oh, there was at one point where the pad eyes that attached to the Lars. So for the towing, you got the hawser that goes out and connects to the.
Hey,
components.
Yoda.
And while that was being pulled up, I think they had it. Where were they? It was just at the point where they had it, being recovered. It would have been the starboard forward pad eye. That starboard forward pad eye got ripped off the hull. It ripped the weld off. It pulled the whole pad eye off. So I mean, this is sitting on the ship by now. It's but now since it got pulled off, it's being pulled sideways. So then we had to re-rig it to pull it all the way into its sitting position. But it was not the nicest wasn't the best way of recovering.
Yes, sir. Where was that pad eye connected?
Pardon me?
Where was that pad eye connected to?
The pad eye was attached to, basically you had the front of the LRT. It's on the outside forward. They had stiff.
And again, basically a pad eye is just a ring so that you can hook things to it.
Barge tanks. So there were stiffening plates there, and then a large pad eye that's welded on there that the hawser is connected to by a large shackle.
Understand. Thank you, sir. Also, I wanted to clarify, you mentioned the ops director on the ship. Who was that?
What's that?
You mentioned during your testimony that there was an ops director on the vessel, on the Polar Prince in this case.
Well, that would have been either Scott or Kyle.
Do you know who maintained text communications with the vessel while it was at?
When I came up, so traditionally I didn't spend a lot of time on the bridge. I went up that last time because it was the last dive. It was like, son of a gun, they're going to make it down there. So I came up. And so on a regular basis, I'm not sure how they do that. But when I went up there that particular time, it was windy, was at the, she was doing the comms, Windy Rush. And Gary, no, what's his name? I forgot his name, who was doing the tracking, but I've met him before, just, not a lot, but.
Okay. So, and I'd like to touch on a comment you made about the glue line. Like you mentioned that you thought a failure could occur at the glue line, if I understood that.
Fuel line?
Glue.
Glue line, dude.
Oh, the glue line. On the,
Yeah, would be.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're segueing faster than I
Sorry,
am.
sir. This is talking about a potential failure point. And I just wanted to clarify, when you said glue, do you mean the glue between the rings in the hull or the layers of the hull?
No, I mean, you have two different materials. You have titanium and you have composite. And to make this one cabin, you got to somehow attach the composite to the titanium ring. So on that, so there was a dome, and then, for lack of a better word, I mean, I don't know what to call them other than retaining rings. Right. There's that secondary ring. On the front, it was basically completely solid, and on the aft end, that's where they had the penetrators go through, because you cannot put holes in the composite. You just cannot. So the glue line
North Charleston, South Carolina is
fit into
specifically where we are.
It was a milled socket, an annular ring that went into the titanium ring, so that there was basically it was about a 3/8 section on the outside and on the inside that sandwiched the composite in between the two. So the composite then was kind of like so, and it was fit in like that, and then the glue line was on the composite and the titanium.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry.
And one question, I'm curious if the lack of a rescue asset was ever discussed, or did you hear OceanGate ever talking about that they did not really lack, or they lacked an asset that could get to depth if there was ever an entanglement or something occurred on the bottom?
I wasn't part of actual, the rules of their operation, unfortunately. The only thing I did was they obviously had a list, because when I went up and I asked, I asked Scott, do you have a call list? And he said, yes, we do. And he showed me. And so they had a list of names and places to call. They did not carry another ROV or anything with them, which, well, to be fair, for 50 years, Alvin dove solo without having any backup either. So it's not like they were the only ones doing that.
Understand, sir. So when you say a list, it would be list of people with capabilities to have an ROV.
Yes, companies, people, different organizations, whatever. Yes. And that's how they got hold of Pelagic Research Services. They were on the list.
Yes, sir. And this is a point I want to make for clarification on the text communications. One of the last communications discussed is about the Niskin bottle. Do you know
the what?
It's
The what?
They said please deploy the Niskin bottle.
A Niskin bottle?
Yeah, I may
sampler.
not be providing that. I mean, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Niskin. That's a water sampler.
Right. and I want
Okay.
to make the point that that would be a standard routine operation.
That's a. I mean,
That's weird.
that is a water sampler that when you go to some depth and you'll trigger it and you close it and you bring your water sample up. Probably any sub that goes down has a bottle on it somewhere for a Niskin sampler, along with a CTD and various other things. I mean, those are just kind of a normal thing.
Right. And that was the point I wanted to make, that it was standard operations near the end of the accident dive.
Yeah. As soon as they decided they were going to get into science or whatever, that's would probably be, they'd have to have that, I'd say.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neubauer. The company has no questions for Mr. Catterson, but we thank you for your time.
No questions?
All
No
right.
questions.
No questions.
Does the
for
board have any
OceanGate?
final questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Mr. Catterson, my name's Keith Fawcett. Could you turn in your binder to Exhibit 024? There are tabs on the side of the binder there and Lieutenant Steele.
He's already there.
Yeah, it's the exhibit you're at, sir.
Pardon me?
It's the page you're on, I believe, right now.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
So would it be a fair thing if I said that written procedures for the safety of operations ensure the safety of submersible operations? Written procedures?
Are you comparing, do you mean, are they risk procedures that they have, are they spelled out for the?
Are they important to the safety of operations?
Oh, well, every company I've worked with approaches this sort of a different way. They all will assess risk. This one has a lot of verbiage and coverage. But I mean, I would say it's their best guess. Yes, they're trying to cover all the things to look for to be safe. I get that. Different companies have different matrices or ways of coming up with how they define their risk. So I would just say that this is just another one that's just a little different.
On page 1, or correction, page 4, I'll read it to you, sir. It says, this document has been prepared by OceanGate to provide onshore and offshore personnel with the details required for successful completion of the project. And this is the 2023 Titanic expedition.
Okay.
So your would be classed as offshore personnel, is that correct?
I would be.
If we go down to, and this was provided in response to a subpoena, and I'd like to go to page 5. And on page 5, you'll see down at the very bottom, it says OceanGate operations. And you see a list of, in the bottom, submersible pilot, lead tech, operations tech, and you don't see names there. You see to be determined.
Okay.
Were all those persons delineated for you so that you understood who was doing each job on this particular expedition?
I would, for each dive, I would know who the pilot was. I wouldn't necessarily know who the passengers were. A lead tech. I don't actually know what some of these terms are, what they're trying to actually say, because most of the people that were working on as a tech on the sub were, they were pretty much all equal. Now, we all had our tasks. Each one was given the task by, say, either Scott or Kyle or whoever, they need something done. We need more weight. We need something adjusted or things like that. So I guess that would probably be the lead tech as well, but I always just kind of refer to them as the ops directors. Operations techs.
So didn't know who was doing what.
The same level. Yeah, they were just, you go into this, you go into this type of thing. We weren't assigned specific things until an issue came up or they wanted something done.
My final two questions. Did you participate in dive operations risk assessment meetings?
No.
And do you know if any of those meetings were held? In other words, maybe posted on a bulletin board or announced over the vessel's PA system?
I suspect that there were bulletins that went out to the people that they were going to have at these meetings. Now, we did every morning have a toolbox talk, where Kyle would put up his graphs of risk assessments and things like that. So I guess that would be
for those of you joking in chat. No, it's at 1.5
they would
speed.
say, well,
no, Alan, this is not
Kyle
1.25.
being
This is
the operations
1.5
director, that's when
speed.
he would say, okay, Tim Catterson, you are going to be doing this today, or your safety diver, or you're operating a platform, or it was only those choice between those two, really. So.
And did that individual ask you if you were, for example, like if you're go for the dive today?
Oh, yes, yes. They would make sure that everybody was, well, capable, not sick or whatever. I mean, yes, he would ask can you do this? Yes, I can.
Did he ask you if what you were about to do today for that weather on the given day, if you were good to go there? And as you mentioned, fog on particular days where you couldn't work, would they ask your opinion about the safety of the operation that day?
It never even got to that stage. When it was that foggy, it was canceled before it even came down. I mean, this was decided by the captain and the ops director. First thing, they get in contact with each other. So that the whole operation was basically negated from that decision of those two people.
So for the final dive 88, was there a toolbox meeting or a risk assessment meeting prior to starting dive operations?
It was the evening before, because everybody had to get out there at like 4 a.m, and they weren't going to wake up all the other passengers and people. So we had a toolbox talk. If it was a go by acceptable weather and things like that, all this remained. And the next day was a great day. I mean, it was calm, it was bright, it was clear, there was no fog whatsoever. So we basically went ahead.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Thank you. Sir, I have one final question. OceanGate?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Catterson, just to clarify, for each dive, would you know who was responsible for each of the substantive tasks that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Sorry. For each dive, would you know who was responsible for each substantive task that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Would you know who was responsible for which task before the dive?
You mean, okay, so who is responsible for each section?
For each task, for instance, the pilot.
Do you know who was
or
doing
the
what
operations
at all
team?
times?
Their name would have been mentioned when we had the toolbox talk. The name would show up about that, who is doing what task on the sub. Now, whether I knew them or not was not always the case, but I think that's what you're meaning.
You knew who was responsible for which
I
task?
knew that there was a person with a name was responsible for a particular job. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Catterson, I'm thinking back to your statement where you said you raised safety concerns with certain OceanGate employees, including Mr. Rush.
Yeah.
How many times did you raise that concern with Mr. Rush about the integrity of the carbon fiber hull?
How many times? A lot.
Approximately.
I would say no less than half a dozen. I would say probably more than that. Just.
Did you voice the concern that you felt that the hull would fail catastrophically?
I wasn't positive about what was going to happen, but I just said that I can't make my numbers equal what your numbers are saying. I can't make it. I told him I think that it's underbuilt. I can't make the numbers work. And
the math doesn't
basically,
math.
Well, but he had engineers, not just one, but several of them that were working on this. Clearly, somebody knew what they were doing, and I'm assuming they were going to know more than I did because, this was just what I came up with.
What was the general response from Mr. Rush?
What's that? Oh, his response was basically that. He said, I have several engineers working on this, and they say otherwise. I'm like, Well, okay, there it is. I still, we agreed to disagree, but
Is there anything that you'd like to provide to the board information-wise that we may have missed?
Is there anything else you want to rat out?
I'm not quite sure what.
I'm just wondering if there's any information that you think would be beneficial to the investigation that we may not have covered today.
Yeah. After we found the sub, after the sub was found, I went from doing search and rescue, and then I transferred over to the Arctic Horizon and then proceeded with recovery. So basically, by the request of the CEO of Pelagic Services, I stayed, well, actually I jumped ship halfway through and caught the other one back that was going out with the Subsalve group, Phoenix, the Navy. We just happened to, phone call came at the right time and they just happened to be passing. And so I went from the Polar Prince to that ship and went back out on site and stayed out there on the horizon while we were doing the recovery. I was there mostly to help them to decide, are these dangerous items here, such as the high pressure tank that was down there? What exactly should they be looking for? So things like that. So I was basically out there to kind of point out, get this, or, can we do this type of stuff on what to bring up. And so when we did this, we recovered the forward dome, the 2 rings, the aft dome we weren't able to bring up, but at that particular time because they ran out of time. And we brought up the tail piece and some parts of the skids and various pieces and bits, which you've probably seen. Out of this, I think I saw it as it came up and went on the deck. Literally, I was literally positioning them on the deck at times to tie it down. And the things that I saw on that gave me reason to believe that I feel I know where the failure was.
Where was
seeing
that?
how the media had like a field day with misinformation and speculation and downright completely wrong approaches. I felt there was a big discredit going to the public because the media was, well, there were some bad players out there that were just passing around a lot of wrong information, I felt. And so what I found and what I feel is
what is the right information?
The implosion happened instantaneously, that it was not the viewport that failed because there was no shards, there was no viewport, there's nothing. The viewport was blown out, sat there somewhere still. And that the failure happened at the forward glue line at the ring. This is, you probably already, I know Tom already has a fair idea about, what I think about this, but if it hasn't been said, it is now. That this is how I think the failure happened, is why that glue line failed. Cyclic fatigue of the glue. Every time they go into a dive, the hull would collapse in the center. Not a lot, nothing you would actually see with your eye, but it's still enough that the outside edge would cantilever out. It basically was, when it was squeezed down in the center, it was forced to try to rotate toroidally. And I think the water got in through there, worked its way down until the final point when there was not enough glue line, there was not enough support by that titanium edge on the inside to maintain the pressure integrity. And it had to have happened equally all the way around that ring, because on the forward ring, on the very inside, that inside tab, go out and look at it, touch it, run your hand across it. It has been sheared off completely all the way around inward. The only way that would happen is if it all happened at once. If it happened partially at some place, it would have ripped and tore and then equalized in there, and this other piece, the other remaining piece of that material would stay intact. But that is not the case. It is on the aft end, but not on the forward end. That thing was sheared off smooth. So this had to happen extraordinarily fast, which means the people in there had no idea this was coming. I just want to make sure that, you let the public know that nobody was suffering in there. As a matter of fact, they were probably happy they were all waiting to see the Titanic when this happened. So that would be it.
Thank you, sir. Does the board or anybody have any further questions for Mr. Catterson? Okay. Mr. Catterson, thank you for your testimony. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Okay. Also, that adjourns the proceedings for today. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. And we have one witness scheduled tomorrow. It's Mr. David Lockridge. Thank you and have a good night.
All right, and that wraps up day one, the PM session, and now we're going to go straight into day two morning session. We're about 1 hour behind right now, and so we're gonna try to get through this at 1.25 speed, but we also have the added burden of releasing the Scott, the one and only witness for the entirety of day two, AM and PM, is, as he just said, David Lockridge. He was the one that questioned the safety of using these particular hull materials. He said we may want to do more testing on the carbon fiber hull before we actually use it, and he was reportedly unfairly dismissed, and there was lawsuits involved, and he's going to be the guy. Nicola's just excited to finally hear somebody that doesn't have an accent. So let's get on. We currently have 470 people viewing and 399 likes. Get down and smash that like button. Hit it like you want to hit it. Thank you very much for being here, everybody, all 470 of you. We're going to continue in just one quick second. I just want to say the usual grifty things. Not only, in addition to hitting that like button, if you haven't already done so, please go down there and hit the subscribe button. And if you are subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube just likes to unsubscribe people for whatever reason they have for doing so. And then take our like and subscribe poll, which is, again, just our cheap way of reminding you to do all those YouTube-y things like and subscribe. How do you feel about the hearing so far? 15% of you said the Coast Guard has a titanic task ahead. 14% of you have said, well, it makes a splash, but it lacks atmosphere. 30% of you say everyone's under a lot of pressure. And in the lead with 41% is, I've got a sinking feeling about it. Those are your options for today's like and subscribe poll. We'll check back in a couple hours, see how they go. And we should be doing this for about three and a half more hours to go. I'm thinking, there's anything else to bring up, anything else to talk about? I think that's it. Do we have any of the super chats? Anything? Nope. We have no super chats or nothing starred. So let's move on. Where is the share button? There's the share screen button. All right, we will go 1.5 as far as we can, and then we'll slow it down to 1.25 if we have to. So, all right, the stream will begin shortly. Let's embiggen it. There we go.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis in Washington, D.C. I'm the chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18th, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. The investigation will determine as closely as possible the factors that contributed to the incident so that proper recommendations for the prevention of similar casualties may be made.
So that's what I was saying earlier. That's the scope, to find out what happened and make proper recommendations to make sure something like this doesn't happen again.
Whether there is evidence that any act of misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed or certificated person contributed to the casualty.
And also, I guess, also to handle administrative punishments against license holders. But it doesn't sound like anybody was had any kind of license here. I don't know.
And whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to the casualty. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As such,
no, OceanGate's not on the panel. They just have a lawyer that's there to question, as he's saying now.
Called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. The members of the press are welcome. And
all right, we can skip through this.
We have directs in the mail.
Good morning. Again, I'm Marcel Muse. I'm the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to this accident. The NTSB has joined this hearing to avoid the duplication of facts, which will help develop our report separate from the Coast Guard in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Before we commence with testimony today, I'd like to clarify some points that arose in the media yesterday, after yesterday's testimony. Mr. Tony Nissen, who testified yesterday, was employed by OceanGate between March 2016 and July 2019. At that time, OceanGate was manufacturing what later became a prototype Titan Submersible with a carbon fiber hull. A defect in that hull was discovered in mid-2019, and Mr. Nissen departed OceanGate shortly thereafter. That prototype carbon fiber hull was never used on Titanic expeditions. Mr. Nissen's testimony yesterday regarding his work at OceanGate, including his statements about the manufacturing and testing of the Titan hull, including the lightning strike, pertained to the prototype hull that was never used on Titanic expeditions and was not otherwise used after 2000.
Okay, so that's actually a big point of clarification because they just suddenly dropped this bomb that the hull they were using was struck by lightning at some point. So that hull that was struck by lightning wasn't the Titan hull. Okay, so that's a good one. that's something that's important to know. But also they still had this thing sitting in a parking lot uncovered for 7 months. There's a lot of weird things that happened, but apparently lightning strike wasn't one of them.
2019. Mr. Nissen referred to that prototype hull in his testimony as Titan Serial 1. After Mr. Nissen left OceanGate, the company manufactured a second carbon fiber hull. That hull was used on Titanic expeditions. Mr. Nissen was not involved with that second Titan hull, which he referred to as Serial 2. I also have 3 corrections to the record from yesterday's factual PowerPoint voiceover, which is Exhibit 001. The PowerPoint presentation is accurate. However, during the voiceover on slide 9, I note that in and around May 2017, University of Washington APL ceased engineering work for OceanGate, but continued to assist the company with 1/3 scale model testing. On slide 11 voiceover, NASA provided more limited services to OceanGate than anticipated due to COVID. And so that was instead of no services after COVID. And on slide 11 voiceover, we specify that certain types of non-destructive testing were not conducted, as acknowledged on the following slide. There was testing at the Deep Ocean Testing Facility on the second hull, and that was non-destructive testing. I will now call our first witness of the day, Mr. David Lockridge, former Director of Marine Operations for OceanGate Incorporated. Lieutenant Steele.
Please stand and raise your right hand.
All right, we'll release the Scott at
False
normal
statement.
speed, and then we'll slowly build up time-wise.
Given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
All right, Scott, here's your people. He's one of yours.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Commander Whalen will begin with your questioning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Lockridge.
Good morning.
All of my questions will be related to your background and then your experience as the OceanGate and with OceanGate as the Director of Marine Operations. Thank you again for being here. Throughout the morning, we will be taking breaks. If you need a break, please let me know and we will take one.
Thank you.
Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you shall use an acronym, I will ask you to stop and then please explain to us what that acronym is.
Understood.
We're going to be breaking your testimony up into 3 main parts. The first being questions pertaining to your education and employment history. And then we will get into the history with OceanGate to include your roles and responsibilities as Director of Marine Operations. And then some further questions specifically regarding OceanGate operations. So first, if you could please tell me about your education experience prior to your employment at OceanGate.
Sure. So from school, I joined the Royal Navy, went in there, signed up in the late 80s, did marine engineering, part-time diver, stayed in the Navy for a few years. Upon leaving, I worked in the electronic manufacturing industry for a few years, and mid-90s converted my Navy diving qualifications over to commercial diving qualifications through HSE. That gave me the ability to do underwater inspection, underwater construction on and offshore. From there, I also trained and got qualified as an AODC diving systems technician That's an association of offshore diving contractors that allowed me to work on air and mixed gas saturation diving systems from chambers, compressors, dive panels, gauges, helmets. After that, whilst continuing to work as commercial diver, I went on and qualified as a IMCA qualified ROV pilot supervisor. From there, I got involved with submarine rescue 23 years ago, and I went on there, started off as a contractor. That was my first introduction to manned submersibles. The company offered me a position. This was with Rumik, who are now James Fisher Defence, who are still active. And from there, I was trained up, so roughly a 3-year program to get trained up from hatch operator in the back of the rescue submersible, which allows you to actually assist with the rescuees coming from military submarines at depth, coming into the back of the submersible, potentially at pressure. And then from there progressed up to Pilot 2, which allows you to assist the pilot with all the sonar communications. And you're also responsible for the pressurization of the rescue chamber. If the military submarine has had, for example, a pressure breach, then that would allow us to basically blow down the back of the submersible so that we could equal the pressure in our sub comparable to the military submarine. And then from there progressed on to dry transfer pilot. That basically allowed you to control, manage, to carry out the entire operation. You would be responsible for not only your second pilot, your rescue chamber operator in the back of the sub, but you would also be responsible for all the rescuees that you're bringing out from the military submarine. From there, I went on, I worked for a couple of years in Singapore for James Fisher Defence as well as a submersible pilot on their rescue system, DSAR. I joined MY Octopus, which is a civilian super yacht, and I was responsible for the underwater team on there. We had a 35-ton man sub, a 3,000-meter ROV, and a full diving spread. From there, I decided to do more inspection work because I did inspection as part of my commercial diving background. That was physically in the water. I decided to advance those qualifications, and I went ahead and I did my CSWIP 3-4U, which is basically a qualification recognized worldwide that allows you to go offshore and run, assist, and plan and coordinate underwater inspection projects, whether you are tying in with the ROV superintendent or the saturation or the air diving superintendents on the vessels as well. This allowed us to do inspection of undersea pipelines, platforms, wellheads, anything subsea. The ability to do CSWIP 3-4U allows you to work, as I said, all over the world. You can do it inshore, offshore, and it's a recognized standard that's recognized globally. From there, I also did some trenching work as part of my ROV background that basically allows you to, I would go out as supervisor, or I would go out as pilot or tooling tech. From there, that would allow us to actually go out, bring up subsea telecommunications cables that were damaged, fiber optic cables, bring them up to the ship. They would do repairs on them, put them back down, and with the trenching device, we could basically bury these these cables so that they are protected from any sort of fishing or any sort of hazards on the seabed. From there, it was my wife. My wife saw an advert online for OceanGate. I was working offshore in the North Sea at the time, so when I came back, I said, why not? We'll have a look. I got in touch with them, sent my resume across, ended up getting a phone call from the chief operating officer at the time, Neil McCurdy. We did a phone interview just to see where I was at, what I would be interested in doing for the organization. The position they were looking for was a director of marine operations. They were looking for somebody that had a background in diving, ROVs, and manned submersibles. Seemed like a good fit. I went across in July. I'll just relate to my notes.
While he's taking his notes, people, we're going to take a risk with 1.25 speed here. If it doesn't work for you, let me know. Nicholas says think he's further up from Glasgow, but he's being very posh and he's faking the posh in his accent. I think it's hilarious that this is the posh accent, but anyway. It's interesting. Let's go.
I went
let's see
across
if we can
in
get there.
May 2015. And in May 2015, I went across for a couple of weeks to see if the company was a good fit for me. They told me from the outset that the company's plan were to go to the Titanic.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Lockridge, I'm going to ask you to stop.
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead of your
Absolutely.
training and certifications.
No.
We're going to get into the your operations with OceanGate in a
Sure.
second. So how many different types or different submersibles have you piloted?
Quite a few.
Approximation.
7 to 10.
Okay. And did all of those or the majority of those require some type of pilot training program?
Absolutely. Every one of them.
Can you talk to me about those pilot training programs?
Of course. So with the rescue submersibles, as I said previously, it was roughly a 3-year sort of program to actually work your way up. The qualification for that, because it's a very small industry, rescue submersibles. So the American military have got, Singapore, there's various nations. There's approximately 10 to 12 nations throughout the world that have actually got submarine rescue systems. The percentage of the operators for that are civilian. So the manufacturers of those submersibles, they're the ones that lead the training. The training itself has been gathered and all the information from pilots from a long time ago, from diver lockout pilots that used to work in the North Sea, Gulf of Mexico. The program itself, it's intense. You have to know everything with the submersible. You are dealing with all the classification requirements. You have to know the subs inside and out. So that's the rescue submersibles. In terms of my experience is what carried across to the other submersibles I worked on. Working on the super yacht Octopus, the company that were responsible for, what would I say, like oversight, they were the management company that we would deal with regards to any maintenance issues, any training. That was done by DOER, which are based out of California. So I had to go through a training program with them to get certified. They had obviously dealt with the build of the submersible. And
Mary Jane, really now, Sarah says, is anyone listening to him or just thinking about the accent? Well, that's actually my question. We need to do a very quick poll here. We got 450 people here. Do a very, very quick lightning poll because I understand. I have no problem with the guy, but we've got to keep this at 1.25 speed. I hope. Put a 1 in chat if you're okay with it now, or put a 2 in chat if this is just too fast and you really can't get anything out of it. We'll make a decision off of that. We're not going to try 1.5 speed. I have mercy on you peoples, except for our Scots people who are like, whatever. Okay, everybody seems to be cool with it. Don't have any 2s yet. Yeah, even faster. We want to keep somebody here. Well, Scottish people need not apply to this lightning poll because we all know you're like, oh my God, finally, Legal Vices has somebody on here who doesn't have an accent. So there we go. We're good. That's good. All right.
Previous years of the operation on there. When I went, I'll jump ahead post OceanGate, but
there are no closed captions are unavailable for this chat. Even closed captions aren't going to do anything with this.
When I went to go and work for Ocean X, I did a 2-week training program. A gentleman called Mark Taylor, he very good instructor. We worked together with James Fisher Defence and Rimic long ago, submarine rescue, and he put me through all the training for it's a 3-person submersible. Those are 1,000-meter subs. And he also carried out the training for surface officer, which allowed you to control the deck operations and tie in with the vessels from there. Yes, so most of my experience is with rescue submersibles for foreign navies.
And do you hold any professional merchant mariner credentials?
No, I do have qualifications from when I was in the Navy. Relative to that time, I do have small boat license. I do maintain physical exams, which I always have done through HSE, offshore oil and gas, ENG1, just to ensure medical ability to actually go in the subs. I have done training courses, but nothing like what you're saying, sir. Yes.
And these physicals,
yes.
Are those requirements for each individual company, or is that a international standard?
It's not an international standard. Some companies do insist, and they will insist you get an ENG1. When I do submarine rescue with James Fisher Defence and Mansub International, I have to have an HSC diving medical, and preferably offshore survival and offshore medical as well, just to cover those bases. Some of the organizations, they don't require any form of medical qualification at all to operate the subs.
And you had mentioned vessel or submersible certification.
Yes.
Of the submersibles that you piloted, were any of those classed to either DNV, Lloyd's, or ABS standard?
Yes, I've worked with the three main agencies. I've worked with ABS, DNV, and Lloyd's as well. The only submersible that wasn't fully classed was Cyclops.
As a submersible operator, how important is it to you to operate a class submersible?
Very. He's the second person that says the only submersibles he's ever worked on that are not classed by a real classification society are the Cyclops owned by Stockton Rush and this one and the Titan. And he said, how important is it that they be classed? And he said, very. See, this guy knows his shit. This guy has some serious credibility. His answers show that he actually knows what he's talking about. So good on him. Which probably explains why he was fired.
Allegedly. Bottom line. Very important.
And can you tell me why?
The classification agencies give oversight, and it's a third-party verification. They should get involved from proof of concept, just to ensure that what you're wanting to manufacture is within the boundaries of all the rules and regulations that they've gathered extensively over the years, in coordination with the US Coast Guard, with the US Navy, with other militaries throughout the world. It's very important to follow that path and not deviate from it. If the classification agencies themselves, they are willing to be flexible. And if you go to them and you have a suggestion, any sort of modifications that you want to make to the submersible, give them the documentation. They will go away, they will analyze it, they will sit down, they will do boards, they will talk about it. If they find it feasible, they potentially can give you authorization, even if the vehicle is already classed, to make those modifications.
Have you been part of that classification process?
Yes, I have.
Prior to OceanGate and in the submersibles that you've operated, did any of the submersibles not have a classification other than the Cyclops?
No.
Now I'd like to move into your employment. If you could start, I believe you said it was in 2015.
That's correct. So 2015, as I mentioned, I reached out to OceanGate and spoke to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy. We spoke on the phone, seemed like a good fit verbally. I was invited across for a couple of weeks to look over the systems that they already had in place. They had Antipodes, which is fully classed, ABS certified, and still is. They had Cyclops 1. When I went across to Everett to meet with the team and Stockton Rush, the CEO, the intention was Cyclops used to be owned by an organization in the Azores, which was fully classed. That submersible, when I turned up on site, was not classed. They had made so many modifications to it. The only things they hadn't changed was the hull, the main viewports, the upper viewport, and the hatch assembly. So,
oh, that's interesting. The other one, the Cyclops, was classed before Stockton Rush bought it, before OceanGate had it. And after they bought it, it lost its classification because they did so many alterations to it and never got it reclassed. Wow, that's actually interesting. That shows he took an inspected, classed submersible and made it unclassed by dicking around with it. Interesting.
So talking with Stockton, obviously I'm very about class to keep everything prim and proper. The discussion was at the time, he'd already been in talks, please don't quote me on this, but I'm sure it was with the DNV at the time. And the intention was they were going to take the submersible out, do a full dive to 500 meters, which is what the class rating used to be for that submersible. And DNV were going to issue a report stating that they would approve the hull, the acrylic, and the upper hatch, but they would not class any of the other systems on Cyclops 1.
So when you arrived at OceanGate,
yes,
what position were you hired for?
I was hired for Director of Marine Operations.
And what year was that?
I was taken on as a I was taken on as a contractor at that time to assist them with the organization of the potential Titan build. So from there, 2015, we spoke. I think it was June 2015, they offered me a contract that was all going to be pending getting visa approval. As you can tell, I'm from Scotland, so moving over to the US, it would involve immigration authorities.
No, nobody would have guessed that.
My wife, my daughter and I, we were granted O visa to come in and work in the US, which is extraordinary ability visa. My qualifications and background was sufficient enough with backup from people in the industry to get me across. So we got that in January 2016. That was granted. We sold everything up and we moved across to Seattle, Washington.
Well, see, that's another indication that this guy knows what he was talking about. That this guy actually is super qualified, because he got one of the extraordinary ability visas, and they are very, very tight on who gets those in the U.S. You really do have to have some extraordinary ability to get those specialist visas. So yeah, if he passed the U.S. immigration inspection to get that visa, good for him. I just feel like he's qualified.
And when you arrived to OceanGate at that time, what was the company construct? Who did you report to?
So being one of the directors, I was immediately responsible to the chief operating officer and the CEO. The chief operating officer at the time was Neil McCurdy, and the CEO was Stockton Rush. That was the two individuals that I would report to directly at that time.
And what was your role and responsibility as the Director of Marine Operations?
Of course. So I shall, and this is from OceanGate website. I hope you have no objections to me reading what my job description is. This is readily available online.
No objections.
Thank you. And this is how the company portrayed me. So David Lockridge, Director of Marine Operations. As Director of Marine Operations for OceanGate Incorporated, David Lockridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations, for maintaining and operating all marine assets, and for achieving the mission objectives during diverse and challenging submersible expeditions. So over and above the job title, I was the only, in my eyes, qualified submersible pilot to fly the assets that we had. I was the only one with experience in new build submersibles, dealing with classification agencies. With the two subs that we had at the time, I was responsible for training. So I trained staff-wise. I trained Isabel Johnson. She was one of my trainee pilots. Alexander Russell and Bonnie Carroll. That was the only three employees of OceanGate that I was responsible for their training. Not one of them got qualified as a pilot that would certify them to take passengers or do solo dives in the sub. Externally to the company, I did training for a gentleman, Scott Perezinski, who went on to be on the board of OceanGate. Having the only one with experience, I was responsible for all the maintenance. I tied in with APL, the Applied Physics Lab, in terms of the project for Titan, the build that the company got me across to assist run and be the chief pilot for. I was responsible for training manuals for Cyclops. Antipodes manuals were already there. They just needed tweaked ever so slightly just to bring them up to date. I would deal with ABS when it came time to do any classification for Antipodes. I would carry out the test dives for Antipodes with the ABS surveyors, which I did on several times. And anytime we were doing offshore operations, I would liaise with the vessel captain. I would liaise, if it was an internal to US territorial waters, I would liaise with the Coast Guard, port authorities.
I'm sorry, I've resisted as long as I can. I can't resist it anymore.
I'm so drunk I can barely see. Blood and hell's begin. See another game.
I resisted pushing that button as long as I can. I'm sorry, let's get back to it.
And in terms of the mission specialists, well,
I'm weak.
So I'm not loosely, the paying clients, I would meet with them. I was how I felt a show pony. I was made by the company to stand up there and do talks. I think it was difficult. I had to go up, do presentations all about my experience. And my eyes, even at the time, they were selling me as part of this project for people to come in, pay money for future investment in Titan, the submersible.
When you arrived at Ocean Gate, was there a set training plan or procedure for members to become crew or pilots?
None.
Recorder, if I can ask you to please bring up Exhibit 081, which is the Ocean Gate Pilot and Training Task.
Okay, and again, that's another interesting thing. They're putting him, they billed him when he was there as the person who is responsible for the safety of all the crew and the ship itself. Kayla, yeah, what I just played it. What do you mean you're surprised I don't have one? I just played it. But yeah, so, and he was an attraction to the company. They were using him to bring people in.
Book. Mr. Lockridge, have you ever seen this document?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Can you please explain the purpose of this document?
The purpose of the document, it tied in with the operations manual for Cyclops and the MS Lars, which was the platform, the dive platform for Cyclops. The pilot training manual itself.
Scotty from Star Trek.
Covered broad.
Look, Scotty from Star Trek. James McDougall. I'm no, that's like the worst Scottish accent ever. Yeah, Scotty from Star Trek is like the worst fake Scottish accent ever. Jimmy Doohan was not he was not a native Scottish word. That was just a terrible. It's like Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins, but for the Scottish people. Bad accent.
Variety of training for the submersible pilots itself. So it provided stability calculations, gas calculations, makeup of the hull, emergency procedures, standard operating procedures. I wrote into this manual as much information as I possibly could. There were things that, unfortunately, senior management, Stockton Rush, Neil McCurdy, I was reined in slightly. There is a lot more I would have put in this manual. The intention for Ocean Gate, unbeknownst to me when I came across, they wanted to be able to qualify a pilot in a day. Somebody that had never sat in a submersible. They wanted people to basically come in, get checked out as pilots, and be able to take passengers down in the sub. That is a huge red flag. That is a no-no. You don't do that. It's a long process. It's not just a case of sitting down, driving a submersible around. There's a lot more to it. You've got to understand topside operations, weather, limitations on vessels, launch recoveries. There's a lot to cover. And I met resistance with that. So I got into this manual.
He wasn't even Irish. James Doohan is from Canada. He was born in Vancouver.
As much as I possibly could to get it approved by senior management, which it did.
In this manual, as it states, manned submersible Cyclops 1.
Yes.
Was this specific to the Cyclops 1?
Correct.
Was there another manual for the Antipodes?
I said there was a manual for Antipodes. Yes, that's correct.
And then was there a manual for the Titan?
I never did anything for Titan. As you will hear throughout the day, I was kept away from the project.
Understood. So you had stated that some of you tried to put as much information into this as you could. So
That's
including
correct.
topside operations and other things as such. With regard to that, you said that you raised your concerns to Ocean Gate management.
Oh, for a lot of things. Anytime I'm not, everybody that knows me, they know I can be slightly outspoken. I don't like being bullied into anything. I don't tolerate liars. And if I see something that is a risk, not only to myself, to anybody else, I will put my hand up. And everybody that knows me, I've always been like that from day one, even when I was in the Navy.
So with regards to pilot training, this was it your program, would you say?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. When I came across,
Gee, it's almost like one of the guys
Stockton
has
had rough
integrity.
notes that he had. Nothing was from memory. Nothing was printed in his mind what he wanted in terms of a training manual. So long ago. Yeah, as far as I can remember, everything was on me in terms of that training manual for Cyclops.
What was Mr. Rush's experience that you know?
So I had been led to believe that he was trained, as I said, please don't quote me, a gentleman called Scott Cassell, who's I may be wrong on that, who is a submersible pilot, and Stockton verified that he was qualified by that individual. Since 2009, when the company was set up, he alongside the contractor, Tim Catterson, who was present yesterday, would pretty much do all the dives for Antipodes or Cyclops before I came along.
Can you tell me about the different submersibles that OceanGate had operational when you arrived at the company, specifically the Antipodes and the Cyclops one?
Of course. Antipodes is a 1,200-foot submersible. It's a 5-man submersible, so a pilot, 4 passengers. It's got acrylic dome either end, so the pilot would actually fly that vehicle from the center section of the sub itself. The sub design was approved long before I came on the go. That
1,200
submersible,
foot, that's
from memory,
huge.
was initially a diver lockout vehicle from the 70s. I think it's roughly the same age as me. And it got changed under approval by ABS to make it more of a passenger submersible. It had an upper hatch with a tower on it, which we'd use for egress, ingress of passengers getting in and out of the sub, and very basic buoyancy systems on that.
Fun
It
fact,
did have
the
emergency
Titanic was built by the
full life
Irish.
support system on there as well. The Cyclops one was under development, and when I came across during 2015 and at the start of 2016, before they were dismissed by the OceanGate Engineering Department and Stockton Rush,
I would hope that was
I
the
worked
mission.
closely with APL, the Applied Physics Lab, Dave Dyer and Mike and the rest of the guys at that team. Yes,
You had mentioned earlier that the Cyclops one was previously a class submersible.
that's correct.
And when it came to be owned by OceanGate, there was modifications that were made that took it out of class.
Very much so, yes. The entire control system, steering system, propulsion, everything was removed.
Oh, all
And I
the
think that is
non-important
why, when I saw that document in 2015, the approval letter or report from who I think it was, DNV, classing the hull, the acrylic, and the upper hatch, I can see why that is all they would recertify.
Oh.
Fortunately, at that time, we had excellent engineering support from APL. So they provided electrical, electronics, mechanical, and I worked very closely with them until Tony Nissen started.
And when you, at this point in 2016, when you,
So he worked on it until Tony Nissen started. Tony Nissen was the first witness we heard from. He was the witness number 1 from yesterday.
you came in with the company, how far along was the Titan project?
There was nothing. It was a concept. There was no material. Nothing had been wound. No material had been fabricated. Nothing. It had been made clear to me from the outset I was coming across to assist with the build. My experience working with class was going to be paramount in actually producing a successful product. That was the intent. And yeah, there was nothing at all. APL, everything control systems wise, they were testing things on Cyclops 1, and it was still in its infancy. The amount of dives that we did in that sub, that systems would fail, the MSLRs, the dive platform, there'd be issues with that. Everything at that time, even then, it was experimental, but at the same time, the intention was once everything was finished with Cyclops 1 and the company and APL were happy with everything, those systems would be fully not integrated, so they weren't going to get moved from Cyclops, but they would be built harder, stronger, more reliable, and they were going to get built for Titan. When I moved across, there was nothing. Nothing was produced. Nothing was finalized with APL. There was a serious shift in the organization from spring 2016 through to, I would say, summer 2016, where the Applied Physics Lab were phased out. Unfortunately, after the incident on the Andrea Doria, I was phased out of the project completely. I was told everything was going to be getting done in-house with Tony Nissen and his team, who I had no confidence in whatsoever. And I seriously voiced my concerns to senior management. That was the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, to Stockton Rush, the CEO. I'm never happy with any of the decisions that were potentially going into this project. That was pre and post manufacture of what was getting done. I was phased out completely.
And why do you believe you were phased out?
Because I embarrassed the CEO on the Andrea Doria wreck. I didn't mean to, but there was an incident on the Doria. It was meant to be my dive. I was meant to take 4 paying clients down to the wreck, and the intention of that entire trip with these mission specialists was we had new sonar fitted to the submersible. We were going to be doing 3D modeling of the wreck. The wreck itself, it's dangerous. We knew it was falling to bits. We did our research, and the plan was I was going to be dropping down over several days, keeping distance from the wreck completely. And basically circumnavigating the wreck at 50 meters away and carrying out sonar scans to create this 3D model of the wreck itself, which in all good intentions, it was so that divers, future divers, can see exactly what's happening with the decay and degradation of the hull of the Doria itself. It is a very famous vessel, but deadly. I mean, I don't know today, but at the time, I think there was like 18 deaths on the Doria with technical divers diving on it. Yeah, unfortunately, the CEO decided that he wanted to take it down. I objected, because I know sometimes he could do things to please himself. He told me I was staying out. I objected again. I was sort of reined in at the time. Just remember, I'm the CEO. You're just an employee. I eventually persuaded him to let me come in on the dive. So we reduced the paying passengers down to 3. And Stockton said he was taking it down. The first attempt that we did when we were on the surface, the MSLRs just got blown away with the currents. We did tell him. He wouldn't listen. The vessel captain was very wary about the currents at the time. I tried to give my input in terms of the weather. It's a very exposed area. So we towed the vehicle so that it was in a good position. Stockton took the helm. The controls for Cyclops, it's actually done at the back of the vehicle. And there is camera systems mounted to, I don't know now, but there was camera systems mounted only to the front, just above the acrylic sphere, the forward viewing dome. And you controlled it on the back with, yes, the PlayStation controller. And when we went to do the dive platform was submerged down to its working depth, 12 feet, 15 feet. Took it down so that it's away from the adverse weather conditions. He attempted to take it off. He didn't do it very well. He ended up bending the dive skids on the bottom, the landing skids, which are usually flat, which contained the drop weights. We deployed diver to verify. And anyway, we got the thumbs up. He departed from the MSLRs at depth, came up to the surface, which we usually did, established main communications with the vessel. And from there, he took it down. I kept saying, please keep your distance. Don't tell me what to do. That was the conversation. He decided to go straight for the wreck. He had on sonar, clear sonar image. You could see the wreck, and boom, as I said, it's not very deep. Visibility is not excellent, but it was clear enough. Good ambient light that day, and he came straight down hard on the bottom. No trimming, no ballast, nothing.
Oof.
Smash straight down on the bottom. Visibility went everywhere. You could see a silhouette, and it was the 2 clients that were sitting in the viewing dome right next to the acrylic. And they were like, oh my God, we are right on the wreck. So I said to Stockton, please, all stop telling me what to do. Stockton, all stop. We have to see what's going on here. We have to look at our surroundings, which is standard practice for any competent submersible pilot. And from there, visibility cleared. We could see metal plates, and we could clearly see the starboard side of the bow of the Andrea Doria. We could see all the debris. We could see hawser lines. We could see panels coming off. It was an absolute mess. So I said, Stockton, please. And he just kept arguing with me in the cell. Very unbecoming of a submersible pilot. I was trying to guide him. I'm trying to give the best course of action to get him out of it. No matter what, I'm doing this. So he blew air in the tank, and the ballast tank came off the bottom, motored full stick ahead, unbeknownst to everybody else, and I don't know why. He decided to turn the submersible 180 degrees at speed, still coming ahead. So he wasn't looking at his surroundings. He could have quite easily went up into the viewing dome. He could have went up into the tower because it's got a clear acrylic hatch on there. And he basically drove at full speed into the port side of the bow. And we could hear the cracking of the fairing as he got us jammed in underneath.
Oh.
So I'm not going to say how foul my language was, but it wasn't good.
It was Scottish.
At that point, it was unprofessional behavior of him. He started to panic. And the first thing was, do we have enough life support on board? I was like, Stockton, of course we got enough life support. We need to get out here. When do you think the dive team could come to get us out? Stockton, please, give me the controls. I'm going to get us out of this. We're stuck, we're stuck, we're stuck. Repeatedly, every time I went to take the controller from him, he pushed it further and further behind him inside the...
So basically, it sounds like Stockton Rush was a bitch. He was well, we already knew he was egotistical from what he was saying, from what everybody has said so far. Every single witness has testified to him doing things his own way and being the micromanager. But now he's an unqualified micromanaging bitch, apparently. The panics, doesn't listen to the single most qualified person he has in his company, doesn't let the guy do his job, and then panics. I'm sure that's great. I'm sure that's what the passengers want to hear. Oh my God, we're gonna die, we're stuck. Do we have life support? How soon can they get to us? We're stuck. I'm sure that's exactly what the passengers wanted to hear. And Lockridge is absolutely right. You hit something goes bump. You don't keep fucking around. The first thing you do is stop and find out exactly what the current situation is. And then you get out of the situation, not just start flailing madly around and then getting yourself more stuck. Good Lord.
The submersible itself. I said I can be quite vocal sometimes. At that point, it went on and on and on. I'm looking up inside the upper hatch. I could see where there was fishing line draping over the top of the sub, all the metal rebar. There was debris everywhere. He never once got out the seat in the back of the sub to go and look at his surroundings. So I said, let's get a communications check. Let's talk to the top side, let them know what's going on. What if there's no comms? I'm like, give me the controls. Let me talk to them. Let me talk to top side, and I'm going to get us out of this. This went on and on and on for a period of time. And eventually it took one of the paying clients to turn around, and Renata, who you're interviewing on Thursday, she shouted at Stockton to give me the effing controller. She had tears in her eyes. He reached around behind him. I had my head up inside the tower, so I'm still looking at the wreck, and he clattered it off the right side of my head. The controller landed on the deck plate, one of the buttons.
Like literally one of the passengers said, give me the fucking controller. And then they got in this weird, oh my God. This is horrific. Oh my God. This is the problem with someone who has absolute control over their company. The board of directors can't, because that's what they did with Steve Jobs there way back in the day with Apple. They booted him out. They said, we don't like what you're doing anymore. And we're booting you out of the company. And then they almost lost everything. So they brought him back to save it. And he continued there on. But this is what happens when you don't have a board. They can go, dude, you have fucked up so badly. This is your company, but you're such an absolute fuck up that you are no longer allowed to have anything to do with the day-to-day operations of this company. They needed someone like that there, but they didn't. This guy, it's like our last witness said, he was the king. There was God, and then there was him. So yeah. Wow, this is stunning. I knew this was going to be our guy. I told you this is the witness I was waiting for. This is the guy that's going to be spilling all of the tea. Holy crap. This ain't good, people.
Buttons came off, the robust PlayStation controller. I picked it up, repaired it, and
wait, I want to go back to this. So we had the Logitech deal. Now we got the PlayStation controller. Let's go back a little bit and hear about this PlayStation controller fight they got in. Seriously, they're fighting over the remote control. They're fighting over the controller.
So I'm still looking at the wreck, and he clattered it off the right side of my head. The controller landed.
He threw the controller at dude. Rush throws the paying passenger woman says, give me the fucking controller. He lobs it at dude's head. This happened? This is crazy. And there's no one to tell him no and to stop him from doing it. Well, everybody told him no, but there's no one to meaningfully tell him no.
He reached around behind him. I had my head up inside the tower, so I'm still looking at the wreck, and he clattered it off the right side of my head. The controller landed on the deck plate. One of the buttons came off, the robust PlayStation controller. Picked it up, repaired it. And
That's sarcasm, by the way. The robust PlayStation controller. And I saved this. I saved the Dog Inim's membership chat for a little bit longer for 13 months. Sounds like he's filleting his CV to these Americans. Guess his favorite Bond. I'm guessing Connery. I would guess Sean Connery as well because he's every right person thinking's favorite Bond. But yeah, no, I think the dude was playing down his CV. This guy is qualified and absolutely knows his shit.
And had us out 10, 15 minutes. Motored away from the wreck, came away 50 meters using the sonar, turned us around, dropped down, and I said, that is what we're supposed to do. And at that point, he was upset. He said, I owe you one, anything I can do for you. We came back on board the ship, and the divers had to reattach us onto the MS Lars once we recovered to the surface because the deck skids were so badly damaged when he did the departing from the platform because he did it incorrectly. And came back up on top. Obviously, the paying clients, I know one of them was definitely a good friend of Stockton's. We had Renata and one of Renata's friends. And from there, it was all, oh, cheers, David saved us. Slight exaggeration. It shouldn't have got to the stage it got to. If he in any way had behaved like any other submersible pilot I know and looked at his surroundings, talked on the radio, you know, on the communications, let the topside know so there's an issue. He didn't do it. And then because people were cheering and passengers were obviously very grateful for what I did, which to me is my job, they stopped talking to me. And yeah, it went on from there. Within a few months.
Mr. Lockridge?
Yeah, sorry.
I appreciate that.
No worries.
Just want to ask you a few questions.
He's like, okay, I can keep going here all day, pal. We can run with this as long as you want. That Dog in him with the $5 super chat. Just because you got money and power doesn't mean you have knowledge and experience. Rich people with Darwin Awards, more at 11. Yeah. You're exactly right. Sean Connery, no closed fist. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Man, this guy could go on all day, I think, about Stockton Rush stories. But the long and short of it is because he set down the right parameters, because he was doing the right thing. And then when Stockton Rush stepped in and fucked everything up and got into a literal controller fight whilst panicking and screaming, we're going to die. Oh, we're stuck. How do we have life support? While he's in the middle of this guy saves the day and everybody cheers and loves him. And he gets fired for it, reportedly. Yeah, that is a tyrant.
Questions with regards to the Andrea Doria. Did the skids get stuck in the bottom of the ocean floor?
They got stuck under metal plates right up at the bow. When the way he drove it down, it was so hard. There was metal plates lifted up underneath the mud, and the metal plates landed up on the front of the landing skids, staring at the starboard side of the bow before he did that maneuver that took us in onto the.
So he basically dug it under the bow of the Doria.
And just to be clear, did you state? You didn't state this, but did he throw the controller at you at that
That's
point?
correct. And he hit me on the side of my head on the starboard side. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Gatewell, he's in that situation now.
Had you not been there to get it out or to assist in maneuvering the submersible to a safe place, what would have been the emergency response or procedure from topside or as a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. So we would have notified topside immediately, which is what I wanted to do. And on call, when we left Boston, we notified the US Coast Guard what we were going to be doing, the port authorities, when we were taking the vehicle out. And we also, I can't remember the name of them, I may have documentation on it. There was a commercial diving company that I communicated with, and they did an agreement with us that if there was any issue during the dive, they would come out and offer assistance. They had a full air and mixed gas system to do deep diving to bring us back out. In coordination with the vessel captain at the time, anytime we were going out, what we would do is, because we didn't have another asset on board the ship, what we would do is, me personally, I would reach out to organizations that are working in the area. It's very easy to find out. I had people that I knew that worked for Oceaneering, some of the companies that would work Gulf of Mexico, East Coast, West Coast of America. So I would reach out to them and they would know what we were going to do. So anytime we would do an operation, that was part of my job.
So this brings up a subject or question. So you departed Boston.
Yes.
And you were towed by a offshore supply vessel, I'm gonna guess, or a tow vessel?
That's correct. Yes. Yes.
And you made notification to the Coast Guard Sector Boston?
That's correct.
Did the Cyclops 1 have an oceanographic research vessel designation letter?
It did have a reference number from memory. Yes, it did have. Yeah, I think so. And it was classed, I know, under the US Coast Guard regulations, and it was in the document that was released in 1993, which is still in effect. There is inspected vessels for submersibles, and it's anything over carrying 6 passengers. We were under that with the 5 in total, which is classed as an uninspected vehicle. Yeah.
So did the Cyclops 1 have a certificate of inspection from the United States Coast Guard?
That's a negative. It was uninspected.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 21, which is a letter to the stakeholders in December of 2015 from Mr. Stockton Rush? And I'm just going to ask a few questions regarding the Andrea Doria mission.
Yeah.
You had stated that there was 3 mission specialists aboard.
That's correct.
And by mission specialists, you referred to them as paid clients.
That's correct.
Can you explain to me a little more on what that means?
Anybody that was interested. So
Yeah, they're not really specialists.
The whole idea behind the company was to make money. That's it. There was very little in the way of science. There was very little in the way of media. So I know you would read things online, but at the end of the day, they weren't taking samples. Video footage, who would get all that information? Nobody. Very strong social media team that would sell the company, sell seats, basically, on Antipodes, on Cyclops itself. The organization that we can see there, Argus Expeditions, I never had any involvement with them. It wasn't until yesterday I even remembered that was a thing. So when I watched the interviews. So yeah, these paying clients, they would pay to come in the sub. I would say 98% of the time, it was me that would take them down, being the most experienced in the company. Yeah.
And were they scientists?
No, they were paying passengers. It was people that had money. Even when we did the dives, we were meant to do a dive following year, I think it was, and it was, don't quote me, Farallon Islands, but we ended up being weathered off, and we ended up coming into the San Francisco Bay and doing the first manned submersible dives down Alcatraz. The clients that had paid to go on this wreck that was offshore from San Francisco were more than happy to be, their fee went towards sitting in the sub and driving them down to the bottom of Alcatraz Rock. So yeah, I had no involvement in the selling. I was 100% involved in piloting and taking these people down.
I just want to reference this document that we brought up, which is Exhibit 21. And in the third sentence underneath the paragraph Argus Expeditions, which is referring to the May 7th through 14th Cyclops 1 mission on the Andrea Doria. It says, on a very positive note, the first potential client we contacted is committed to the $20,000 fee to join us for 2 days, including just 1 3-hour dive, and has also secured 2 more individuals at $20,000, each despite our lack of significant supporting information, vessels, cancellation policies, exact timing. Do you know what fee these people paid for that?
So from memory, I can't remember for the Andrea Doria, but I think it was $35,000 to dive with me on the Alcatraz. A lot of money.
No, well, not compared to the Titan.
Coast Guard regulations regarding passenger vessel operations.
35,000 cheap compared to $250,000.
I think I know that was the whole intent of having retired Admiral Lockwood on the board, was to get us through some of the processes in dealing with the Coast Guard. So Stockton was aware about how we had to get the Coast Guard involved, especially operating in territorial waters. It's very important to do that and abide by all the rules and regulations. So no, he was very aware of the Coast Guard. Yeah.
Was he aware that 1 passenger on a submersible for hire is considered a small passenger vessel operation and requires a certificate of inspection by the United States Coast Guard?
I don't know if he did know that.
Probably not.
I'd like to go back to discussing with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab.
And this guy's going to go all day. So for the rest of our morning
What was
and then
OceanGate's
the beginning of our show
relationship with the
tomorrow.
University of Washington Applied Physics Lab.
From my understanding, when I came across for my interview in the summer of 2015, I met with the Applied Physics Lab team, and I went down, Chief Operating Officer, CEO. We went down, we met with them, and the involvement that I could see and was told was they were going to be involved in the design, the construction, and also the assisting with
You're right.
the
That's
classing
exactly
of
why
the
he
vehicle
called them
itself.
crew.
This is Titan.
He knew. He knew. I was sort of being facetious there. That's why I called them crew. Yeah. That's why they were all mission specialists. They were all crew members.
And what was the relationship between OceanGate and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab with regards to workplace environment and in your own personal?
Okay. I'm sure I'm not the only person that's saying it. Stockton could be a very awkward person. And if he wasn't happy with somebody, he was very vocal, very vocal. And he would bump his gums basically about APL, the team leader, about Dave, about Mike. Just, he would blame everything on everybody else. You know, if the submersible Cyclops, which they were working on developing systems, if it wasn't fast enough, he would talk about it constantly at length. I had a very good relationship with the team. I communicated with them on a regular basis, became good friends with Dave Dyer, who's going to be appearing this week. I was given full confidence in seeing what they had previously produced, and they obviously hadn't done any manned submersibles, but they'd done, you know, components for subsea, you know, these AUVs and stuff like that. I think for me, having the university involved, it gave this. It was confidence in what was going ahead. I think it would have been slightly different if I had rocked up for that interview and Stockton had said, "Oh, I'm building a sub." I saw the facility at Everett, which I'm sure you've been to and seen it. It's in a boatyard. Most manufacturers have got decent facilities, clean room areas for working on. There was none of that. So to have that,
most manufacturers have decent facilities. I like
felt good
that.
about it, and that was one of the main contributing factors to me going across and working for OceanGate, having that on site.
And as the director of marine operations with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab, what was your role there? What was your responsibility? Like, what were you doing with them? It was more of an engineering. Were you testing their operations? Were you testing the new things they were putting in? And what was your opinion of those new changes?
Okay, so I was never a fan of the PlayStation controller.
Why? Why not?
Certain occasions, because of failure, we would go hardwired into the sub, which in my eyes was a lot better. And the Applied Physics Lab, in my involvement, I would tie in.
In fairness, any controller is better than a PlayStation 2 controller.
The team, anytime they wanted to make changes to any of the circuitry or mechanical aspects of the dive platform of Cyclops 1, to work on the development, which was eventually going to lead to the final design of Titan, I'd be in the water with them. I would take the guys diving in the sub. We would test it. We would have lines on the subs just to see limitations, how far we could push the systems that they had, batteries, controls, trim systems, everything. I had a good relationship with them, put it that way. And we would dive in the sub a lot until they were phased out.
Mr. Lockridge, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Not us. We're skipping it.
The hearing will now recess and reconvene at 9:40.
We're going to skip the 10-minute break. There we go. It helps if we push play, huh? Let's see. While they're warming that up here, I guess we've read all the super chats and everything. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
This hearing is now back in session. Lieutenant Commander Whalen, please continue.
Mr. Lockridge, I'd like to pick back up roughly with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab in OceanGate at that time, 2016 to 2017. There were some changes to the OceanGate employees and added some engineering, director of engineering. Can you speak to the additional changes to the director of engineering and what the company brought in? Turn your mic on.
So Stockton decided to do all engineering in-house. He said he had lost confidence in APL. I think that was mostly a time thing in his head. As I said, he could be very impatient. So
you lost confidence in one of the world's foremost classification societies. Bullshit.
He introduced
Stockton,
Tony
you
Nissen
were a dick.
and brought
Now
him
you're
in
just
as a
scam.
director of engineering for the Titan build, which was going to Titanic. As we all know, they'd already put everything online that submersible was going to the Titanic. So what happened was, over the course of a few months, Tony took over. They phased Dave out, they phased Mike out, and I don't know what the relationship was with the head of APL and Stockton. I think Stockton maintained an office in the Applied Physics Lab building. I'm not sure how often he would go down there or what sort of interaction there was. I know, obviously, hearing what we've been hearing the last few days and looking at the social media side of things, they did maintain some form of relationship to...
Mr. K says, who the F has emphysema on the mic? That'd be Strawberry back there. That's the dog with emphysema. Yeah, that's Strawberry you're hearing.
To proceed with these third scale models that they tested. And but I couldn't tell you how far it went in terms of doing the changes. This is the relationship with APL. I couldn't tell you how far APL got with the final design of Titan. And all I know is when Tony took over, they were going to be changing a lot. So maybe me being quite vocal, I said to Stockton I wasn't happy that we were phasing out APL. It got to the point that Tony and Stockton, I remember one day Dave came in to see me. We used to borrow dive gear from each other. And Dave came in to see me and they stood in the corner, wouldn't even speak to him. And when Dave left, they told me I've never to speak to that gentleman again, which is ridiculous.
What a petty
Never to speak to the gentleman again?
I was never to speak to Dave Dyer again. This is during 2016. So I had to have no correspondence with Dave Dyer. That's what I was told.
And that was said to you by who?
Oh, that was said to me by Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen.
What was the relationship that you witnessed between Mr. Tony Nissen and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
Tony wasn't happy with APL. Stockton wasn't happy with APL. The two of them were very vocal, saying that they did not want APL to do anything else with regards to the design concept and the build of Titan. They were going to do it all themselves.
Do you know why they made that decision?
Can I say arrogance? Thinking they could do this on their own without proper engineering support. I mean, proper engineering support from people that have built things that have been subsea. May not be submersibles, but known products. Proper engineers that work for the university. So...
Did Tony Nissen have any, that you were aware of, any previous submersible design or construction?
I like this guy. From people who have actually built things.
My opinions on to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, and Stockton Rush, and Joe Perry. I think pretty much all of them.
And what was their response to your concerns?
Stockton will do what he wants to do. That was it. So dismissed. And
the fourth witness in a row to say that.
I kept saying we need to get APL involved, or there was all this talk of getting Boeing involved, NASA involved. I never saw Boeing, never saw NASA. All that was spoken to me at my interview when I was going across. So hearing all these big names and APL, obviously I met with those guys. I met with the team. And because previously one of the submersibles I'd worked on, and it was an older sub, we ended up, one of the rescue subs, it was made of GRP, glass resin plastic. That hull was incredible, but it had reached its life cycle. And we changed that over to steel. So I had worked with non-metallic hulls before. So the whole appeal of coming across and doing that, it was amazing.
And you believed originally that it was going to be classed?
100%. 100%. That submersible was going to be classed. Because of my, because of my interaction with, I think the last big project that I worked on prior to moving across, James Fisher Defence gave me the role as a contractor. It was just over a year's project. I was the chief pilot responsible for the finalisation of the refit, recommissioning and trials and training for the Swedish Navy. That vehicle, 52 ton. I worked closely with Lloyds. Lloyds were in the facility in Scotland on a regular basis. I worked with them closely. I would dive with them to obviously see it through all the trials and basically the certification for that vehicle itself. So yeah, I said, I'm quite happy dealing with the individuals that I worked with Lloyd's. I gave them the names, just wait. So.
Was it ever part of any contract that you signed with regards to coming over to operate a class submersible?
I signed a contract, an employment contract. The initial contract, it never had anything stating classed in it. And then the addendum that I had to sign when I was coerced into signing an additional contract after the Doria incident, the company decided not to pay for my wife and my daughter's permanent residence anymore unless I signed this additional employment contract. That didn't state anything about classification in it either.
Before I move on with the classification,
that's some bullshit there.
You just referenced an addendum to your contract. Can you please explain?
Sure. So I signed a employment contract with the company, and this is in the summer of 2015. In that contract, it clearly stated this contract will be invalid if immigration authority isn't approved for me to come across with my family and actually work legally in the US. The attorneys that we used, the immigration attorney, were based in Seattle. They managed to push through our immigration, as I said earlier, as an O visa, extraordinary ability, because of the role and the experience that I brought to the organization. And after the Doria, when Stockton pretty much stopped talking to me rationally, I was called round one day. It was the end of the summer 2016, and Chief Operating Officer and Neil McCurdy and Stockton Rush, we got talking. I just thought it was a general chit chat, coffee, and it led to Stockton saying they were no longer willing to pay for my wife or my daughter's permanent residence. I wasn't happy. I seriously voiced my displeasure in what they decided to do.
That's some bullshit.
Fine, well, it's because not embarrassing, but you know, I probably did. I embarrassed him in front of clients. He wasn't happy, and I knew that was the turning point in our relationship within OceanGate. So I walked away very upset, went home, told my wife. Stockton had been tried phoning constantly that evening, leaving voice messages, texts. I ignored them. I said to Carol, that's us, we're done. We're moving back to Scotland. I'm not standing for this. And anyway, went in the following morning, late, I did it intentionally. And the CEO of Stockton came up and he said, I'm so sorry for yesterday. I've had a change of heart and I have decided I can't lose you. I need you on this project and I will pay for it. But you have to sign this addendum to your employment contract stipulating that if you leave over the next 12 months, you will reimburse us. So I said, okay, it's simple enough. Once I signed it, I was told by Stockton, and make sure you do not tell the immigration attorney that I've made you do this. So I obviously told my wife. So we did this, we proceeded on. So yeah, that's where we were at with that.
Just for clarification, what year and month was that you were?
It was August, September. So whenever the Doria dive was, June, July, August. Yeah, it was all within a matter of weeks, whether it be a 10, 12-week period, everything happened.
And that's in 2016?
That's correct, yes. The relationship broke down and yeah.
Getting back to the classification, and your understanding that you thought that the Titan was going to be classed by a classification society. At what point did you realize that it was not going to be classed? Were you told, or did you basically figure it out on your own?
Well, I mean, it was common sense that they weren't going to do it, but officially I was told repeatedly, anytime I said to Stockton or Tony, I'm quite happy dealing with ABS, Lloyd's, GL, if we're getting these people in. It's in hand. It's in hand. Engineering are dealing with everything. Now, I knew what they were like. Tony and I had run-ins close on daily basis. At that point, the relationship had broken down with myself and Stockton. In terms of anytime I had any issue or my team had any issue and I would report it, I don't know. I maybe came across as the troublemaker within the organization because I was so outspoken on any issues, you know, in terms of my confidence in the inexperienced engineering team that were employed by OceanGate once they dismissed APL.
So you were the director of marine operations and Mr. Nissen was the director of engineering.
That's correct.
So not specific to OceanGate, but specific to your previous companies that you worked with.
Yes.
What type of relationship have you had in the past prior to OceanGate with regards to the directors of engineering and as a marine operations?
You have to work hand in hand. In terms of, we work very closely as subpilots, so even on the systems that I work on just now with the designers, even when we're doing any sort of modification to the submersibles under class guidelines and approval and recertification, we work very closely with the designers, with the fabricators of the equipment to make sure the materials that are being used are completely within specification and safe for ourselves and for the operators of these submersibles. So, yeah.
And did you have a relationship like that with the director of engineering at OceanGate?
We never had a relationship. It was the opposite.
What's the opposite of having a
He
relationship?
didn't like my opinion on his thoughts, his process. More so, even more when the components for Titan, which 80% of were on the submersible that was involved in the incident, they were reused. So yeah, I voiced my displeasure. I'd say it was quite regular, and I'm sure some of my previous team who left because they weren't happy with the conditions, the way they were being treated by senior management, I'm sure they would back me up on that.
Were you involved in the winding of the first or prototype Titan hull at Spencer Composites?
Not at all.
Were you asked to be part of that process?
Not at all.
Were you involved in the design or construction of any parts of the first Titan hull?
Nothing.
Were you asked to be part of the process?
Initially, when I came across and moved over to the US to work for the organization, I was meant to be leading the project, not as an engineer, but oversight from an operational background, giving my experience on the components, steering, everything, basically the components of the submersible and the operations, how we were actually going to be carrying out the operations. So yeah, I was told a lot of things that never evolved.
Was told a lot of things that never evolved. Yeah. Jennifer with the £5 says, do you think the lawsuit is looking better? Which lawsuit? The lawsuit by the family against OceanGate and the other, or the family of Nargiolais against the OceanGate? Probably. This is all going to make some really good evidence in that case. But we also mentioned that originally there were lawsuits between David Lockridge and OceanGate regarding his firing. OceanGate filed a lawsuit against Lockridge first, and then Lockridge countersued. He made a counterclaim against them for unlawful termination, and whatnot. That was settled very quickly. So yes, Jennifer, the family lawsuit. All right, yeah, this is going to be some good evidence in the family's lawsuit, I would imagine, because they're listing a lot of things that were wrong with it that the people probably had no idea about. But anyway, the dispute between Lockridge and OceanGate that was settled, like 2019, somewhere around a long time ago. So, and Ike, thank you so much, Ike, for the Aussie 20 buckaroonies. I am fuming about how petty the company has been to him. I don't think it was the company; it was just Stockton himself. But unfortunately, Stockton what seems to have been the company. Apparently, it doesn't look like the investors. I don't know whether the investors knew about anything or whether they had any say in it. But it seems like that Stockton was the company. You can see he's still upset about how badly he was treated. Also, I can see he's the only one that is showing respect to the hearing by wearing a suit. Yeah, he's not wearing. Well, the lady, she was dressed okay. We just couldn't listen to her because the audio was so bad. But yeah, and. This guy, I wish he had a heart rate monitor on him because he is ice cold. If he was getting any warnings from his Garmin, it would probably be for unnaturally low blood. Heart rate, because he's just stone cold, just telling it how it is.
And you previously have brought the OceanGate Director of Marine Operations in your roles and responsibilities.
Oh, I lost my audio again. What is with this? Okay, there's something here that is behaving weirdly for me.
Responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients.
Occasionally, it just says goodbye to my audio. Hang on, real quick here, people. We have to do what we did last time this happened. Why is it doing that? That's interesting. Give me a quick second here to unbiggen that and to get the timestamp. Hey, no, we don't want to. Come on, where's the option to? We're paused to start from that timestamp. All right, fetch. We are what? 1 minute and we're 1 hour and 6 minutes behind. That's the best we're going to be able to do here. For some reason, it's behaving poorly, and I don't know why. That's kind of interesting. Last chance to share. No, it's not giving us the share thing, the proper share thing. So let's just copy that, and we're 1 minute and 6 out. Just see if we can reboot it here, if that'll help. 1 hour and 6 minutes ish out. Where are we at here? Right about there.
The copy of that exhibit. The hearing will reconvene at.
I have no audio. Is somebody talking? Can you guys hear it? I can't. Oh, I guess they decided to take a break.
It was all within.
Nope. See, I'm not getting any audio. All right.
Whether it be a 10,
What the hell's
12
going on
period,
here?
Everything happened.
And that's from 2016.
That's correct. Yes, the relationship broke down, and
I do not know why. I'm not. This is
Getting back
starting to
the
bother me.
classification.
It
your
seems to be
understanding that you thought that the Titan
you don't
was
care.
going to
It's
be
my
classed
Roadcaster because I
by
rebooted it and then
a
I had audio.
classification society.
That's
At
correct.
what
I
point
think.
did you realize
me-
that it was not
Bear
being
with me,
classed?
people,
Were you
because I
told,
need to
or
hear
did you
this
figure-
too.
basically figure it out?
I have no idea what's going on. It's just being
it was common
the way
sense
it
that they
is.
weren't going to do it.
So
But
let's
officially, I
totally stop that. Bring up a new window. See if I'm lucky enough to get some audio. All right, we've got audio. All right, here we go. Sorry about that.
And for achieving the mission objectives during diverse and challenging submersible expeditions. So as the director of marine operations and the chief pilot, what does this mean to you with regards to your obligation and your personal responsibility for the people within that submersible?
Mr. Lockridge, one moment, please.
Yes.
Commander William, what are you reading from there?
That is it was the Ocean Gate website, Director of Marine Operations, and Mr. Lockridge's roles and responsibilities, which was previously inserted as an exhibit from another exhibit that had been pulled.
It was that one there. That's the new go.
Which was Exhibit 004 original.
I don't have a closed captioned option. Sorry. It's just not there. Closed captioning unavailable.
004 is not in their binders.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess to provide Ocean Gate with a copy of that exhibit. The hearing will reconvene at 10:05.
Yeah. Someone's saying, can we go back to where it was? I don't know exactly where it was because it's hard to get the timestamps because when you're watching something that's live, because it only tells you how far away you are from real time, and every second it goes by, it changes. That was the rough approximation. That's the best I could do. Sorry about that. We probably just missed him saying some really bad stuff about Stockton, Russia. Now we're 1 hour out from real time.
And as an experienced engineer and operator of submersibles with over 25 years of experience, why do you think they dismissed your concerns?
And it looks like they're on probably the lunch break.
Cost
Maybe?
cutting. I
don't know.
Bad engineering decisions. I'd say that's the two main things. The desire to get to the Titanic as quickly as they could to start making profit. I knew nothing about the financials side of things, but yeah, there was a big push to get this done, and a lot of steps along the way were missed. And it was pretty evident, not just to myself, to Mr. Tim Catterson, to Chris Imes, who are both very experienced submersible pilots with years and years of experience. And we all voiced concerns about what was happening in terms of the engineering of Titan, and even more so when the components started arriving at the facility in Everett during 2017.
Is the dismissal of such safety concerns by experienced pilots and operators the norm within the submersible?
No, it's not acceptable. And I don't know why, but the chief operating officer who's running the organization, he should, when anybody goes to a chief operating officer, if the CEO is saying do this and you don't agree with it, you go to your next in command, you let them know that you're not happy with it. Anytime I would give my displeasure in what was happening or disapproval, I'd say that's probably the best word, I was dismissed. So everybody knew from the engineering team. I mean, I spoke to every single one of them, all the children that were coming in straight out of university. Some hadn't even been to university yet.
Wow, that's telling when he's saying that the people were just children, fresh out of university, and some hadn't even gone to university yet. And they were the engineers. People, this is terrible. And I'm going to try to bump this up to. I'm going to take a risk and go to 1.5 speed. Let's see what happens.
When Nissen had employed, Stockton had no experience building submersible. None of them did. None of them were experienced submersible operators. I know the company had been on the go since 2009. There was no experience across the board within that organization. That initially was the entire appeal for me going across and transforming things and making something good out of what at the time was nothing. It was nothing. It was all smoke and mirrors, all the social media that you see about all these past expeditions. They always had issues with their expeditions. I didn't know that.
All right, real quickly, chat. 1 to keep us at 1.5 speed. 2 to go back to 1.25 speed where we were. So 1 for 1.5, 2 for 1.25.
At the time until I went across, speaking to contractors that had been on the previous jobs. Yeah. Sorry, I do apologize. That was.
So in the fall of 2017,
yes,
the first Titan hull begins to come together. So the winding is complete and the new parts begin to come into Ocean Gate. Were you there at the time?
Correct, I was.
And at that point, what was your role in?
All right, about 50% of you are saying go back to 1.25. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to 1.25. Sorry, I got a little bit risky there. Took a risk.
Responsibility with regards to the new Titan hull and the parts coming in and reviewing. Were you part of the review process of these things coming in to your submersible?
Initially, no, not until I was asked, which is on the voice recording, which you have all heard, which and Stockton states in there, he did ask me to do an inspection of the Titan. This is once the vehicle was complete. So up until then, anytime any of the components would come in, my desk overlooked the loading area where stores would come in. The components would come onto the shop floor before they were taken through to the engineering department. I looked at everything and there wasn't anything, and I mean anything, on that build or pre-build, basically when the components were there, they gave me any confidence in them producing an efficient product. Nothing. And as I have reiterated, and I probably will continue to do so, I was very vocal about it to all of them, every director within the organization, owner's wife at the time. I don't know whether she was, all of them. And it didn't help the relationship. But at the end of the day, safety comes first. And anytime you're going in a sub, most important thing is going home safe to your families, not going and making money and pushing the envelope as everybody keeps quoting in the news. It's nothing to do with that. You want to be able to do something safely. Yes, you're taking a risk going down the submersible, but don't take risks that are unnecessary with faulty, and I mean faulty, deficient equipment. And everything that came in had anomalies or deficiencies in the product itself. I wasn't the only one that saw this. There was a lot of people saw every component coming in. Yeah, I was the most vocal.
Recorder, can you please bring up exhibit 098?
And while he's doing that, Duncan Idaho, the $10, my university classmate, worked for Ocean Gate. She was there basically straight out of school with an unrelated bachelor's
Director
degree.
of Marine Operations.
Pretty wacky when I saw her
Inspection
picture in the
report.
news when that all happened. Wow, that'd be weird. Thank you, Duncan. Appreciate that, brother.
Mr. Lockridge, have you ever seen this document?
Absolutely. I made this document.
Oh.
If you've no objections, would you allow me to read this out?
And what is that?
It is the same. Well, sorry, it was the initial cover letter to all the rest of the directors of the company and Stockton Rush, the CEO.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Is that the email that's displayed here, sir?
That is.
This is the whistleblower letter, I
So
think,
this was sent
where he
to
basically said
the
we're all going to
directors,
die.
Tony Nissen included, who was director of engineering. With Cyclops 2, Titan, being handed off from engineering to operations in the coming weeks, now is the time to properly address items that may pose a safety risk to personnel. Verbal communication of the key items I have addressed in my attached document have been dismissed on several occasions. So I feel now I must make this report so there's an official record in place. As a director of marine operations, it's my professional opinion that the items noted in my report are significant in nature and must be addressed. I have also included my recommendation to how we should be addressing each issue in the attached quality inspection report. As stated in my employment contract and job description, David Lockridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations. I feel we all have a duty of care as management to all personnel, whether it be staff or mission specialist. Therefore, it is my opinion that until suitable corrective actions are in place and closed out, Cyclops 2, Titan, should not be manned during any of the upcoming trials. My report and the relevant attachments are merely a clear stated record of what I feel should be addressed to allow for successful and safe operations with OceanGate Incorporated. This report was prepared by myself as part of the pending handover of the asset from OceanGate Engineering Team to the Operations Department on the 18th of January, 2018.
And when did you begin conducting this inspection?
So the official report where I started highlighting everything, I've been making notes all the way through when this product started appearing, and obviously speaking verbally about it. In terms of the report itself, it was in the January. We had a conversation, myself, Stockton, Tony was there as well, a week to 2 weeks prior to this 18th of January. And Stockton, as you hear on the voice recording, I was asked to inspect Titan before the handover, not do a quality inspection of Titan, which is on the record, on the voice recording of my dismissal, which you all hold and have heard.
What's the difference between an inspection and or a quality inspection?
Okay, for me, common sense. If you're asked to inspect something, it gives the person inspecting it the opportunity and the ability to take notes, provide recommendations, their dissatisfaction with anything, and submit that. It's not just a case of scribbling something down on a bit of A4 paper and handing it over. To do an inspection of something, you have to have a record in place. And for me, this was my opportunity, being asked to do it prior to the sub being handed over, and abomination of a sub. But prior to that,
abomination of a sub. Yikes! This guy's just not holding any punches. He's not pulling any of the punches. He's letting him have it. This abomination of a sub. Yeeks. And it could not have been as simple as writing it on an A4 piece of paper, because we don't use A4 sized paper in the States.
To raise everything that I had seen during the build and the final build of Titan.
And over the next few minutes, I'm going to ask you to go through the report.
Absolutely.
And we will follow along, which is the same report that you have.
Yeah. Okay, so
and I can guide you through it if you'd like that.
Thank you.
So the first component or deliverable you have is the viewport, O-ring, and fasteners.
Yeah. Okay, so the viewport itself. Any other viewports, whether they be small, whatever the design type, everything for those designs is carried out under PVHO guidelines. Okay.
Which stands for? Pressure vessel for human occupancy.
There you go. Now, that organization, it's basically a task group that's formed, on US Coast Guard are on that task group, US Navy, ABS, the manufacturers of the viewports themselves. Now, there are so many people on that, and I do have a list of all the committees that are involved in that. Now, this task group are basically, they were developed years ago, I think it was the 90s, and they developed these standards with how pressurized vehicles for human occupancy were designed, built, and operated. So all these people with vast knowledge have fed into this system and set these guidelines. Going back to the viewport, the viewport itself. So the viewport, when it came in, we saw it. I was told it's completely out width of standard design parameters. I was told that when it arrived, which isn't a good sign. On the inspection notes, the viewport was installed by OceanGate Engineering Department prior to this inspection. This is my inspection of 2018. No thorough inspection of the acrylic or the O-ring could be carried out on the inspection day. I was not allowed to be there when all this was being put together. So my corrective action on that was documentation to be issued to the operations department, showing completed pressure test results and associated documentation from Hydrospace Group, which is the manufacturer of the acrylic viewport itself. Engineering director has denied my request for those records to be produced. To reiterate on that, as I said, when we go back to the voice recording, which I hope is allowed to be made public knowledge to our 10-minute interview or dismissal interview, they state that the viewport is out with parameters, and they quote on other things. For a dome, there was pitting and scoring evident on the dome itself, which is the titanium dome. So on the forward dome ceiling face, okay, and this was the existing dome that was used during, unfortunately, the incident last year, okay, because everything was reused with the exception of the carbon fiber hull. So at the 12 o'clock position, it must be noted that a plunge hole is present. This will create the least path of resistance of seawater on this critical ceiling face. A double dovetail O-ring groove has been machined to captivate the O-ring, yet with the plunge hole, this type of O-ring groove is out with standard design parameters. Now, I know yesterday Mr. Catterson was explaining to you about the machining of these components. Now, the items, would you be able to jump ahead?
We're going to go to page 7, I believe that is.
Perfect. So the first one is on page 5. If you jump to page 5, this will give the indication. This is still part of my report. So it's this section there.
Go to the next page.
Okay. So image below shows the type of O-ring groove currently machined on both the forward and aft Cyclops 2 Titan dome ceiling faces. Okay. This selection deviates from the standard design process for our application. The addition of this unnecessary plunge hole in both our O-ring grooves also deviates from standard design process. As can be seen on both the images on the next page, the O-rings are not fully captivated due to the plunge hole. And this void on either side creates the potential for the least path of resistance of seawater. In my experience, the potential for this issue will be exacerbated by if we see any sort of buckling of the materials during the immense pressure changes as we go deeper.
Interesting.
Now, the reason I put that in is this is the first carbon-hulled, carbon-stroke titanium subsea vehicle ever built to go down with these components on it. And nobody knew what the loading was going to be on this. No computer is going to be able to tell you with those components, no matter what. Nobody knew. So in terms of the O-ring groove itself, as you can see from the images up there, I can't remember how deep the channel was for the O-ring itself, but that type of O-ring groove is a double dovetail. As Mr. Catterson said to you yesterday, that allows the O-ring to be popped into place and it stops it from falling out. The reason that was put onto the forward domes is especially the forward dome on Titan, that was on a hinge. Okay, so if they did have an O-ring in there with, say, a single dovetail, they risk running, basically.
There's a lot of
O-ring
ridiculous
itself could
things
fall
that
out
never
during
should have been
manually
allowed.
operated procedures.
But that's
the
one
one
of
on
them.
the aft dome. It had exactly the same in it. It had the plunge hole, which the machining company that dealt with the titanium put in. When this component came into the facility, I was appalled. I had never seen this before. I have dealt with God knows how many O-ring grooves throughout my career, even going back to when I was in the Navy, when I was still a kid. That is wrong.
Were you involved in the design of the forward dome and forward titanium ring?
None of it. None of it. I mean, the concept itself, it was discussed to me on several occasions, and I know the contractors, Tim Catterson and Chris Imes, they would tell us what they were going to do in terms of the mounting of the components. There was always something we would say, why aren't we doing this? Putting stiffening rings in. Why aren't we doing some sort of tensioning device? Because we don't know what's going to happen with these ceiling faces. And they were dismissed on countless occasions by the engineering team and Stockton. And I always voiced my concerns, and I always went to the chief operating officer with this. Yeah, anyway.
And just for the record, this is on the original first Titan hull, as we previously discussed.
On the original Titan hull, and it's also on the second hull, which was involved in the incident. They reused these domes, they reused these ceiling faces, they reused the acrylic, they reused the interior. Everything was reused. It's all cost. Now, I wasn't there for that, but I know firsthand everything was reused. And I'm sure that'll all come up as part of the investigation. How the hell they managed to get the carbon removed from segment 1, segment 2, that'll be an interesting topic. So that was on the O-ring grooves. I don't know if you're happy to move on.
I'm happy to move on. If we can move on to the next image,
Yeah.
which
Image.
Okay, so we'll jump onto that one.
what are we looking at here, Mr. Lockridge?
So what we're looking at there is this hull was wound under the supervision of Tony Nissen, Stockton Rush. The hull itself, the intent at this point, originally, the hull, when I was involved in the project, was going to be 7 to 10 inches thick. The design decision jumped on, and it was changed to 5 inches thick.
Oh,
That
so
was
half
the
of what it was
carbon
supposed to
hull
have been.
itself,
Great.
all the way around. These sections that you can see there, now when the hull itself was wound on the mandrel, which OceanGate owned, the carbon was wound on so many layers, couldn't tell you how many, and this impregnated glue that would be applied on at the same time. I'm no carbon fiber expert, but what happened was when the hull came in and the cut-off sections were brought to the unit at Everett, the cut-off sections were the excess from the design overall length of Titan itself. Can't give you a figure. It could have been 3 inches, it could have been 6 inches, it could have been more. And what happened, from memory, it might even have been that, so maybe 5 inches thick. And what happened was these sections of excess came in, the CEO and the engineering director decided that let's chop these up and give them to the clients that have paid to go on the Titanic. Let's give them out to the staff at OceanGate. We were all handed these. 1, 2, yep. Now, when the hull came in, I could see all the imperfections on it. This is one of the samples that I was given by the engineering director.
Yeah, that light coming through is not good.
These cut-off sections, and please look at the state of it. There was so many delaminations, so many voids. The imperfections were incredible. There was glue runs everywhere, and that's a red flag. You know, I mean, I did my research at the time. I understand. I don't know how accurate it is, but from my understanding, anybody that's manufacturing anything to do with carbon, they will produce an excess and chop off the excess, okay, so that it's a clean cut. Now, even then, the clean cut that was on Cyclops, the initial hull, 0.1, whatever we're calling it, it was a mess. You could see all the imperfections on it. Now, these samples that you can see up on the board, you can see the cuts, you can see the delaminations. It was so visible. That component itself, I handed off to my attorney when OceanGate decided to sue me because of the when I was under the protection of the whistleblower protection scheme with OSHA, which we can go into. And that was proof of why my justification of questioning the feasibility of using a hull that had so many imperfections in it. The image on the right side, on the starboard side there, that is me shining a torch through the back. Now, that one section itself, that is a 5-inch section of carbon fiber. That is part of the hull winding, the initial hull. All the way through that, I mean, I just held my torch and took a photograph of one of the sections of the holes. You could see all the way through it. It was like porous paper. It was disgusting. When I saw this, when I saw the imperfections in the hull itself, I highlighted this repeatedly, and I was constantly put down about it. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. The glue will hold it together. Really? So yeah, that's the 2 images you've got there. That section itself as part of the lawsuit. And after fighting OceanGate for 10 months to try and raise public awareness about this abomination of a submersible, it was destroyed by my attorneys along with their paperwork.
What?
Now, the hull itself, you could physically see, I know I may be jumping here, but it's to do with the carbon. The hull itself, this 5-inch thick, you could honestly put micrometers down this, verniers. You can actually feed it down several millimeters. We don't mind me using the metric system for that. I don't know how many thousandths of an inch that is, but you could actually put the thin end of a vernier into some of these holes of this 5-inch thick hull. It was disgusting. Their mitigation, once they glued on the titanium end caps, okay, and we've all seen the gluing video, they were quite vocal about it on social media, the peanut butter. How they mitigated all these holes was they got this company in from Everett, Washington. They took the hull out into the car park at the back of the marina, and they created a pop-up tent and sprayed it with truck bed liner, which I have never seen or heard of in any subsea application in my life. So basically, in the back of your F-150 or your Ram truck, the hardy material that you stand on to stop it getting rusty and scratched, that's what OceanGate engineering team decided to do to stop water getting in through these holes.
Oh my God.
I'm sure
truck bed liner. Oh my God, that's insane. Also, something that's insane, Sonny or Chris, I apologize to you, brother, man. You sent a super chat like hours ago, like almost 3 hours ago, that I somehow did not get to. Sonny or Chris said, so no redundancy for why. If we learned anything from yesterday, the answer is cost and time. I apologize for not reading that. Thank you. But yeah, that's one thing we did learn, and it's been reiterated today. Everything boils down to it. Costs a little bit extra, and we don't have time to do it properly. So Sonia or Chris, I apologize for not reading that sooner. Island also has said he can't be criminally charged, and civil suits are separate. Any ramifications from the Coast Guard for the people left is just informative. Now, what the Coast Guard is doing is they are investigating to find the cause. What was the cause of the accident, and to develop recommendations for how can we prevent something like this from ever happening again. And if there happens to be anyone from the Coast Guard that was involved, or any other branch of the government, they can work with punishments for them. And if there was any holders of like United States navigational licenses or whatever that were involved, they could issue theoretically suspensions for those licenses. But the main point of this is to find out what happened, why it happened, how it happened, and to develop recommendations to make sure it doesn't happen again. And Duncan, Idaho, this incident, thank you so much for the 5. This incident is much better known than Stockton's ill-fated Niagara Gate carbon fiber barrel rides. Perhaps if he'd gone on a few of those, we wouldn't be here talking about this today. Man.
I'm not the only one. I'm looking at all your faces here that's got the common sense to question this method, especially when it's never been done before.
Truck bed lining.
Appalling. Absolutely appalling.
What did that coating do for the outside with regards to the carbon fiber and your ability to conduct a visual inspection of the hull?
You could not. So on the hull itself, I can't remember what they called it, but when they were doing the winding, I'm sure one of the engineers will give you the correct wording for this. There was some sort of green coating that was put over the mandrel, and that material covered the inside of the carbon face itself. Now, when they removed the mandrel, that green, yellowy sort of material, whatever it is, covered the carbon. You couldn't see the carbon. When they stuck on the titanium segments at the end to form the pressure boundary, you couldn't see the end of the carbon anymore, the affected 5-inch surface. And when they applied the truck bed liner, I don't know how thick they actually applied it on, but you couldn't see the carbon fiber. So that hull could and would never have been able to be inspected by anybody to see any sort of degradation, any potential faults. I mean, like steel or titanium, if you've got a known fault, you can see it, you can NDT it. They decided not, as I said, to do NDT, sorry, jumping. But yeah, the materials they used for this, you wouldn't be able to inspect that carbon fiber. And for me to highlight all those visible issues, and you'd be naive not to say they were not visible, they dismissed me and said they were going ahead with it. And they had already booked clients for that mission in 2018. They were going ahead with this.
Again, cost and time right there.
Was this report provided to the board of directors?
So I asked for it to be provided to the board of directors. I spoke to Bonnie about it. Unfortunately, from my understanding was I submitted it. I didn't do it out of badness. I didn't do it for any ulterior motive. I did this so that all my voice concerns were put down on paper, and so that they could actually go, wow, I could see where he's coming with this. There's a lot of things on this report that could affect the integrity of this hull. A lot of things, from the out of standard viewport, from the just everything. I mean, I know I sent you the images of last week, and I don't know whether they'll be on the system, but it was the ballast system. I mean, there's just so many. Excuse me a second. I don't know if you've got them on. I'm happy.
We
if they're
have
not,
them embedded into an exhibit.
No problem at all. But if you don't mind, can I discuss them?
In just 1 second, we'll bring the exhibit up so everybody can see.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It'll be exhibit 91. I think it's Titan Systems. And if you could scroll to the pages that I stated. Mr. Lockridge?
Yeah.
What is the image to the far right?
So the image that I've got, oh, sorry, to the, right, okay, so Stockton.
It's on page 9 of the exhibit.
That's Stockton Rush's personal
I will say
fishing
it's not
tackle
like to do
box.
Things on the cheap, okay? There was obviously cost implications. There was a lot of investment went into this, but that image that you're looking at on the right-hand side is Stockton's idea of a scrubber unit.
Recorder, keep you zoom in on that.
Now,
what is the purpose of a scrubber?
okay, so to maintain the atmosphere inside a manned submersible, what we've got is we've got small cylindrical drums and we put a chemical in there called soda sorb. Now, what happens is to maintain those submersibles at atmospheric pressure so that you don't see an overpressure, what we do is as you're breathing out, the carbon dioxide is absorbed into this product. And what you've got to do is you've got to top up the oxygen content. That allows the atmosphere to be controlled. Okay, so you're not bringing additional air into the chamber itself. If you were to do that, you would overpressurize from the internal. So like, easiest way to describe it is technical divers, where what they'll do is they will breathe out, it's absorbed into the CO2 absorbent, and because of that, there's no bubbles come up. And then what they'll do is they'll apply oxygen. Same principle for manned submersibles as well, and they all use this. Stockton decided not to go down the route of using a known manufacturer. As I said, one of the contract companies that I work for, James Fisher Defence, they also own Divex. They design, build for hyperbaric chambers, manned submersibles, properly built CO2 scrubbers. So that
when was this picture taken?
That was taken from memory. It may have been 2017. Maybe 2017. In fact, I think it was 2017 because at the end, because they wanted myself and a couple of individuals to do a test of it. Now, as you can see, it's a plastic tote from Home Depot, still got the labeling on it. And
Still got the Home Depot label.
The computer. He wanted to do a test on it. I obliged just to humor him. And we did that in the sub, and it didn't work. I don't know if they used this contraption inside Titan. You would need to speak to somebody that was involved afterwards. But during 2017 and the start of 2018, when I was there, that was his intent to use that device.
And the next image?
Okay, so the next image here is...
If you could describe.
Yeah.
It's the high pressure air variable ballast tank.
Correct, if that's what you want to call it. We'll call it that loosely. This bag itself was, I don't know if this was on Titan or not, but this was meant to be the system that was going on there.
Next page.
That's okay, I'll wait until it's up.
Keep going.
No, they said the plastic box was from Home
That's
Depot.
my own notes.
Okay.
As I'm saying, I'm wait, if it's not up.
It is. I have it. We just have to get to the. There we go.
There you go.
Variable ballast system.
Okay.
So it'll be the.
So the system on the port side on the left, I don't have images of that. That was not taken by myself. That was, I'm sure I saw that in the media. That may have been done during one of the expeditions.
Zoom into the image on the right.
Okay. So the image on the right, which I hold in my hand, the cream-colored bag that you can see on the right-hand side, this was the ballast bag to assist with positive buoyancy. This was the intent. I know Mr. Catterson discussed it yesterday. The design of Titan was to eject these drop weights. That would allow them to get neutral trim. And then once they finish the dive, eject more. That will give them positive buoyancy to return to the surface. As another form of achieving positive buoyancy, they decided, this was Scott Griffith and Stockton Rush, and they decided to use this Coast Guard. It's an old fueling bag from the Coast Guard. Don't know where they purchased it from. And they manufactured this, rigged this up. I mean, it had to be cleaned out, it was still full of fuel. And the intent for this was to provide additional buoyancy to the submersible itself, okay, using high pressure air. The black hose that you can see coming off the bag itself, this was from, this is comical, shop vac. Okay, so in the UK we call it a Hoover. This was glued onto the bag itself.
They glued on a shop vac hose
coming off of the shop vac hose. Their intention was when the hose is in the down position, the air will be trapped inside the bag, allowing the bag to be full, allowing them to achieve positive buoyancy. When they wanted to vent the bag without dropping their drop weights to start going down on a dive, they would, and I'll jump onto the next, if that's okay.
Hold on just one second.
Yep, no problem.
Let me grab the page for the recorder.
Now, I'm going to change my mind. This is all going to be very good for the family of Nargiole suing
That would be
everybody.
page 15 of the exhibit.
Nobody in their right mind would get on this if
It
you
will
sat
be
down and
the
explained
top
all of
left
this to them
picture.
before they got in the submersible. Nobody would have gotten on it. I think this is very, very good evidence to help circumvent the waiver that they gave when they got on the submersible. This is crazy. All of this shit is amazing. Yeah, this is going to be very helpful for the civil suits.
Mr. Lockridge, what are we seeing in the top left picture?
Okay, what you see in the top left picture, the orange line that you saw coming down from the shop vac hose, which would allow the bag to vent or trap the air once the high pressure air was applied to the bag itself. This was controlled, this was built by Stockton Rush in his garage at home. This is an old fishing reel winding system. I'm not a fisherman, so I'm sure somebody will be able to correct me on this. But he rigged this up and it was on a motor, so he could send a signal to this winder, this fishing reel system, filled inside a oil-filled container. And this would allow that orange line that you saw in the previous image to move the shop vac hose up and down.
This is a Rube Goldberg weird,
not classed, not approved by anybody.
System. I mean, this is unbelievable.
I wasn't impressed.
Were these images part of your report?
No, and the reason being is when I did the report, there are other items that we can talk about today or have came to mind over the last 6.5 years, 7 years now.
Came at Red Queen says Stockton should just stand at the court step of the checkpoint. He can't. He's dead. He died in the implosion.
Like I was pointing the finger at the CEO, and that it wasn't my intent. I didn't want to lose my job. I wanted to go to Titanic. It was on my bucket list. I wanted to dive this, but to dive it safely because of the tangent that the organization went off on. I mean, there were so many things that could have been in my report. These images, I genuinely, in preparation for this hearing, I wish I'd had them to last year's hearing where we spoke, about the incident itself last September. I found these, and they weren't to my attorney. They were to one of my previous attorney from last year. It was from, 2018 attorney during the lawsuits and the involvement with OSHA. I stumbled across it, and that's why I sent you that through. I just thought it prudent that you should have these images. So no, they were not, sorry for rambling, they were not part of my report at the time. I had completely forgotten about them. Completely forgot about them.
So now in January, you complete the report.
Correct.
And once the report is complete, what was your next step at that point?
This was last June.
Send it out. I'd obviously
So
I'd been
a year
discussing
and
with,
2 months.
The only
3 months.
trainee pilot I had at the time was Bonnie, who you spoke with yesterday. I spoke with her. I said, look, I am going to be submitting this report. She was there when Stockton had asked me the previous week or 2 weeks before to do an inspection of Titan before the imminent handover.
Two of them were billionaires. There were two billionaires on that thing.
And I sent it straight out to them all. And obviously with the cover letter that I read out, a few minutes ago, there's no way I was signing off in this. I knew during 2017 when all these materials came in, there's no way at that point I was signing off in this. Aside from Titan, as I said, I had Antipodes, I had Cyclops, I had the maintenance, the daily operations of that. My team, as it was going, was getting thinner and thinner. People were dropping away from OceanGate. Their turnover was incredible. So yeah, I was finding myself with a smaller and smaller team at that time. So yeah, Bonnie was the one that I spoke to about it, and then I submitted the document and sent it out to them all.
With regards to the turnover that you mentioned,
Yeah.
why was there such a turnover? Did they discuss that with you why they were leaving the company?
My team would. Give you one incident when we did Mr. Catterson was there, when we did the dive on Alcatraz, on the way back out, we were going out underneath the Golden Gate Bridge and we just passed it. Tow line snapped. I was in the shower at the time on the ship because I'd just been in the water, putting the bottom plates on the MS Lars.
Did you say the tow line?
The tow line, correct, for the launch and recovery system with Cyclops.
The
on
tow
board.
line is not supposed to snap.
At that point, sorry, sir, can you just repeat the question just so I don't go off on one? Sorry.
Gladly. You had mentioned earlier that your operations department was beginning to dwindle and you were losing employees.
Thank you. One of the instances was when we eventually managed to tow the asset back in to San Francisco late in the evening. The CEO, in the presence of, I remember the Guillermo was there, who you're going to be interviewing. Wendy Rush was there. There was 2 board members there. Joe Perry was there. Tim Catterson and myself were on the MS Lars. I think he might have been driving the Zodiac at the time, bringing this back in with the vessel that we were using to assist with the operations itself. It was a long day. Took quite a while to recover the asset itself prior to it. It could have potentially crashed into the rocks. It could have potentially crashed into the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know why. Oh, I do, in surmise. The CEO, Stockton, was watching from afar everything that was going on. Somebody on the ship had let him know that this was happening. We towed it back in, and Alexandra Russell, she was the one that was communicating with him on the phone, and I was close by, and he was shouting and screaming at her on the phone, trying to give us, simple time, trying to give us directions into what marina we were supposed to take the asset and bring the asset alongside. And this screaming was unbelievable. When we got on the dock, I tied up the MS Lars, tied up alongside. At this point, Alexandra was already out the boat. Mr. Catterson may remember this at the time, but the CEO was shouting and screaming in Alex's face. And it wasn't long after. I mean, it was disgusting. I was the only one that actually spoke up, and I did have a lot to lose. You know, I mean, I did. I brought my whole family across to the US. I had to watch how I said it. Sometimes quite vocal, but I was the only one that kind of calmed them down. She left. That was one of our main reasons for that. Isabel Johnson, she ended up leaving. She had her own reasons. That incident affected her as well. At that point, I had nobody directly working under me. I had Scott Griffiths, who ended up becoming, because I was too vocal on the project itself, he ended up becoming my superior. I think he ended up being the director of quality assurance, I think it was, for Titan. I was losing people hand over fist. We had...
So basically everybody was leaving the company because they couldn't stand being around Stockton Rush. They just couldn't take his shit anymore. So they left the company is basically what he's saying. And real quickly here, Nighthawk with the $10 says, sorry to ask something not related to this. I just got out of jury duty on a criminal case that was withdrawn. That's interesting. I'm curious, what does it mean when a case is withdrawn? What it normally means when a case is withdrawn is that it means, the prosecution, they've decided not to continue with the case. They just sort of abandon the case in the middle of it. Something must have happened to make them realize we don't have a chance of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So we're just going to withdraw this case and not proceed with the prosecution. That's interesting. That doesn't happen very often. But thank you, Nighthawk, for that 10. And I'll be back in just a minute.
That came in, and I remember there was one of the guys, Matt, I forget his second name just now. He was an ex-petty officer of the Coast Guard. We brought him in to help assist with topside operations. And the example with Matt, he was topside. He was driving the towboat. I was underwater on a job at the time, diving off Seattle. Came back up. Matt told me his displeasure. He had arguments with the chief operating officer and the CEO about how they wanted things to be ran topside. Matt was concerned with safety aspect of things. He came to me. I'm his direct superior. I go to them, and I was dismissed. So at that point, after Matt leaving, that was critical in me, apart from the standard, self-help plan, outside help plan, incident reports, stuff like that. It was safety critical reports on anything, especially in my team, highlighted during their tenure with the company. So I would basically produce these documents and I would submit them to the chief operating officer, which would voice my concern on the way things were handled, especially when I wasn't there, I'm underwater, they were topside. And it was distressing for me seeing people like that, people with experience. I mean, an individual from the Coast Guard, years and years of experience, petty officer at the time. It was upsetting for me. I'm sure none of them will say anything negative about me. If they do, they do. But I would like them to give their reasons on why they left. I didn't know this, but the Ocean Gate's had hundreds of people on the books. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. They were letting people go hand over fist for whatever reason, raising concerns. Yeah, it was concerning.
You had mentioned an incident reporting system.
Yes.
Is that part of Ocean Gate policies and procedures?
So, if you have no objections, and I'm just going to read something from you may have it, you may not, the Ocean Gate Health and Safety manual. And if you don't mind, can I just read a portion of that? I don't have the whole manual.
Can you tell me what page it is on the manual? We do have the manual. Hold on just 1 second, Mr. Wong.
No problem.
What page?
Pardon?
You know what page?
Just give me a step, I'll try to
Okay, let the record show that.
We also have in the binder.
Yes, Ocean Gate. Correct. Okay, so
I was just going to verify which one he had and whether it was the same option.
This is a good time to read that to line it. We will reconvene at 11:05.
Oh, and of course, this would happen while I was gone. So I've got a mouthful of food here, damn it. I hate when that happens. How long has that been going on? Oh, about a couple of minutes. How long has that been going on? Yeah, no, we heard it all. Yeah, I ran it because I'm like hungry. I haven't eaten since like 10 hours ago, and I just went out to make a little bit of a snack. And in the process of doing that, I knocked a glass off the counter and shattered the glass. So you probably heard me drop an MF bomb. Oh, I didn't say damn it. There was the crash, and it was a mother F bomb. And then I had to sweep it up. Then I had to get the vacuum and vacuum it up and make sure we're still got all the little glass shards out of the way. So yeah, my glass imploded. Sorry to do that while in the middle of a break here. Let's skip through Let's get through this, shall we? Oh my Lord. If it's not one thing, it's another. That was the funniest break in the action. Sounded so tragic. Your life is in shambles. So that's just happened like immediately after I left. I literally walked out, put some stuff on the counter, reached in the fridge to stick something in the stupid air fryer, and then bam, crashed. So sorry to make you guys wait. I had no idea they were going to drop a break on us. All right. You guys are good sports. Thank you so much for being here. All right, we're back at it. Oh, please don't tell me this is happening again. Are we back on the record? Oh,
With
yes.
the questioning.
Oh, good.
For the record, I want to note that the paragraph from the Health and Safety and Environmental Manual Mr. Lockridge is referencing has no material differences from Exhibit 20.
Thank you. Mr. Lockridge, prior to the break, you wanted to read a reference with regards to Coast Guard incident policies, procedures.
Yeah, this is to do with Ocean Gate's health and
I
safety
give
manual,
up.
which was in place prior to me starting the company, which
Oh, no, there's other super chats that came in. Oh, people. Annie L. Well, for the Titan Chaos sound effect. And that was at 12:50. Oh, my God. That was just like at the beginning. Annie L. Says for the Titan Chaos sound effect. Whiskey 77 of the $2. Jeff 0, Glass 1. Oh, yeah. And Tanny, what's up, Tanny Simmons? That was the funniest break in the action. Sounded so tragic. Your life is in shambles. Lol. And Island, what did you name the sub that we just heard you build? Oh, Lord. All right, apologies. Let's get back at it.
October. I just want to make reference to some of the comments. This is a statement made by Stockton Rush.
Oh.
Ocean Gate Incorporated, in
Sorry,
fulfilling
408
its legal
people.
obligation and its moral responsibility to provide a place of employment free from recognized hazards, has set forth this HSE policy statement, reinforcing its commitment to maintaining a safe and healthy work environment. This HSE policy statement is the cornerstone of the company's HSE management process. It is communicated openly and at every opportunity to employee, customers, vendors, and subcontractors, and has equal status with other primary business objectives. Violations of this policy should be immediately brought to the attention of management.
So basically, this document was
OGI
bullshit.
HSE philosophy is that in the performance of our work, the health and welfare of the people involved and the protection of assets and the environment are the primary concern. No job is so important that we cannot take the time to do it safely. That wasn't the case. I just wanted to go on record to state that this was a policy that was in place. Basically, on that, it showed open door policy. You get any issues. This was discussed with me at the start of my employment, that it is an environment, safe environment to work in, and everybody is approachable if you have got any issues. It was so incorrect. It was untrue. The whole thing. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate on that from their HSE manual. I was Ocean Gate.
And is that from your own experience for you not to be able to approach or bring up safety concerns, or was that from the experience of other operations, people that you manage?
Yeah, so this document is just complete
in terms of
bullshit.
External to Ocean Gate, everywhere that I've worked, whether it's been from underwater inspection, when I was working as a construction diver, inspection diver, sub-pilot, there is always the ability to be able to actually sit down, whether it's during a job, after a job, pre-job, and discuss issues relevant to the safety and well-being of individuals, whether it be myself or somebody else that's going to be put in a position of imminent danger. This statement made it look as though it was open book policy. You have an issue, you could report it to senior management. I reported everything I possibly could to prevent senior management from going ahead and actually producing what they produced.
And so you have 25 to 30 years of subsea submersible operations experience. Throughout those 25 years, it was the industry standard to be able to come forward as a submersible pilot to express your concerns with regards to safety.
That is correct. And even if it was at the start of a new build for a new submersible, you can go to the designers, you can go to the project engineers, the project managers, the operations manager, whoever were running the project. You would sit down periodically and do tabletops on any form of component that was going onto the sub, what they think should be added, what should be taken off. It was, everybody would be involved in those discussions. You know, there was maybe just a handful of times with other organizations where you would come along, you would have a look, you had a finished product. As a submersible pilot, a diver, it is your right to demand to get information on something where you are putting yourself at risk.
Absolutely
and it's to
correct.
basically mitigate, you know, potential for disaster. So anyway, with regards to OceanGate, I approached them on everything, every little thing from boat operations. Anytime we had issues, I would formally put them down if there was an incident, slip strips, falls, any sort of incident, trap fingers, everything was handed off to senior management. So there was a record in place. In terms of kickback, you know,
I'm going to take a risk and go try to recover my food from the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Eventually, with some things, they would buckle and they would basically allow me to do them my way, and it would show them that it's the safest method. When I went along to the company, you know, they were towing the dive platform out with a Bayliner sports boat, you know, until they went ahead and got the ex-Coast Guard vessel. The company, in my mind, even when I went across, was in its infancy, even though it had been on the go since 2009. They had certain policies in place, and the reason I wanted to say this, to show they were highly inaccurate. So, yeah.
And so when you created the inspection report in 2017, was your intention of delivering the report to Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen?
It was to highlight it to everybody. Everybody that's on that, they knew my displeasure in the components. They knew my dissatisfaction. They knew. I mean, as I said, I wasn't allowed into, like, I got told this, I'm not allowed to go into the board meetings because we know you will open your mouth. You know, it was things like that. I'm not shy when it comes to safety. If I don't agree with it, as I said, put it down in writing, submit it, and, you know, everywhere else I've worked, it would be addressed. It would be addressed at the highest level. I mean, on occasions, it wouldn't even reach that level where it has to go at the highest level. It's something that the ops team would deal with in-house, and corrective actions were put in place in operations manuals and standard procedures. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of reporting, I would report everything. My team, you know, as I said, it would get whittled down to next to nothing. We would report everything. Through me, I would submit that to senior management, and it was all held by them.
So what happened when you submitted this report to the senior management?
So when I submitted the report to senior management, I got a message to say that there was a meeting in the boardroom at Everett at the facility, and yeah, that meeting turned out to be a 2-hour, 10-minute discussion on my termination and how my disagreements with the organization with regards to safety didn't matter.
And who was involved in this meeting?
So at the meeting, there was Scott Griffiths, who ended up being quality manager for Titan, the Stockton Rush CEO, Tony Nissen.
Had to get some
Bonnie
snacks
Carroll,
for the dogs
myself.
too.
And throughout the meeting, did they ask you for why you had these concerns?
Most of the talking, I mean, as I said, I hope this entire
Never
recording
mind, we don't
becomes
want it.
public knowledge and it's allowed to be played. It would be very beneficial and everybody hearing the disregard for safety and disregard for advice. But I mean, during this, they highlighted so many things. The viewport, you know, basically the quote on it during the dismissal. As I said, you've all got copies of this and you've all heard it. Stockton, and I will quote, "I will tell you what the acrylic is according to Will. He says the acrylic won't work at all. Why did he say that? Because he wants to sell us another one. He had more acrylic and he said, why don't you buy one like this? Because that will make it to 4,000 meters.
Mr. Lockridge, I just want to make sure, what are you reading from?
That's basically, I've just done bullet points from my dismissal interview, which you've all heard.
Yeah, I don't, OceanGate, have you heard that recording or dismissal interview? We don't have it in the record. So yeah, I don't, At this time, yeah, I think, can you just summarize your experience from that meeting, sir? Because we're not going to be able to enter that as an exhibit in the
No,
record.
absolutely. No, I understand
Yeah,
completely.
I'll be happy to tell you what went on in that conversation.
From it, you know, I mean, I know it's probably going to upset a few people, but I will quote: "It doesn't just implode; it screams like a mother before it implodes." Now, for the CEO to say that in front of other people, right, regarding that carbon fiber, I'm putting that on the record, and I know you've all heard it. It's disgusting. It's appalling. Total disregard for safety, not even just for himself, but for everybody else. Didn't care. Engineering department, they didn't care. So during that meeting, myself and Bonnie, for the first time, we discovered, because I mean, I had been pushing for the PVHO paperwork and pressure test information for the viewport. And it was constantly refused, as you'll hear on this voice recording, which I hope Ocean Gate's attorneys do get a hold of as well, because it's certainly eye-opening. The viewport manufacturer states that the viewport is only good for about 1,000 meters. I'll take everything with a pinch of salt in terms of what the media are saying. There's been reports that he is now saying it was only good to 650 meters. I don't understand why it was ever produced. You know, I mean, it's somebody that's going along the lines of PVHO, but I'm sure that'll all come out, the understanding behind that. With regards to the hull, Tony and Stockton kept reiterating about the acoustic monitoring system, how that will basically give them the status of the hull. It will give them baselines on what is going on in the hull, which I completely disagreed with. All it's going to do is actually give you indication when you've got another strand breaking within the component itself. I voiced my displeasure during that meeting about the lack of NDT, the discussion about getting it classed. You know, all that came up, and myself and Bonnie were completely dismissed. You know, that way, with everything I'd raised in the report, they had an excuse, they had an answer, and not one of them gave me any confidence. Not one of them. You know, from cathodic protection to nothing. It was a disgrace.
Going into that meeting, were you confident that they would accept your concerns?
It'd have been naive of me not to think he was going to do something to me for doing this. I mean, I knew how Stockton would fly off the handle. I didn't do it out of badness. This report.
So basically, he knew he was going to be fired for doing what he did.
Jeez. The report, I hadn't been asked to do an inspection of it. I would have done one. You know, I mean, that built Titan Sub was weeks away from getting handed off to myself. And through that whole build process, seeing all those components, I was appalled. So either way, whether I did a report on the 18th of January or whether I did a report, say it was March, it was going to be ready, whatever, I would have on paper put down my concerns, because I was dismissed on every single occasion, from Chief Operating Officer, CEO, even the media and marketing manager, all of them, engineering director, a lot of them. The only other director that agreed with me on my concerns was Bonnie. That was it. And she's got limited experience, you know. I mean, she had such good potential for being a pilot, you know, a future pilot, and such good confidence and, you know, dexterity and stuff like that. But like, the thing is, even prior to my dismissal in this 2-hour, 10-minute termination interview, the contractors that were working for me, Tim Catterson and Chris Imes, voiced their concerns. They helped Tim yesterday state to you that he would never get in that sub. Chris told them he would never get in that sub. Now, Tim's probably got 30, 40 years of experience in subs. Chris Imes ran Delta submarines for 20 plus years. You know, at one point, he probably done more dives than anybody else in the industry. They refused to dive the sub. They voiced their concerns. It wasn't just me. Other people did, and they were dismissed. They were dismissed by Tony. They were dismissed by the CEO. They were dismissed by the CEO, which make a mockery of this HSE statement that, you know, working in a safe environment where everything is reportable to...
Yeah, clearly it wasn't reportable.
Did you make concerns to Mr. Rush about operating the submersible and moving forward in the upcoming testing?
Absolutely. So the main thing with the integrity of the hull, jumping on before we go into the diving, the whole thing with it being classed, the submersible was meant to be classed. Part of that classification process is to do unmanned pressure testing of not only the viewport, which should be designed, you know, under the PVHO guidelines, but the hull itself, you know, taking it to 1 1/4 its max operating depth. pressurizing that. There's cycles that you use.
Oh, I'm
on
sure
pressure
they know.
plates. And that's the thing.
His
Stockton
wife
had been
was
in
part of the
communication
company.
With, this is the first hull, but he'd been in communication with the test facility, and then they decided that they were going to charge too much money, so that's why he decided not to do it at that time. All those concerns were highlighted by myself. It has to be done properly. I would never have gotten that thing. I will be complete hands up from the get-go. Tony Nissen, engineering director, gave me zero confidence in a product that I personally was supposed to be the chief pilot for, or have under my care as a director of marine operations. Hands down, I would never go in that thing. And I wouldn't have. I really wouldn't have. And I wouldn't encourage anybody to go in it. And I think that's why I was quite vocal on the shop floor. Anytime any of my trainees were involved in anything, you know, whether they were asked to go and help the engineering team to go and help put a component on it, I would voice my concerns to every single one of them. And as I said, they all whittled out. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody.
So with regards to the deep ocean test facility, had they gone to would a test, the deep ocean test facility, give the hull a little validity in your eyes?
Not validity, but there were so many imperfections in that first hull. As I said, and I'll reiterate and go back to seeing the external of the hull before they even, before they applied this truck bed liner on the top. So many holes in it. That thing was not going to pass. If they'd have taken that over pressure, it would have failed. It would have, hands down, I could put money on it. It was a mess.
What did they say it was rated to?
4,000 meters.
Yeah.
And was that based upon a test or a previous test or testing procedure?
That was based on Tony Nissen's calculations. Engineering department, Ocean Gate.
Prior to your termination, were you consulted on the future test procedures and policies for the Titan?
So I gave them advisories. Stockton was insistent that he wanted to go in it for manned testing when they were taking the Titan to the Bahamas.
Yes, the one with the one with all of the carbon fiber holes and the truck bed liner was rated for 4,000 meters. No.
Can you summarize what you stated?
Yeah, basically, so the only way to get him to see any sense, I knew that hull would fail. As I said, it was an absolute mess. I suggested to them, look, why don't you? If you've decided that you're not going to go ahead and take it to the pressure chamber and get it overpressurized, put it on a line, take it down, bring it back up again, but put your strain gauges on it. All this acoustic monitoring that they were talking about. Put all that on this up, take it down unmanned, keep doing multiple tests and bring it up. As I said, it was the only way. If I'd have said from the outset, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, I knew he would have let me go. I knew he was going to let me go for the way I was being anti-project at that point. So whatever I suggested, it wasn't taken on board. None of it was taken on board, which is unfortunate.
Do you think the testing or the manned testing of that submersible, how do you think that would, if it would have, how would that have affected the submersible industry?
If it had imploded with people in it? Do you mean?
During the testing facility, where you had made the recommendation to do unmanned testing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
For him to go down in that solo as a testing, how would that have affected, as you stated in your statement?
Nobody else does it. This is a one-off. This project's a one-off. Nobody else would allow that.
So manned testing isn't a type of testing in the industry?
The hull would have to be pressure tested first to ensure the concept and the build of the submersible. Nobody's going to put anybody inside a submersible and take it down to depth without doing proper testing. Triton submarines, I know Patrick's coming along next week. He'll tell you how it's done. They send the hulls off for pressure testing prior to building the components up and shipping them out to their clients.
So just to confirm, for the first Titan hull, the testing plan was to do manned testing.
That's what Stockton wanted.
Oh my
After
God.
he changed his mind about getting it classed. Which
So glad they didn't go through ahead with that.
On the testing procedure itself. That's the thing. They came away from class, and doing that, the whole project just went in a completely different tangent. There was no safeguards put in place. There was none of them knew what was going to happen. You'll hear that in the voice recording as well. I state, you have no baseline for that vehicle. You don't know what's going on with it. And dismissed, as usual, dismissed constantly.
Did he understand the risks? Do you believe that he understood the risks for manned test diving?
I think without actually saying anything, people know my opinion on Rush, his decisions.
It's not a good opinion.
this was an ego boost for him to go and do that manned and then follow it up with, and I know the individual's coming next week, Carol Stanley in it, who will describe that testing done in the Bahamas. I think hearing it from them firsthand, because I was away, the desire to do it manned, nobody's going to be affected. That's what he kept saying. Of course they're going to be affected. If you put somebody in an unpressure tested, uncertified vehicle and take it down and there's an incident, oh, you know yourself, the accident investigation team would be down on everybody. And it would be harmful not only to the families of the individuals that go in the sub, which he ended up doing, but it just affect the rest of the industry itself. You know, fortunately, everybody else follows the guidelines classification. They listen to experience and they talk amongst themselves with all these task groups. PVHO get involved, ABS, Lloyds, GL, everything's done properly. Stockton went off on a tangent. The engineering department went off on a tangent. What for? To prove a point.
So after voicing your concerns over many months and then through your report, your inspection
fired
report,
his ass.
and then following your 2-hour and 10-minute meeting,
that's correct.
What happened the next day?
So I was told that day that's us, we're finished, as you hear on the recording. So I was terminated. And then the chief operating officer, who I still don't understand why the individual running the organization was not present in the meeting. He was actually in the building at the time. I don't understand why Neil wasn't there. To this day, I just don't understand. Was he told not to? I don't know. I'd love to know why. I was dismissed. I was emailed, no more correspondence, and I was emailed this letter saying that Stockton and I were at an impasse. So basically, we didn't agree on the way the organization was going with how I think and know how it should have been done properly. I'm not saying I know everything about engineering. I'm not a degree qualified engineer. I've worked as an engineering technician. I've worked on mechanical systems, diving systems. I'm doing it a very long time. You know, I mean, I was signed up to join the Navy in the late 80s. You know, even when I worked in the manufacturing industry, you develop, I would say, common sense. So you know what's right. You know what's
Some people don't develop common
questioning
sense.
something before you put yourself at risk. Go to others and get a second opinion. They didn't follow that path, which is unfortunate. So,
in your opinion, what do you believe was the impasse?
He had to dive it. Now, I don't know whether it was a financial thing. He had to dive that year. I mean, that was the intention. There was clients lined up for 2018. They were booked. As far as I know, they were booked out for that summer. So how that's feasible, having a sub like that, a build quality like that, and then for these people that are running this organization to think it's okay to put these people at risk.
And these were paying passengers?
All of them. Yeah.
He clearly didn't care that he was putting people at risk.
And this was for Titanic Expedition 2018?
Correct.
Commander Will, I think it's important to clarify, when you say paid passengers, that was the plan, but for the Titan prototype, I don't believe there were any passengers carried in this prototype vessel. So I just want to clarify, Mr. Lockridge, that when you say passengers for hire or mission specialists, that was the plan, but you never saw that occur for the prototype hull.
That is correct. Before that thing even saw rainwater falling on it, I was away. I had nothing to do with any of the operations manuals, anything. I had nothing to do with it at that point, which was alarming, which is why I followed the path I decided to do, so that to protect public safety, I went down the OSHA route.
So just so for the record, so when you departed, and when you were terminated in January of 2018, what was the condition of the first Titan?
It was, in terms of the build itself?
In terms of the build itself, was it operational?
The only component that they were waiting on was a carbon fiber high pressure air cylinder, which was going to be mounted to the underside of the submersible. And I think they were waiting on the second continue battery, which is the external battery to provide power for the submersible itself. From memory, that's all they were waiting on.
So once you were terminated, what did you do next?
Can I relate to my notes?
You can relate to your notes. We just asked that we be provided a copy of your notes after.
Absolutely, no problem. Okay. So, now the timeline I have previously given yourselves, and it was just a that was basically a timeline of my employment with the organization and where I was at with OSHA. You okay if I relate
you
to
can read-
that? Yeah,
And then
thank
what
you.
we'll do, it is not as an exhibit for, you
Yeah.
can read through what you prepared, which is just your notes, and then you'll provide it to us.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so when I was fired, I'm obviously not just concerned for myself and my family, you know, what are we going to do now? But I didn't want anybody going in that submersible. I mean, it was dangerous. You know, as I said, the build quality was atrocious. So I spoke to Labour and Industries, and that was within a week of my termination. Just going to relate to my notes. Okay, so I was terminated on the 19th of January. On the 6th of February, after dealing with Labour and Industries, I had a formal conversation with OSHA. Okay.
Oh, you went to OSHA.
Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Okay. In the UK, we call it HSE. They are the governing bodies that deal with health and safety issues in the workplace. They also coordinate with the US Coast Guard with regards to seafarers. So I informed OSHA. I did a call and emails with Tobias Kramer, I think it is. He was the Assistant Regional Administrator for OSHA that were based in Seattle. He decided at that point my issues and my concerns about public safety, about the public going in the submersible, were serious enough that he wanted me, he said it to me, I knew nothing about this, to be put and placed under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. So I spoke to one of the individuals that dealt with the Whistleblower Protection Scheme, and I did a formal interview process to be enrolled into that scheme on February the 8th, 2018. I did an intake interview. We did many calls with each other, emails, obviously, see when we were got. Now, obviously, being a seafarer and working for an organisation that's got marine assets, between myself and OSHA determined that I am a seafarer to allow the Coast Guard to get involved. That was on February 23rd, 2018. So
what did the Coast Guard do since
February
2018?
28th, Bonnie Carroll, who you spoke to yesterday, she quits her job, citing my safety concerns in a resignation letter.
Her job at OceanGate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So because
Oh, that's interesting. The woman that we couldn't watch because her audio was so bad, she quit because of his safety comments.
OSHA had decided that my concerns were serious enough for public safety and for the employees of OceanGate. You know, I mean, no matter what, as much as I didn't get on with Stockton, I wouldn't want to see anybody dying for the sake of going in a sub. It's a magical place. I love it. I'm very passionate about what I do. If there's risk like that, don't do it. You know, everybody wants to go home to their families. So at that point, OceanGate sends a letter to OceanGate and they formally inform the Coast Guard about my complaint, about my concerns. I do have all my documentation and my correspondence with OSHA on that, but one thing I would like to go on the record and provide to yourself, which is available just now on the OSHA website. I just want to put it into perspective as a seafarer, how OSHA determined under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme, I was protected under the Seafarers Protection Act. So on the OSHA fact sheet, which I will give to yourselves, and I've highlighted key areas of it. Okay, filing whistleblower complaints under the Seamen's Protection Act. Cover the employees. The Seamen's Protection Act, SPA, prohibits persons from retaliating against seamen for engaging in certain protected activities pertaining to compliance with maritime safety laws and regulations. Protected activity. A person may not discharge or in any other manner retaliate against a seaman because the seaman, and I've got these highlighted for yourself so it's on the record.
Chat, behave
refused
yourself.
to perform duties because of a reasonable apprehension of serious injury to the seaman, other seamen, or the public. If the
Chat,
seaman
don't
has
go
first
there.
requested that their employer correct the dangerous condition. So going by OSHA's
Aaron, I
guidelines,
said, don't go there.
and they confirmed, obviously, all my experience and documentation, which I gave to OSHA, they confirmed, and that's why they took me seriously. At that point, they put me under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. I can't remember offhand, there's like 40 different levels from different industries. So jumping on to the same component, which is all relative to the lawsuit that OceanGate took out against me. So unfavourable employment actions. A person may be found to have violated SPA, Seamen's Protection Act, if the seaman's protected activity was a contributing factor in the person's decision to take an unfavourable employment action against the seaman. An unfavourable employment action, and I'll give the examples, firing or laying off, which happened. during the lawsuit, which OSHA were totally up to date on, intimidation or harassment, which was very public, which I know everybody's seen the lawsuit, it's available online. Making threats, which they did to me and my family. Blacklisting, intentionally interfering with an employee's ability to obtain future employment. And last but not least, which is controversial, reporting the employee to the police or the immigration authorities.
Ooh.
I had a good reason for being under the Seamen's Protection Act with OSHA. They deemed and approved it. That's why they passed everything to the Coast Guard. Yeah. So I've obviously got all my correspondence with OSHA here, which coincides with my timeline of everything which I'd already submitted to you. Would you like me to go into more detail on everything that we communicated with OSHA and how OSHA communicated with myself?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll just...
Would you like to take a little break?
Can we take 5? Is that possible?
The hearing will recess and reconvene at 11:57.
All right, fast forward through that. No glass breakage this time around, knock on wood.
With regards to the communications with OSHA, the timeline, so for the record, I was under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme for 10 months trying to stop OceanGate from doing what they did. And I'm just going to read through everything in terms of notes and communications with OSHA. Okay, so and I can give you a copy of this. This is OSHA paperwork that was sent to myself and to OceanGate's attorneys. It's basically the case activity worksheet. This is just to let OceanGate know that the OSHA were putting me under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme because of the Seamen's Protection Act. So on the allegation summary, which came from OSHA, that was issued by Paul McDevitt, on or about January 23rd, 2018, Mr. Lockridge was discharged in retaliation for raising safety concerns about the development and testing of a submersible marine vessel. So that's just to put on record, I was under their care at that point. This is after I'd done my intake interview for the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. So jumping on, I do the intake interview. I give them everything. I gave them the safety report. I gave them photos. I gave them as much information as I possibly could. The next instance, where is it? I do apologize. I'm just going to have a look through this. Okay, so the next instance after
we're getting close to lunch.
Coast Guard are
There's about 15 minutes before lunch
because OSHA took it seriously. That was on February 23rd, and I've got the correspondence for that. The next thing is Bonnie quits, citing my safety concerns and hers, and I informed OSHA of that. Just to let, for the record, and this is all on email, just an update, and this is me emailing OSHA. Just an update to let you know that OceanGate Director of HR and Finance, Bonnie Carroll, has left her position due to the same safety concerns as issued in my report and also the unlawful termination of myself. Bonnie has said she would be more than happy discussing with you or your team all her concerns for health and safety to support my case. I also have the support of 3 very high-profile industry experts who, albeit have not seen my report, but they would be more than willing to discuss their concerns for the safety of crew and passengers and how what is going on at OceanGate will infect the entire industry. So that was dated February the 28th.
Dude is just bringing all the receipts.
Email from Paul McDevitt, my call him caseworker at OSHA. We sent a letter, this is March the 7th, 2018. We sent a letter to you in OceanGate notifying you that OSHA will be investigating your complaint of retaliation. The US Coast Guard has also been notified of your complaint. So that was the official correspondence that the Coast Guard were notified.
The dogs have left.
I also reiterate on.
That was the wrong one, wasn't it?
Also verify all my concerns.
There we go. That's what I wanted
to do. So they never did. They never got in touch with Bonnie. I gave her email, phone number, not once.
Mr. Lockridge?
Yes.
I'd like to touch on a point real quickly.
Of course.
That the OSHA stated that the Coast Guard was notified of your Seamen's Protection Act status, correct? And was there any discussion with OSHA on what the expectation was of the Coast Guard or what you could expect the Coast Guard to do?
No, they just, what they said was they wanted to get the Coast Guard involved because of the circumstances with regards to the marine vessel that was being manufactured and it being a passenger carrying vehicle. Throughout the 10-month period, I will state I had no interaction with the Coast Guard, and all correspondence, anytime I would speak to Paul on the phone or Tobias, I was told it's in hand and we deal directly with the Coast Guard on your behalf. So I had no interaction with the Coast Guard throughout.
Did you ever personally reach out to the Coast Guard?
No, I did not. No. I thought, in hindsight, I was in good hands with the people that administer. public safety.
So did the Coast Guard drop the ball in 2018?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lockridge, one
Yes,
moment, please.
of course.
OceanGate?
If there is an opportunity for a short break, just to confirm.
Let's, before we proceed, take a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 12:08.
Okay, so they'll take another little 5-minute break. We get a skip. That's good. This looks like a little more than 5 minutes. Yeah, it was a little more than 5 minutes.
Dr.
Well.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your patience.
I think it's going to go straight to the
Hearing's
line.
back in session. We were just trying to align some documents. So, Mr. Lockridge, as you continue, if you could just give a reference to the email date or time you're referring to, that'll help everyone else just keep up on the side, sir.
For sure, no problem. So that was March the 7th. OSHA sent a letter to OceanGate and informed the Coast Guard of my complaint. The next event is my wife and I were served a settlement and release from OceanGate's attorneys. Basically.
Oh, they paid him a settlement, did they?
What was that date?
They paid him a settlement. That's how they resolved their lawsuit against him. Interesting. So OceanGate filed a lawsuit against him for talking about his stuff there, just for improper conduct. So they let him go, and then he filed a countersuit for wrongful termination. And I guess that was settled by OceanGate paying him some money. So yeah, that is sort of the textbook definition of a loss. When you file a lawsuit against someone and it eventually settles by you paying them money, that's a giant L.
And what was that for?
OceanGate wanted me to.
No
walk
idea how
away
much.
from
The amounts in
the
settlement agreements are
OSHA
usually
claim.
covered by a confidentiality clause anyway.
Basically, there we go. So OceanGate wanted me and my wife to sign this settlement and release. They were basically demanding that I pay them money to settle with them because.
Never mind, I was wrong. When he said they provided him with a settlement and release, I thought they provided him with a settlement and they wanted a release form from him. What they handed him was a document called a settlement and release. We usually call it a receipt and release. So it's like, here, you pay us this much money and release all of you. Everybody releases all their claims against each other. So, all right, that was different than what I just said. But I do know they both settled the case. I have no idea how it was settled. I thought it was settled this way, but yeah, all right. That's my mistake. When he said settlement and release, he doesn't mean he got a settlement and released the claims. He meant they handed him a document called a settlement and release where they wanted him to pay and then both sides would drop their case against each other.
They'd had to hire an attorney to represent them in the matter dealing with OSHA. On the thing, it basically comes up non-disclosures. They state that if I don't, they will contact previous employers, ex-spouses. OceanGate will contact US Immigration. Fraud, theft, everything's in this.
And what is that?
That is a settlement and release agreement that OceanGate's attorneys served to my wife and I in March 2018 to get me to back off.
OceanGate, do you have that document?
We do not.
Okay.
It's fine. OceanGate's attorneys sent.
Oh, yeah. OceanGate's attorneys don't have the letters that OceanGate's attorneys sent to him. Anybody else find that a little bit hard to believe? He's like, dude, you guys sent me this.
So I'm happy providing that document.
Okay, since I think we need some more document alignment, this would, and this is important, we need to get into this. I recommend at this time we break for lunch and make sure we have full alignment of the exhibits.
Absolutely.
Before we continue.
Just to be clear, we just want to make sure we identify these documents and can follow, because this was not among the ones we just looked at.
Okay, absolutely. This will give us some time. So we will, to allow that process and adequate time for lunch, the hearing will recess at this point and reconvene at 13:45.
Okay, so they're going to take a little bit of a longer lunch today. That's good. That's good. All right, so let's wrap things up here. Boy, that was some fire this morning. There's a little bit of fireworks going on there. This guy is a great witness. He's qualified. He's probably the most qualified person that was ever present at Ocean Gate. And he knew what he was doing. He knew what the requirements were, and he was brought on. He was fed a bill of goods. You think this is what you're coming on to do, and this is what we're going to do. And it was all lies, apparently, according to him. And things went bad. They started skimping. They started cutting costs. They started cutting corners. They decided not to follow class, and we had all these problems. And he documented them. This is why keeping written records, journals, things like this is so important in situations like this, to create a paper trail. As I said, he's got all of the receipts here. That's good, because we get this. We have him going, okay, on this date this happened, this date that happened. That's you couldn't ask for a better witness. And he's going to go all the way through the afternoon. He's the only witness the Coast Guard is going to call today. Accountability, right? This, and I mean, he's just telling people what an absolute shit show this is. And again, as I said, I think this is really going to help the civil case against everybody filed by the family of Nargiolet. Their whole case sort of hinges around them being able to circumvent the waiver that was signed, where it mentions that the mentions the possibility of death, I think 3 times in the waiver. But their argument, which is being very, very much supported by what we saw today, is that we knew there was risks. He knew there was risk, but he didn't know how big and how extensive the risks were. They didn't give a full disclosure of the risks, and I think this helps a lot to to breach that gap in their case that they have to prove. So great for today. This is nice. So what we're going to do is we will end up here today. This is where we'll end up for today. And then we will come back tomorrow at the same time, bright and sunshiny early, 7 p.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry, 7 a.m. Eastern time. And we will do the same thing we did today. We'll watch afternoon of day 2 and then the morning of day 3. If we'll keep doing this as long as you guys want to keep watching this, because I'm fascinated with it. I would love to keep watching this. Total's supposed to be 9 days, and I hope we get to watch all 9 days of it. If that's what you guys want, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to end here, and what we're going to do is we're going to send you off to Megan Fox and see what's happening on over there. Ocean Gate cease and desist incoming, Jeff. Yeah. Well, great. Yeah, exactly. This is going to be great for the civil suit. Hey guys, thank you so much for the support today. Thank you so much, mods, for being here and doing your moddy stuff. And for all of you Scottish people here in chat, congratulations. You'll have another half a day of a Scottish witness tomorrow to keep you company. And right now we'll go on over to Megan Fox. Thank you, chat, for the support. Thank you so much for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships, all of that. So appreciated. And thank you for just being here, just talking to each other and having a great time as we take Maritime Monday and expand it to possibly Maritime 2 weeks. Go on over, tell Megan Fox hi. And I will see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, midnight UK. That's where we are. Bye, guys. See ya. And on behalf of the dogs, also later.